Hey y'all. No? Hi y'all, we're gonna start in about 5 minutes. Can you hear me? We're gonna start in 5 minutes, okay? Judges, if you are sitting in the back rows or dispersed somewhere, can you come to the first three so that when you have questions, we don't have to run around the enormous theater to reach you. So please come to the first three rows. We've reserved spots for you. Okay, everyone, 5 more minutes. Can't wait. No?
side do you want to be on? I like this side.
Okay. Here you go. You're in charge of this.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I guess this means we're getting started. Hi, everyone. Good morning.
We got cheers for just standing here.
I know. I'm
That's
just
cool.
going to keep standing.
Okay.
Thank you all for making it again. Actually, give yourselves a round of applause for showing up.
Showing up.
Showing up gets a round of applause.
It's
early. We're also online, so welcome viewers online via live stream. If you're curious about the live stream, it is on our Summit page, so you can see yourselves or
The
see
backs
us.
of your heads, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. All right, so yesterday, as most of you already know, all the teams from all over the world presented in 4 different theaters. Mm-hmm. The judges met yesterday afternoon to deliberate and think about which teams would go on to today to present on stage. And here we are. We're about to announce who those teams are.
Well, we got to do some thanks first, Dan.
Yeah, we do.
We
do.
Let's build up the suspense.
I am. I'm
Okay.
going as slow as I can just to make everyone nervous. All right, so firstly, let's just, we need to thank the team at MoMA for putting this together. Thank you, team. So we've been at MoMA now since 2016, since the very, very, very beginning of Biodesign Challenge. I just have to thank Sean and Carson and the AV team up there who have been working with us all this time. I also have to thank our sponsors. It's because of them that we've been able to even be in this theater. So let me just shout some out. Firstly, I want to thank Science Sandbox. You all know them. There's a prize named after them. I need to thank the National Endowment for the Arts, New York State Council of the Arts, BASF Foundation, Mars, Lanzatech, IndieBio, Cambridge University Press, Hub for Biotechnology and the Built Environment, and several others. We couldn't be here without all of you, so thank you very much. I should also shout out the judges. You guys were amazing yesterday. Thank you, judges. Yeah, we very, very much appreciate your time and dedication.
Absolutely. Cool. Also, thanks to our mentors. We've had mentors from all around the world from various different backgrounds this year that have gone into our classrooms, given our students support, feedback, future steps, which is really, really exciting. This is what we do it for, is to be able to give students these opportunities to meet new people and find mentors. So we really appreciate our mentors. And finally, last but not least, of course, our students and instructors, right? Thank you all for all of your tenacity this year, for all of your hard work. We really appreciate your dedication to us, to your projects. That's it. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, one more. All of the people that are watching us online, all of our community members that are here, thank you for always continuing to support us as well. Love you.
All right, and now the moment we've all been waiting for.
Wait.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
want to talk about logistics first?
Oh, do you want to talk about logistics?
Like how they present and all of that.
Oh yeah, sorry guys. We're gonna just keep this tension going. So the rules apply as normal. What we're going to do is we will announce the top 8 teams. We're gonna take a short.
No breaks.
No break.
We're going into
no
speakers.
breaks.
Yep.
We will go into speakers, which will give you time to kind of collect yourselves. You will have 15 minutes on stage. Some of that time will be devoted to judges who will have questions. All of the judges from yesterday will be here to ask questions, which is going to be fantastic. Mm-hmm. And then once you're all done, we will deliberate. What am I missing?
No, we already have the presentations that you presented yesterday loaded in. So you're giving the exact same presentation, with the feedback that you received from the judges if you'd like, but there's nothing additional that you need to do. So taking that pressure off is one piece. Also, just one like really like logistical housekeeping thing, just to take something off of our security guard out there. If you need to use the restroom, when you go out here, there's a little hallway on the left. That is where the restrooms are.
Oh yeah, let's keep the tension going.
Yeah, what else?
No.
Any questions?
No food and drink in the theater.
Okay, I think we can.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
All right, let's do this. Okay.
Cool.
All right, we're starting. You're in charge of the clicker.
Is it going right away? Like,
I don't know.
they have to change it for it. There we go.
There it is. All right, ready? Okay. The first
Whoever needs their phone. Yeah, I see cameras. If you need your phones out.
Oh wait, maybe we should delay some more.
No.
Okay.
Cool.
The first of the top 8 teams is Aula Futures. First hand, LilyPad.
This is also fun. We'll just let you guys clap for them. Okay. Second up. Oh, also, this is the order you will be presenting in.
You were
Got you
happy
guys.
for a minute.
Okay, up next, School of the Art Institute of Chicago, Nature Nails.
Okay, third up, UT Austin, Orbweaver.
Why am I'm like sweating.
I know,
My
I'm
heart's
so
pounding.
nervous.
CCA Architecture, BacTerra.
Okay, next up is Tech de Monterrey, Brio-Kit.
And then we have Aalto University, BioMAT Matters. Oh, cool.
Next up is Micah, Mother Nacre.
And last but not least, UC Davis, SeaNails.
Manicurist in the house. All right. Okay. Congratulations to you all. All right. So yes,
I think
we're
we
gonna
needed a second to settle.
settle down. Okay. Just so you know, if you're not part of the top 8 teams, you still are eligible for all of our outstanding prizes. So that will be decided later. So stick around all day and support the other teams, and certainly be here for the award ceremony. You might be called on stage to be given a prize. Absolutely. All right, so I am going to announce our first speaker of the day.
I'm going to step down.
Thank you, Vina.
Of course.
Can we have a clap for Vina? Thank you, Vina. All right. So I have good news and bad news. Bad news is that Suzanne Lee, our first intro speaker, could not make it today. She is stuck in the UK with some visa issues. However, Suzanne has sent us a 2-minute video, and so we will play that in just a moment. So just so you know, Suzanne Lee is a pioneer in biotech and fashion. She started growing materials from microbes for fashion in 2002, and she coined the term biocouture. Today, Suzanne is the founder of BioFabricate, a global network serving biomaterial innovators and consumer brands. She's been a supporter of Biodesign Challenge since it was a 1-page document that I passed to her in 2015. And so, although she can't be here, I'm super excited that she's going to intro the day. So, can we play the video?
Hi everyone at MoMA today. I'm so sorry I can't be there with you. I'm so disappointed because I've really been looking forward to it. I'm sure you must be all quite exhausted after doing so much hard work, but also very excited as you get to the final decision point. I think the important thing I would say to everyone is remember that whether you're a winning team or not, this is the beginning potentially of a whole new career for you. So this is you're establishing a network. The learnings, I'm sure, so far have already been enormous. I hope that you're inspired and excited and energized by what you've learned. And really, there is no better time to be coming into this field. You're very lucky that there is now a whole ecosystem wrapping around you. So I'm excited not just for the winners, but also where everybody takes this going forward. Unfortunately, because I'm unable to be there and do the talk in person, I would love to invite you all to join us on the BioFab Community Network. We're offering everyone who participated in the Biodesign Challenge this year a complimentary membership so that you can join us, and we would love to invite some of the participating teams to join us for a conversation about the challenge and your projects and next steps. So the BDC team will share more information about that. But meanwhile, I wish everyone huge luck for today, and really looking forward to learning more about who you all are, what you're interested in, and your next steps. So we look forward to engaging with you soon, and good luck, have fun, enjoy. Bye for now.
Suzanne, if you're watching online, thank you very, very much for putting this together, and thank you for all your support over these last several years. Students, it's a big privilege to have access to the BioFabricate network. We will get you all the access after today. All right, next up, I want to introduce Mitch Joachim, who is the co-founder of Terraform One and associate professor of practice at NYU. He's worked as an architect at the offices of Frank Gehry, Moshe Safdie, I.M. Pei. He's also the co-author of 4 books: Supercells, Building with Biology, Global Design, XXL to XS, and Design with Life. Mitch has also been a huge supporter since long before there was a Biodesign Challenge. Mitch was there in the early days when we were GenSpace, and literally just coming to understand what the intersection of design, art, and biotech might look like. So it is my absolute pleasure and privilege to ask Mitch to come on stage. Come on, Mitch.
Super great to be here. I have known these guys since they were like this small, and I was also that small, and there's been a lot that's happened. I think the students would be the 3rd generation of thinking about biodesign in all different fields. It is super, super exciting. So, also, to the teams that are not necessarily going to move forward today, don't let that stop you. I mean, my entire career essentially is a resume of failures. There's so many times I did not make it, and then I tried again, and I failed again, and I tried and tried and tried. That story is real. So take what you've learned, get back to it, and I guess there's some potential prizes anyway for those guys, but do not stop. It is an exciting thing to be in, this field. And Terraform One, Vivian Kwan is our genius executive director, who's, I'm glad she's here today, and there's a number of us in the audience. But we've been thinking about this before it was really a thing, and the GenSpace folks were next to us, and we were all working to kind of make it into something, and now it is a kind of something. So your job is to continue carrying that torch and let everyone know that biodesign is here and that it's something that will make a difference. So Terraform One is a 501c3 nonprofit urban think tank. We think about the near future of what biotech can or cannot do for cities. Our clients are essentially things that don't have a voice. Most of our work is in this latest book, so if you want more details, check it out, but that's got 400 people that have worked for us over the years. It represents all the different projects that we've been involved with, And it's kind of a great in-depth study of how we got there, open interviews, very clear about the trials and tribulations of thinking about this. We're also located in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, and if you visit Suzanne Lee, which you should, Biofabricate, it's been there, and I think now it's in Paris, very fancy. But we have a space in Brooklyn. You guys are welcome to come in and check it out because we're a nonprofit. We like that. People bring us crazy ideas, and we work on those crazy ideas, sometimes for a few years, if not a decade, and then maybe they fail or not, but that's the point. This is the space. It's part science garage, part atelier. So we combine both those worlds of invention and I guess the sort of the official Beaux-Arts, like the idea that there is a kind of a long lineage of thinking and making and aesthetics, but we sort of throw some of that out because many things in biodesign changes the game completely. That's another view of the lab. It is constantly a mess. It's filled with experiments that may or may not work. I think that's the point. Our motto is this: design against extinction. And the reason is, depending on how you count, every 14 minutes on the planet, another species disappears forever. That's more important. Biodiversity is more important than climate change. The United Nations has asked humanity to solve this problem by 2030. We have been working on it for 17 years. We're not the only ones. More people thinking about increasing biodiversity in any way is just so necessary. Climate change is also important. Apparently we have till 2050 before carbon loading in the atmosphere becomes a problem. So losing those species, we just got to figure that out first. And another fact about that is that basically since I've been alive, half of the wildlife population on this planet, if not more, has disappeared. So that wakes us up in the morning to think about the kind of work we do. And that is defined as multi-species design. Like I said, our clients, well, they range in, who commissions what, but it's essentially things that are at the edge of life. And that's anything from, a monarch butterfly disappearing to E. coli, mycelium, Acetobacter, chitosan, and then things that live in and around those habitats. We work with all kinds of technologies that you guys are now doing on a regular basis. More recently, clay printing with impregnated seeds inside it, or those same materials and studies that combine advanced fabrication and computational processes with as many possible biotech processes as possible. Our team, and for those that are here, they have no idea what they're doing. On some level, it is about putting the funk in functionalism. You're experimenting, you're thinking, you're trying stuff out, it'll fail, but eventually we get to someplace good. This is one sort of concept we're on now. It's a multi-species facade element. Here it has we have Mr. Planet as our pet lizard, but this is designed to accept other forms of life to occupy all the surfaces of building elements. We do that thinking about all kinds of creatures. Other projects here are looking at vegetative species that get grafted and grown into place with also 3D printed clay elements that will continue to grow and attach to existing facades. This is yet another one looking at not bees, because bees are fine. Frankly, they are. There's the other 3,000-something species of bees, not the honeybees, that are having problems. So we'll look at facades that deal with local food webs between bees, birds, and plants and integrate that into systems. And then ideas about what does that future look like? Because part of your job is to show people who have no clue what you're doing what it might be like if we have a socio-ecological future where biotech and design sort of takes over our industrial cities. So this is 42nd Street, and this is thinking about getting rid of all the noisy traffic, replacing it with a riparian corridor that accepts aqueous life in the center, and then trackless trains, vertical access wind turbines, photovoltaics at skin buildings, surfaces for vertical farming or for air quality, the whole city becoming super ecological. And what does that look like? This is not the only version of that. It's just one in many narratives of a possible future. So we have to show that and then eventually get to it. And then we do a lot of plant-based architecture, and we decide to look at systems that have been around as plant-based architecture for thousands of years. This is made with rice mortar. Talk about plant-based architecture. So this has been standing for a few thousand years. You can see sections of the wall in Nanjing. it's not just the rice. There's a little bit of blood in there from, people and other things they put in there, but it still works. I can't get a contractor upstate to guarantee a bamboo floor for 10 years. This stuff apparently been around for a really long time. It was one of the projects that we had worked on. Avantika is someplace in here, mostly angry. No, there she is, happy, okay. So she was on this project looking at all these microbial colonization studies, puffing rice, methods of having no carbon or as neutral as possible, and thinking of it as a tectonic element to build, make, and create from rice. The crazy thing is that after many experiments going from piles to these compact 3D printed voxel systems where every grain of rice is printed in a perfect orientation so that we get a maximal sort of condition, we realized that the matrix variant was the best. And the profound part of that is that it is both the brick and the mortar simultaneously. So for some of the architects in here who know Louis Kahn, this would be mind-blowing. For us, it certainly was, but we had a lot of fun making these things into computationally based structures that had bamboo scaffolds and then shaping them into almost anything we desired. It's based on informatic charts on carbon loading from rice. 1 billion people eat rice pretty much every single day. It has a massive effect on the environment. So we hid those kinds of diagrams and that impact inside these maquettes. And it is an edible architecture. And it's not Rice Krispies. I get a lot of angry people like, it's Rice Krispies. It's not Rice Krispies. It's a completely, to ask Avantika and gang, it's far from that. Am I right? Is it the? Yeah, far from it, yeah. So, but if you can, yeah, there's too much sugar and it's bad for you. Anyway, so other things we were doing for TED, this is part of the countdown, 7 years or death. So we looked at these, what we call anti-extinction libraries. We take a local species that's at the edge of life, in this case a salamander, cryogenically preserve it, create a sort of supply all the biotope it needs for survival, place it inside these eggs that slowly decay, made of paraffin waxes and mycelium. There's QR tags and informational postings on the surface of these eggs. The idea is to put them in a community near you, talk about a local species that is on the edge of life, and then let people just know. It's not going to save them. It's not. But it's going to give them a chance to jumpstart their life. And more importantly, it's going to explain to others like Homer Simpson or the people that don't care that biodiversity is decreasing and we could do something about it. That was the gist of this project. We also look at metabolic systems in cities. Like, what does New York really do? If I was an alien looking at New York, I'd be positive it was designed to make trash. Around 36,000 tons of trash per day. Every single one of you guys will generate about 2.8 pounds of trash. I know maybe you'll recycle it or not. Recycling doesn't really help in this city. That's what it looks like in 1 hour. So this was part of showing a little bit of beauty and desire, but also showing the bad, kind of a Mary Poppins approach, spoonful of sugar with the medicine, letting people know that this is an issue and we need to do something about it. Highlight the problem, offer solutions. That's what you need to do, and many of you have done in your designs. So way back in the day, I guess now it's like 15, 16 years ago, I don't even know, we were working with Acetobacter, bacteria-expressed cellulose, along with mycelium, creating a novel biopolymer that would grow chairs. This one took 21 molds, was ridiculously complex to make. You guys can do it a lot easier now. That is awesome. But it was a chair for one of my daughters in kindergarten where she went inside her class and said, "Daddy makes chairs that you can eat. They're mushrooms. You don't need these chairs that will end up in a landfill." And that was a way of explaining to people, especially their parents, that the world has changed. Biotech can do that. Later on, we made more advanced versions that were triply curved here with plyboo and then the mycelium inside that system. These chairs have been around over 10 plus years. We thought we could make a living doing this. That failed. But now, like, we're actually selling them, which I wish had happened years ago. But when we started, it was impossible. You guys have the advantage of understanding all of that invention, standing on the shoulders of giants, and that capability. You could probably invent your companies to do something like this. And not to worry, it works. We have proof in the pudding. These things have been around for some time. Then we took another bit of science. This one came out of Stanford. These are mealworms, another client of ours. Doesn't speak much, but they're great. What do? Get rid of trash. What kind of trash? That stuff, styrofoam. probably know this, they eat styrofoam, that goes through their enzymatic systems, they turn it into frass, they then eat their frass again. Styrofoam is gone and it's replaced with garden mulch, no contaminants whatsoever. So we looked at the life cycle of our client. Eventually they become darkling beetles. That's good. Lots of creatures eventually like to eat those things, helps jumpstart biodiversity. Then we made a system of farming those mealworms, and then we provided a public sort of installation sculpture in Camden, New Jersey, funded by the Bloomberg Foundation, where people can donate their e-waste and watch it get devoured by those mealworms. And that's pretty cool. And on top of it, we had this clock. It essentially shows the amount of time it takes for those materials, many different types of metals, including foams, how long it would take naturally to decay. Styrofoam is roughly 500 to 1,000 years, with mealworms just a few weeks. And here it is in the kind of opening day, which was on the pandemic, but a project that we had put together and something that we're, I think, really excited about. That's the inside. Then this project is, now, you guys have been working on your problems for some time. This is a 20-year endeavor since I was a little baby student, still working on this with a team of super smart people. This one was looking at grafting inosculate matter to form one contiguous vascular system. This is essentially pleaching or growing or grafting trees without genetic modification into usable shapes. We have tried everything. And I know there was another talk, someone did a thing about growing homes. That's my kind of people. We've been trying to grow homes for a long time. This one was looking at the science of actually cheating nudging plants to make one single long tap root. So we created these ultrasonic dark environments that expand, make these big long tap roots that we could shape over computer-driven molds and give us any geometry. This was the wake up. We suddenly realized we didn't have to spend so much time growing the plants. We can go to biomass farms that grow willows, which is a good dicot, up to something like 3 meters plus in length. Here they chop them down, pelletize them, use them to be burned for, I guess, renewable energy. Great. So we want to take them, not only let them do their thing for energy, but we can also move them into the construction business. So we started looking at scaffoldings. Here's dead willows as an example. The scaffoldings are controlled by our parametric models. We then weave the willows into those scaffolding. On day one, it is an alive, fully grown, full-scale structure. So that's one of the models for it. This one's at the MAC in Vienna, part of the permanent installation. This was another version of it. It's called Home Alive. The infill systems, another great material, is coconut husks. So that weaves in between the scaffolding of the living willows, and they're in clusters. Some will die, that's okay, others will grow. And then this version, which we have not shown before, so this is your first time you guys are ever seeing it, unless you look at our Instagram account, which, does anyone care about that? No, not many people. This is one of our multi-species facade systems that get put inside the engineered living material system. So it's ELMs and multi-species together, multi-tiered structure that cares for avian species, insects, squirrels, all of our friends on the outside of our building. Inside, good for people, no friends. Those things stay outside. This is another view of the house we're growing upstate New York. It starts with scaffolding and multi-species facades. It then gets populated. We fit the scaffolding with those willows from farms. And then after a certain amount of time, roughly a year or two, we remove the scaffolding, reuse it elsewhere, and we've got a multi-species system that's held together by alive structures. This is another view of it right here. It's about 50 feet long, 38 feet wide. This is the site that it's going on right now in upstate New York. It's pretty much next to Storm King Art Center near the Dia Beacon. Anyone is welcome to come and check it out and let us know what you think. That is another view of it, and it's fully integrated into the landscape. We see it as a kind of a heart within a local food web or ecosystem. And then, if it's not that, we've been looking at, if it's not housing, we've been looking at this client, which is, well, actually thousands of these guys, something about food. Because we work in waste, water, air quality, architecture, mobility, infrastructure. Like these guys were really looking at this question of we can't eat cows, pig, chicken, lamb, all of that stuff without being fully sustainable. The United Nations had said, can Europeans and Americans eat more of these? Our answer was no, not now. I would not eat that thing at all because it's too spiky, it's got eyes, and it's living. But if we milled it into a powder, we have a different system. So we looked at a technology called architecture to kind of change our relationship between these guys and industrial farming, create a powder that's an alternate form of protein. So why do that? Well, if you compare these two sections, one's in a city, same amount of land, get the same amount of protein from both of those sections of land. The thing is, from cricket powder, it's 300 times less greenhouse gas emissions and 2,000 gallons less water per gram of protein than an industrial cow, which is pretty good. So all kinds of studies were done to look at the crickets and what they like. We produced this cricket shelter and farm. Every 6 or 7 weeks or so, each one of those bio units produces a bag of chirp chips that you can harvest and consume. We treat them like sentient beings because they are. So they live their lives happy, they run around the shelter, they meet other crickets, they make cricket babies, they eventually die of old age, eating lots of good food, orange peels, lime rinds, apple cores. It changes their gut metabolism, which makes them more flavorful. So working with Michelin-rated chefs, and a shout out to Brooklyn Bugs, Joseph Yoon, fun guy, eats tarantulas. We're not doing that, we're thinking of more practical stuff. But this is the shelter. The wind cowl systems on the top are called cricket horns. So when the crickets are happy, they do something called stratolation. They make these chirps, and they're looking for mates. When the shelter is, these crickets aren't worried about survival, the whole thing starts to chirp and sing, and that gets magnified through vibrating columns of air that move through the vent system in the shelter and get accentuated out the top. And that's showing that exact system here. And then, I never know how to present this because it's always a little awkward, but we designed cricket sex pods, like little places for crickets to meet other crickets. The females do something and the male. And it's the only use for a Voronoi pattern I can think of in architecture that actually does kind of work. And that's the shelter. And then just a few more other things. We've been working at farm systems that you can change our relationship between pasture to plate. So this is called plug-in ecology. These are spheres that are green balls instead of green walls. They're robotically milled. They come flat packed. You assemble them inside your home. They could be anywhere from, almost 20 feet to 8 feet, depending. You can occupy it inside, so it's part cabin, part couch, part farm. You can grow things on the inside or outside. We used a lot of cellular agronomy, growing plants instead of from saplings or seeds, but from test tubes, along with plants that you want to have now. High-yield crops like arugula, mint, spirulina, not stuff you can get someplace in Ohio, like corn or wheat, but things you want to have fresh to enhance your salad, and do that directly where there's no loss of carbon in transportation, or you save a ton. And that's one of these the views of the farm pod. IKEA frickin' stole the idea. Those guys, they came and saw it. They have a crappy version of it, but it's cheaper, and if more people use it, I guess that's okay. Most of our work, if not all of it, is as open sourced as possible. We welcome other teams to take this stuff and do better. That's the point. We're not, as a nonprofit, trying to compete or own the market of farm pods. That's not exactly it. But we do want some kind of acknowledgement that we did that work. But other than that, share and learn, evolve, and grow. I think that's kind of our motto. And then this project was one that was very dear to us. These are painted ladies. Our client, in this case, was the monarch butterfly. And about just less than a year ago, they've been listed as now an endangered species. That was really hard because we've been 5 years of research on this when they were an at-risk insect. But most of their milkweed on the planet has been destroyed by humans. So we're just basically killing off one of the most beautiful butterflies in North America, if not the world. We had anticipated something like that, got a crazy client, Jackie Jengea, to put up a building in Lolita. He wanted some architects to do a green design. We're like, we're not those people. There's lots of others. Let them do it. We'll do it if it's super green and you care for something else. For some reason, he said yes. He didn't lose a single bit of usable, rentable square footage. But in the double skin facade of the building, in the atrium, the rooftop garden, and in the back, we provided habitat for monarchs. Again, it's not going to save them. It will increase the biodiversity locally. It will help rewild parts of the city. It's actually called animal-aided design. If anything, it'll communicate to people we're losing these butterflies and they should do something about it. Most cases, when you want to do something about it, it's at the voting booth. Vote for people who are promoting something like the Green New Deal, because these things are disappearing. We got various grants, can't name them all, but on the outside are these large OLED screens that show the drama of butterflies doing little things with each other, and it's displayed largely so you can see it from far away and go, what is this building about? Learn that the monarch is disappearing and try and make a difference. This was another design we had done in that process for the American Museum of Natural History, rethinking their entire butterfly exhibit. They had places, you've got to go to the new Gilder Center. It's an amazing project that's happening there. But they were formerly feeding butterflies in Petri dishes with Gatorade. And we're like, oh, that's not cool. So instead, we offered them this system, which is for perching, sleeping, egg laying, fresh fruits, and focuses kids. Kids can see this thing in a whole lush garden and see butterflies doing their thing and at least get some relationship to nature. And then getting more grants to work on a system that we can put in buildings that's fireproof, structural, lasts 200 plus years. And this is with BASF. So here's a fly ash impregnated concrete called Green Sense. It's the lowest carbon produced concrete you can get, although honestly I don't see a future in concrete. The geometries here are all about the life cycle of monarchs. It gets fit into this engineered 2-ton facade prototype that we had made for the Smithsonian. And in here, it's designed to allow butterflies, especially monarchs, to jumpstart their lives and their populations again. It's porous, so they can go in and out. It's not a cage for butterfly production for like weddings or something. It's just a place where they got a chance, because every place else is trying to kill them off. When you look out the window of this particular facade system, you see this beautiful vertical meadow teeming with life, lots of fun butterflies doing their thing. So we did have live monarchs in there for one day. That's not a museum that could have the Smithsonian, Cooper Hewitt. It's not a place where you can actually have live insects. So they were released into the conservatory gardens, but that was a part of that project. And it has since moved on. Also doing a building with ODA architects. El Segunda is a different butterfly. It's the LA butterfly. Also disappearing. Here we're looking at a 9-story parking garage where it's a double skin facade to save that butterfly. And I think lastly, we've been looking at height and towers. I just got back from, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and it's just the world over there they're just building bigger and bigger and bigger and not better. So, and they're not going to stop. And the IPCC report in the United Nations is saying that the building sector is increasing. Not only is it just so damaging to the environment, but it is just increasing, not decelerating, but getting worse all the time. This was an idea of a CLT wood construction diagrid that's infilled with also a structural living plant system that's succulent and drought tolerant. And a few of them we're trying to think of, can we bring some species back from extinction that would make the tallest, what we call arboreal tower, living tower, that would be in existence. So here it's 9 stories, which is, or was it 12? Well, 12 in certain parts. The purpose for this building is a vertical farm inside it, and then the outside is a completely different thing. It's a living skin. So we're growing plants on the inside using almost no water, protecting it from certain insect infestations, and the outside is that living skin system. So that is a very quick review of some of the things we've been up to, and I know you guys are up to fabulous things. Thank you very much for listening, guys, and yeah, it's great to be here. Good luck. Thanks, guys.
Okay, he's much taller than I am. I need to go down. Okay, everyone, we're going to go right into presentations. Are we ready? Can I get Aula Future and First Hand up here first? You guys can talk through this. This is to go forward. It's a clicker. This is to go forward. This is to go back. And then you'll see your project. That's a confidence one. Can you do this? Whenever y'all are ready.
All right. Hello. Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. My name's Tino.
My name is.
Oh,
It's very light.
this one. No, I don't think so. I guess we'll just all have to share.
Hello. Okay, this one works.
Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Tino.
My name is Hershida.
My name is Queena, and we are Team LilyPad.
So, food produced from large-scale agriculture is increasingly expensive, making it inaccessible to those who need it the most. And unfortunately, this is not a problem that affects few of us. In fact, around the world today, 3 billion people do not have access to fresh, local food. So we're high schoolers from Philadelphia, so we wanted to see how this issue impacted our hometown. And what we found was actually quite interesting. In some ways, Philadelphia can be regarded as an agricultural capital. It's surrounded by 50,000 farms. It boasts itself over 400 community gardens, but when you look closer, it's actually a sprawling food desert. A quarter of Philadelphia residents face food insecurity, half of North Philadelphians live in the food desert, and a quarter of Philadelphia youths eat one or fewer daily servings of fruits or vegetables.
So how does food insecurity impact Philadelphians? Well, firstly, it lowers community health overall. It drives down outside investment into the community. It also lowers culinary diversity due to a lack of access to fresh produce. And lastly, it also lowers work opportunities. So, what if we could grow healthy crops that are accessible, resilient, and sustainable in Philadelphia while regenerating the surrounding environment?
Meet LilyPad. Our innovative floating garden supplies affordable fresh produce to your neighborhood. There are a few steps that go into the installation of LilyPad. So first, the cloth trays of seed and soil are pre-germinated, and the flotation pads are assembled and attached. And then you can place the LilyPad in the water. Next, you can place the trays of germinating plants on the top of floating LilyPad. And then via capillary action, the river water passes through the several layers of filtration before reaching the cloth bottom of the tray and hydrating the plants. Once the plants are fully grown, they're ready to be harvested and consumed, and the process can start over again.
So in order to ensure that the water we were using to irrigate our crops is safe for human consumption, LilyPad employs several stages of well-established filtration. So in our most current prototype, as you can see up on the board, the exterior is made up of a recycled 5-gallon water jug with holes at the bottom for water to enter. The water passes through a layer of mussels, then a layer of gravel, a layer of biochar, a layer of sand, another layer of gravel, and then it travels upward through a sponge to reach the bottom of the cloth tray up top to hydrate the soil. Furthermore, when we were considering what plants to first grow in our LilyPad prototype, we firstly examined the resiliency of these plants to toxins in the soil as a further failsafe in the unlikely event that contamination were to get past the several layers of filtration. We also considered whether they would thrive in the North American climate, and we incorporated community preference.
So the life cycle of LilyPad consists of 3 components, with the first being of the product itself. So here we have LilyPad being assembled and placed onto the river, where we then insert our germinating trays, which include our seeds and soil. So once our produce is fully grown, it's then harvested and transported to community centers. Now, in our second component, we have our educational workshops. So this is where community centers, they lead lessons educating people about food insecurity and food deserts locally. They then have the opportunity to make their own water filtration systems and help us germinate seeds in our trays. And these 2 components are sent back to LilyPad to be assembled together. Now, in our third component, we have our farmers market, and these are hosted by the same participating community centers. So they receive all of this fresh and fully grown produce, and they organize it all into a market where consumers, they can purchase very fresh and local affordable produce. Now, at the end of this market, the profits go back into the community, and we also collect leftover scraps and produce to reuse for composting. Now here you see all 3 components of LilyPad intersect together with our product, our educational workshops, and also our farmers market.
So given that the concept of floating farms have already been explored and have been implemented, we actually challenged ourselves to make something that was simple and affordable to assemble.
So breaking this goal down further, we firstly considered how people would service a LilyPad while it was in the water, and we ideated upon a tray system to make the whole process of switching out trays easier and requiring less people. Then regarding irrigation, how we were going to get the water from the river up to where the plants were growing, we ideated upon several systems, including going back to an Archimedes screw powered by the river current, a solar power water pump and sprinkler, but in the spirit of biodesign, simplicity, and affordability, we decided to use capillary action to do the work of vertically lifting the water. Finally, regarding filtration, we again ideated upon a bunch of different methods, including evaporation chambers, but once again, to make the product as simple and affordable as possible, we used the natural processes of mussel filtration, biochar, sand, and gravel.
So you may ask why we decided to incorporate mussels in our project. Freshwater mussels are actually an endangered species in the US. They feed on bacteria and organic matter, and one mussel can actually filter 15 gallons of water in one day. So our LilyPad doubles as a freshwater mussel nursery, and it provides a safe habitat for them to grow before we use them for repopulation projects in the waterways. When we were working on our project, we found it essential to connect with community members to better understand how we can tailor our project to meet their needs.
And so after incorporating that community feedback and doing lots and lots and lots and lots of iteration, we finally reached upon our LilyPad.
So keeping the focus of convenience in our mind, we found that LilyPad combined the natural water filtration system with capillary action and a pull-out tray system to produce fresh and local foods. When we were testing our prototype in the Philadelphia Schuylkill River, we found that LilyPad successfully decreased the overall contamination levels of the water, and it reduced the concentration of heavy metals such as zinc. And here we have some images and videos of our test, and you can see it actually worked and it floated.
Now, in the future, with further iterations of LilyPad, we hope to address several challenges. So firstly, we want to make sure that LilyPad is resilient against natural disasters, water pollution, and also changing seasons such as the winter. We also want to make sure that our produce is edible and safe to eat with further testing. And lastly, we want to figure out the lifespan of LilyPad itself and our filtration systems.
However, that being said, we would also like to highlight some of the major successes that we think LilyPad has to offer. So the most common alternative to conventional agriculture in an urban setting is the community garden. However, the annual irrigation costs of community gardens often amount in the thousands, which is a financial burden that makes community gardens prohibitively expensive for low-income communities. However, on the other hand, LilyPads of any size require no external irrigation, resulting in 100% cheaper water bills for communities thinking of growing their own food. Secondly, the cost of urban property value continues to increase. In contrast, LilyPad makes use of the unused land space, or should I say water space, in Philadelphia's abundant waterways to grow fresh local food.
So how does implementing LilyPad impact Philadelphians? When producing food, it's time, resource, and labor efficient. There's a net positive impact on the environment as we regenerate the mussel population, cleanse the water, and grow food. Community engagement and nutritional education increases, and community health improves.
So what are some next steps for LilyPad? Well, firstly, we want to connect with the Discovery Center, which is a local Philadelphia environmental organization. We want to work with them to host our first educational bill workshop. We'll also like to work with the Fairmount Waterworks, a Philadelphia water resource center, to help float our prototypes onto the Schuylkill River. Lastly, we also want to partner with Drexel University to help test our crops for toxins and ensure its quality before hosting our first farmers market.
So in the end, we hope that LilyPad looks something like this: growing healthy food for Philadelphians, educating and inspiring our city's youth, and in the end, driving a healthier and cleaner Philadelphia. And so we would like to thank all of the experts we were able to reach out to over the course of this project that offered invaluable advice to us, especially as we were iterating. We would like to thank our wonderful instructors, Jennifer Baxter and Marco Locatelli, for all of their help in this project. Without them, we wouldn't have even known where to start, and they helped us every step of the way. And finally, thank you to everyone who played a part in this year's Biodesign Challenge. It's truly been an amazing experience, and we've learned many lessons that we'll be sure to carry forward. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, hello. You can hear me, right? Okay, judges, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and I'll walk over to you. It's gonna break the ice. All right, Jane.
Good morning. Thank you all for the presentation. I had the pleasure of seeing it yesterday. So it gives me an opportunity to dig deeper with you, especially after Amber's presentation yesterday, which I think pointed out really deeply that technical designs without thinking about the social complexities often don't work. And I think your team has done an exceptional job really thinking through so many of the components of this technical system. And what I'd like to ask you is to maybe describe a little bit more how you're thinking about this as a social system as it engages with the community. So in other words, how does this actually function? Who does the labor? When you say community, what actually does community mean? So who harvests, who sells, how do those profits get distributed? You know, aspects like that as a social side to your amazing product side.
Thank you for that question. So firstly, I would just like to say that, you know, usually food deserts are found in low-income and marginalized communities, which is what really inspired us to work on this project. And so that's why when we were building out the technical aspect of, well, what you see floating there, we also wanted to, as you said, consider the social complexities, which is why we instituted our educational workshops and our farmers markets. So we found that not only is this food insecurity and the poor health outcomes that result caused by a lack of supermarkets in the area, although that plays a huge role, it's also, because this has been happening for so many years, it's also the lack of education and knowledge in these communities surrounding the importance of consuming healthy, fresh food. And so that's why we have our educational workshops. Now, what we also realize is that Philadelphia, thankfully, has tons of community centers that are already embedded within communities. And so regarding your question about the labor, because, sorry, I don't know if I can click back to the life cycle, but in the life cycle, really the only labor that has to be done is putting the lily pads in the water and bringing the trays to the community centers, which could be done by us to begin when we're starting on the small scale, but hopefully we'll eventually have community volunteers to do that. But I think what the beauty of our project is that people are essentially learning and growing their own food at the same time in our educational workshops, because they're building their own lily pads, they're planting their own crops, and then I think what's really special about it is that months later, we come back with a bunch of fresh food. It can be organized into a farmer's market, and then those profits go back to the community centers, distributed into programming to further educate and engage with the community.
Coming to you, Carrie, and then Orkan.
Thanks for your great presentation. My questions are about, have you thought about how this interacts with the local ecosystem? Both in the mussels that you're using, if you're planning on ever expanding this, say, away from Philly, and with anything else that lives in the water, including potentially waterfowl that might eat all the plants.
Yeah, so right now we're growing mussels. LilyPad acts as like sort of a mussel habitat, and we've actually spoken to a lot of mussel experts in Philadelphia. So we're trying to regenerate these mussel populations just because they've been faced by a lot of the zebra mussels that are attacking them. And the Philadelphia and Fairmount Waterworks, they have successfully implemented mussels into the water safely, so we sort of want to follow in that and help with the mussels as well.
Coming to you again.
Thank you. Great presentation, great concept. Sometimes when we are designers, we come up with great ideas, but we don't know the long-term impact. You said there are tons of community centers that can benefit from it, but if you start seeing these barges all around Philadelphia waterways, at some point it might be too much. How do you decide when it's too much, when it starts to pollute the environment versus when it's only, when it's only useful for humans? At some point, are there any measures in your design that will prevent us from that kind of future?
So, are you saying like when should we stop implementing more LilyPads?
What happens if it's very successful and everyone does it?
Right. I mean, I guess that would be amazing on a personal standpoint, but yes, I do see your concerns. So firstly, I'll address what I think is the spatial concern. So Philadelphia is flanked by two waterways, the Schuylkill River and the Delaware River, which are huge waterways. And again, not maybe other urban centers. The good thing is that urban centers are usually located near riverways, but maybe other urban centers don't have as many rivers, but we're starting in Philadelphia and we don't see an issue with running out of river space. I mean, there are already many projects such as instituting floating wetlands and things that are going on along the Philadelphia rivers because I think I mentioned this in my presentation yesterday, but while answering a question yesterday, but basically only like the center is used for boating traffic because the sides are too shallow. So right now, lots of organizations in Philly are already basically doing this, just not with edible plants. And they're growing them along the sides of the river to kind of just add more greenery because unfortunately our rivers, Philadelphia used to be a major industrial center and it still is. And so our, the ecosystems living next to the river were pretty much decimated. And so lots of organizations are already instituting plants along the sides of the river. So in the long term, maybe we'll run out of space, but honestly, that may be a good thing because beautifying the river and putting greenery everywhere while producing food, I think, and repopulating the mussels and cleaning the river, I think that'll end up being a good thing.
We have time for one more question. Yeah, Leslie.
I also saw your presentation yesterday, so it's nice to see it again. Have you thought about turning the sites where there's the planting into a kind of another sort of community center, so like a park or some other gathering place? So not just like a growing field, but some place that brings people together?
So currently where we're testing our LilyPad, it was at the Schuylkill River, which is in Philadelphia, and they already have like a area where people row and gather to like have like recreational things. And there are other teams and stuff that come there to learn about the environment there. There's like a forest there too. So we could use like this time to make like a little, like that time to make a little camp or something to also do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add, so right now, I don't know, I don't know if we've engineered the LilyPad to support a lot of human weight, but we actually did think about that when designing our LilyPads. We thought about maybe as an end goal, making them stable enough so, you can actually like go off from the land or from the dock where it's attached to and walk around like on top of the LilyPads. But yeah, thank you.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. Nice job, y'all.
Good job, good job.
Okay, give me a second to make my way up. All right. Cool. SEIC, you're up here already. All right, come on up. So you can press this to go forward. You can go back with this. Try not to touch the mics at all. You can stand as close as you need to. Cool. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are the team of Nature Nails. My name is Veronica, and this is my partner, Shu. She unfortunately couldn't be with us because she's back home in China, but I'm going to be presenting for both of us today. So let's get straight into it. Our project is Nature Nails, and it is inspired by Shu's cultural heritage. We were particularly interested in the history of nail art in China. This ancient art form can be traced back 3,500 years in ancient Egypt, China, and South America. Back in ancient Egypt, nails were adorned with gold and charms, and people used fur to polish them and henna to dye it. In ancient China particularly, during Shang and Zhou dynasties, nail polish was made out of egg whites, beeswax, natural rubber, and flower petals. People used to crush flower petals, mix them with a loom, and then use that mixture to apply to the nails, and after a couple hours, they would naturally stain. Then, during Qing and Ming dynasties, finger coverings were popular by the ladies of the high imperial court because they used to protect their long nails, which were the symbol of their high status in society. So nail art culture has been popular for thousands of years, but nowadays it causes a lot of problems because we don't use just beeswax and flower petals anymore to make our nails. Nail art is consistently becoming more and more popular. It is projected to have a steady growth of 6.5% a year. And just in the US market in 2020, nail market was worth $14 billion, and then by 2030, it's projected to reach almost $31 billion. And as more and more people become interested in nail art, environmental and social problems associated with it become worse. This is by no means an extensive list of all the issues, just the few hazards that I'm going to be focusing on today. Nail polishes often contain formaldehyde and toluene, which are very harmful chemicals, and long exposure to toluene, for example, can cause nerve, kidney, and liver damage, and also eye, nose irritation, and skin irritation too. Formaldehyde was linked to a risk of cancer, irritation of skin, throat, and eyes. This is a serious hazard for the workers of the nail industry. There's been a study done in Boston in 2019 where people went to a bunch of nail salons and they tested the ventilation system there. What they found was that the ventilation systems usually weren't good enough. Usually there was not enough protective equipment available for the workers. So they measured the blood levels of toluene at the end of shift of workers, and they were high, much higher than they should be. Also, another downside of nail polish is people usually use them only like once or twice before they throw out the whole bottle. And there was a research that simulated the dispersion of nail polish in the waterways, and it found out that after just 96 hours of exposure, the zebrafish larva has had significant fatality. So our solution to the problem is artificial nails that are going to be made out of gelatin and attached using keratin adhesive. We would dye our extensions with natural dyes, lowering the need for nail polish. We want to replace toxic nail extensions and nail polishes with our colored artificial nails. We want to make sure that our compounds are safe for people that use them and for the environment, and are also not expensive and easy to produce and very affordable. That's why we decided to stick to the materials close to the body and use keratin from waste hair to produce the nail extension itself, and gelatin extracted from fish scales, another waste product to create the nail. Then we tested a bunch of different pigments to see how well our material take on natural dyes. Ideally, we hope that everybody that does their nails in the salon or at home could use our product instead of toxic alternative, and our aim is to make it affordable, safe, and easy to use. Our initial idea was that every day in North America, around 63,000 pounds of hair is being discarded just by hair salons, and hair is made out of keratin, so are our nails. So our thought process was, what if we make our extensions out of keratin from the waste hair? As we were working on our first prototype, we decided to collect a bunch of hair from our professor and classmates, dissolve them in a hydrogen peroxide solution with 1.3 grams of sodium hydroxide. We heated it up and then added some acid to balance the pH, and keratin precipitated. As we're working on our first prototype, in parallel, we decided to test a bunch of natural dyes to see how well our materials work with them. We used black beans, avocado peats, blackberries, and Serratia marcinus. We ended up going with a different material, but it still was very useful to see how what pigments we can work with. So the keratin that we extracted turned out to be way too fragile to make an actual usable prototype. So we tried strengthening it by incorporating calcium ion in it. We added 50 milliliters of 15% calcium chloride, but the texture turned out to be really, really weird, foamy, and kind of sand-like, so that didn't work for us. Then we tried mixing in gelatin, and the material just wasn't strong enough. So we decided to pivot to a new direction and use keratin instead of the extension itself for adhesive. We did our research and found an existing patent that uses keratin to produce adhesive. For that, you just need to mix dry keratin with 2.5 sodium hydroxide solution, heat it up in an autoclave for a few minutes, under moderate pressure, and then filter it. It produces liquid glue. We couldn't test it out because we didn't have an autoclave, but the patent that we found seems to be working. For extensions themselves, we decided to pivot and use gelatin instead of keratin. And our final recipe turned out to be 1-to-1 ratio of gelatin to water with 4% of added chitin for water resistance. Here are some of our early prototypes. We tested different shapes, sizes. We tried to make something thin like film, but also see if we can get like a texture and precise shape. Next challenging for us was waterproofing our nails. Gelatin dissolves in water, which would be completely unsuitable if you need to wash your hair or wash dishes. So we tried adding 2% of beeswax to it. It helped a little bit, but not enough. We tried increasing the percentage of beeswax, but then the material just turned a little brittle and wasn't good. Adding agar didn't help either. Then we did our research once more, and we came across the paper about waterproofing bioplastics, and researchers were using chitin. Just 4% of chitin provides water resistance, high temperature resistant, and is degradable in soil by microorganisms. So we didn't have the compressing equipment to test it out, but chitin worked for researchers with similar materials and under the similar conditions as us. Next challenge for us was making the prototypes in the correct shape of the nail. Here, Shu's jewelry making background came really in handy because we used investment casting technique. Shu made a pattern tree out of nail extensions, dipped it into a latex slurry, and then we poured our mixture into it. Once the nail dried, we extracted it and came out with the shape of the nails. The problem with that was that the mixture that we were using was 1-to-1 gelatin to water. We used that high ratio so it doesn't shrink when it dries up, but it made it very viscous. So we have to either use a high pressure ejection machine, or what also worked for us was carefully painting them onto existing nail extensions, and once they're dry, just peeling them off. So here are some of the results that we made. She experimented a lot with different patterns, different shapes, and another thing we did was make like pretty 3D designs on the nails, which I thought turned out really, really nicely. We also have some issues with our project that we think are important. First one is we might be encouraging overfishing because we use chitin and fish scales. Even though it's a waste product, nail industry is massive, so by us increasing the demand, we can be affecting very poorly the environment, and it can cause the degradation of even coastal economies if the fish disappear. So we did our research, and there's a company called Geltor that used to make gelatin using fermentation. They no longer use it for now, but they already have the technology developed. It would drive the cost of our product up initially, but if it became popular, it would lower down with time. Another thing that might be an issue is hair on the black market, because it's already a problem, and then if we collect more hair, we might encourage that. So I think our solution for that would be establishing really strong relationships early on with the local hair salons, so we can ask them for their waste hair. Then there are also competitors that are already on the market and are aiming to make greener solution for nail polish. Most of them cost from $7 to $9 a bottle of nail polish. Some only sell in sets for like $40. Some of them, like Glamnatic, they make extensions out of recycled plastic, but it's still plastic. And then Green Science was the only one that was making it out of biomass, but they're not on the market. I think you can request like a set of nails from them on the website, but they're not selling it. So our aim for this product was to make it out of cheap materials so we could it would be more affordable to more people. So I looked up prices for a kilogram of each material. Gelatin comes down to $7, chitin from 10 to 1,000 depending on the quality. Hair is about $100 for long cuts, but we can literally use just scrap hair from the smallest haircut because the length doesn't matter to us. And caustic soda is about $10, which is pretty affordable considering how light the extensions are and how much product we can make out of a kilogram of materials. So thank you.
Yes, Carrie.
Thanks. I'm so impressed with all of the steps you went through and all the iterations and all the troubleshooting. That was really good.
Thank you.
Scientific method there. My main question is about the keratin extraction process for your glue, and please correct me if I got a little bit wrong because you did go through so many iterations. My question is about the chemicals that you have to use for that, and sort of the toxicity of those, any byproducts from those, how you would envision getting rid of those, handling them, things like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The patent we found uses dry keratin. They use it from hoofs and chicken feathers, but we hope to use it from hair. And for that, you just need to mix dry keratin with caustic soda in an autoclave for a couple of minutes, and then you filter it out. And to dissolve hair, I think we use hydrogen peroxide, and I think we added acid to balance out the pH to extract the keratin. So those would be the main chemicals that are in the process that are involved there.
Judges? I will stand here until someone, okay.
Wondered if you could comment about where, if this was wildly successful, where you would see this in 5 years? Like, what would you hope would be the market for this, and what would just your future hopes?
Yeah, for us, we are hoping that we could ship it to people's houses so they can use that as their nail extensions instead of acrylics. And when they take them off, and even if they discard them, it would be not as harmful as the plastics are. And also, we would hope that people would use them in the salons so that workers don't have to breathe in the chemicals from the classic nail polishes. So that would be our main market: the consumer directly and the people who work with the material.
We have time for one last, Jane.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. It was super thorough. I have a question, again, related to the system beyond the product itself. In the way you've, your process as designers, and if you did any kinds of qualitative research in talking to different nail salons, to owners of the businesses, to the workers, to clients, and just kind of learned a little bit about, habits of use or things like that. And then also, if you play tested any of your prototypes, like, did you have other people besides yourselves try them out and give you feedback?
So for the nail salons, we asked the nail salons next to where she lives, particularly for what they do with waste hair, because we wanted to see maybe they recycle it somehow, or maybe they use it for something else. And we figured out that most of it is just getting dumped at the end of the day. So that was very useful. They wouldn't mind us taking it and using it for our purposes. And then the second question was...
Just then, if you, in all of your prototypes, did you actually have people kind of give you feedback and test it and things like that?
We had Shu tested out, and she said it's not as firm of the material as acrylics because it's not plastic, it's made out of gelatin, but in properties and feel, it's similar to regular acrylics. It's smooth, it's light, it's just not going to last as long as the acrylic nail.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Wonderful job. Up next, we have UT Austin. Is Brad here? There he is. Okay. Come on. So You got a clicker. Go forward, go back. Use the confidence monitor here. Try not to touch the mics.
Hi, folks. Thank you for the chance to share some of this work again. I'll preface this the same way I did speaking with folks yesterday. It's a bit personal, a bit obsessive, perhaps a bit strange, and definitely slightly creepy crawly, just FYI. So I'm Brad. I'm coming from UT Austin, and I'll be speaking about fear and the motions of orb-weaving spiders. In particular, this creature, which set up outside my home this past fall. It's a spotted orb weaver. It's roughly the size of a $1 coin, and its web is 1.5 to 2 feet in diameter. For context, I've feared spiders since I was young. You can see in this slide that it's a bit miscalibrated. Scorpions, snakes, diving, which are all on average more hazardous to me, are by comparison quite comfortable. And so I began this work with the hope that I could use creative work as an exposure therapy process, self-directed, to move past that. I also want to note an idea from Albert Bandura's 1970s snake phobia research, namely that engaging with fear in one area of life is useful and often translatable to others. So I was excited about both particular application and generally. Process-wise, I started with months during the fall of daily observation. It's a nocturnal creature, so that was early in the morning and late at night on either end of my commute. And then followed that with a flurry of creative activity, which I'll talk about momentarily. I'd say I didn't approach this as systematically as I perhaps wish I had. I definitely approached it enthusiastically and perhaps a bit frenetically. One of the eerier motions that I encountered the spider making was the capture and shrouding of a fly in silk. It was a little alarming to me to see the leg motions. And so one approach that I took to observing this granularly was to mimic it in a sort of analogous human way with a wine bag and an apple crate abdomen. The motions that I go through there, thank you. Public speaking is also on the scary things list. Thanks. So the motions there, the alternating leg draw of the silk from the abdomen and the spinning of the fly wine bag towards me were based directly on the observation of that moment. A additional strategy that I tried was a sort of negotiation with part of myself, in this case represented as an anthropomorphized version of the spider. The beige in glasses is the spider, in case that's ambiguous. I got this technique from reading a little bit about Gestalt dream analysis, in which you observe or embody different components of a situation or a dream and their interactions, and ideally come to some greater understanding or resolution. And so you can see the sort of internal conflict playing out here. I do find the web structures quite remarkable. And this proposed resolution is just a quick sketch of a concept for a sculpture garden using the elements that existed outside of my home, a light and some beams to create a pleasant, intentionally designed sculpture garden where humans and spiders could share the space. At this point, I want to note that I'm expressly taking inspiration from the works of Aki Nomada and Tomas Cerceno. So by now, the fear had meaningfully changed. It's difficult to articulate, but I would say at this point I was still disconcerted by spiders, but much more in the sort of eerily fascinated way, and began to become much more curious. And I found myself focusing on the web weaving motion very, very granularly. And that's just a sample that I'll discuss in more depth. It continues around repeatedly and then concludes and sort of perches on the web. So in this strategy, I use projection to comfortably and granularly interact with the spider, observing and mimicking its motions as best I could with a pen. This is just a process photo of that. I also work with some SeaNails, which I'll get to in a minute. That results in abstract forms like these, which can look unrecognizable and strange. But in the context of the footage, there's a couple things I note here. One, on the right-hand side of the left image, you can really clearly see a comparably vertical climb, where the spider sort of slowly starts in this dense lower right quadrant and then climbs up against gravity, spends a little bit less time at the top of the apex, and then sort of swings down. And that seems to repeat in the 3 or 4 of these final web turns. And so to sort of check the extent to which I was effectively paying attention to the motion, I compared that to footage. This is a few stills. This is an average of stills. You can see again a little less time spent up top, higher density in the lower right, and a sort of curve to the lower right quadrant. And here's a comparison, the leftmost being digital. Another strategy I tried was breaking down the motion into a sort of choreography or steps, stage by stage. So these are a few frames at a time. Sumi ink and rice paper, the motion that the spider went through in order to do that weave. And those are some of my favorites. And so the curiosity about motion continued. I was in the midst of reading a book by Kate Darling called The New Breed, which analogizes between human reactions to animal motion in our environment and human reactions to robot motion in our environment. And since I'd had a pronounced reaction and continued to be curious about this web weaving motion, I began playing with, at first, this sort of grade school educational tool made by a robot, which I highly recommend. This is Sumi ink and a whiteboard. And then I used object detection to get the position of the spider's abdomen in the frame of the footage over time, and through a very messy series of experiments, using effectively a Roomba, but the educational or engineering version, and experimenting with Sumi ink, pen, paint, charcoal. I eventually started to get the forms that I recognized. The latest version of this ran repeatedly for several hours. Folks found it engaging, and I had some good conversations about that, which I'll touch on. And here's a comparison of the forms through different mediums. So I want to reflect a little bit. In terms of the original goal of moving beyond my fear of spiders, I definitely think about that quite differently. I would say it's much more of how might I change my relationship with the fear or use it as a resource towards creativity or curiosity, and I highly recommend that approach. Some other learnings are certainly iteratively parsing the actual risks, what is actually dangerous, what is sort of perceived or intuitively seems dangerous but is not. Setting expectations. I don't like walking through spider webs. I don't like spiders on me, but I'm notably more comfortable and curious about them in my environment. In terms of next steps on this and applicability to people beyond myself, I'd like to consolidate this learning list and sort of compare and contrast with the existing research on fear a bit better in a way that's more actionable for other folks. Based on the conversations I've had coming out of this work, I'm quite confident there are plenty of people who are afraid of spiders or other creatures in a way that they wish they weren't. And I do see that as a creative opportunity. I do see that as something that people can use and transform into a positive. On this second question that's come out of the robotic component, that's much more nascent. I thought it was really cool when I first did this. I was really excited about it, but it turns out there's a lot of existing research on abstract motion and the responses it elicits from people. There's studies from the 40s on perceived animacy of simple shapes moving around a screen, and there's a great 2010 paper on the perceived emotional affect of a Roomba varied systematically based on acceleration and direction. The area I'm interested in going with this is, instead of focusing on acceleration and direction, things like these, instead building a sort of library of biological inspired motions in the way that we have readily available 2D or 3D organic forms that have distinctively delightful or distinctively uncanny attributes. So I'd like to build that out using the Roomba in 4D. The other component of this that has come up several times in process and came up a bit yesterday was, could I actually get the Roomba to weave effectively, which I would love to do, but I've not yet figured out. If anyone has ideas on that, I would love to hear them. So I'll pause there. These are some references, a few I got to, a few I didn't, really helpful tools, and these are the people I would like to thank.
Yes, sir, Ken. Off the bat.
Great presentation, great project. I think it's really refreshing to see someone really starting as a personal journey and not ended up saying that we are going to save the world with spiders. I really appreciate that. What really was also remarkable is that it started with a very personal relationship with a spider that is at your place. But it's, at some point you abstracted out and you went to different directions, which is really nice in this journey. But I want to bring back, like, it is similar to my octopus teacher story, you know, what you learn from the spider. But I want to ask you, what happened to that spider in that very personal relationship? After all of this comes to us, we are the audience for this, but how does that relationship with that spider evolve, and what's happening to that now? Because as designers, we should not forget our subjects. You know?
So they're seasonal creatures, and one day it disappeared. I don't totally know why. There's no web remnants, so it may be that, and they tend to disappear as it's getting colder in the winter, so it's sort of spring through late fall. Someone was selling an apartment in the complex, so I think maybe it was sort of like a real estate thing, like they didn't want the spider in the hallway, so it might have gotten swept away. So I don't know. There was another spider later on after that one disappeared, which I tried to keep alive in the winter by bringing it inside, and that one also died shortly after that. It turns out that's a longer discussion. There's some great sort of hobbyists in the area who instructed me on this, but it turns out it's not actually the cold that kills them. It's the timeline.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful presentation. So much of our relationship with both nature and with machines is all about our desire for control. And so one thing I wondered about your project is what kinds of new relationships, metaphors might we use to think about a more, a way of evolving with spiders and with machines like the Roomba, that is not focused on a relationship of control, but perhaps one of more than human relations, co-creation, living together, these kinds of things. I wondered to hear your language around that.
Yeah, so I would say I probably have a distinctive implicit philosophical stance on this that I've struggled for the past few months to articulate. I would say I generally see nature very anthropocentrically in a certain sense. That's the words sort of used different ways in different contexts. And then concurrent with that, have an extreme preference for certain biological interactions or bio-inspired design. In this case, I think the recommendation that I would make, and the thing I'm glad I did, is simply having a very personal and reflective and consciously chosen approach based on the context. So in thinking about this, yeah, I guess that is what I wish for people is a personal and reflective approach based on the context. Yeah.
Coming, Elaine.
I feel like I'm at a loss for words because I find your exploration very beautiful. And I actually was curious, you've taken me for this journey, this personal journey. And in one of the photos, actually, when you showed us the home of where the spider was, I actually was wondering if it was a love letter beside it. So I actually have like a few things to ask. I wondered if there was a piece of plastic with a letter inside, or what seemed to be a letter, whether or not it was an observation, or it looked like a love letter. For some reason, I was thinking that. And in the mode of exploration, oftentimes, I find that we might fall in love with our subject. And so I wanted to ask you if you had fallen in love with a spider. And I also see some of your observations of you becoming your subject. For you to embody the spider, there certainly is an added, this performative aspect and integration of your subject into the self. How does that inform your work, and where are you going with this? And what is your next fear to conquer?
Ooh. On the first point, the letter was it was in a shared space, and so the letter was effectively, I'm a graduate student doing research on creating houses for spiders. Please leave this. I promise it won't cause any problems. Contact me at this number if there's any issues. In terms of falling in love might be another. That might be another theme to ponder. Yeah, I'm going to pause on that one. But in terms of fear, I think actually one of the more daunting parts of this project was the imitation. Partly because of the movement of it, that's difficult for me in certain ways, and so that's likely. The other day, I was actually yesterday. I took a break from the conference, and there was this woman in Washington Square Park doing improvised dancing with something like sumi ink or a water-based ink on her hands and feet, and I wasn't familiar, but. Apparently let hair down. Apparently this was sort of featured during the pandemic. And I think that would be the epitome of my next greatest fear would be motion like that is dynamic and organic and in a social context. Yeah, I don't think I covered everything.
That's okay, you can try again later.
Okay.
But did you experience I always will probably say the artist's name wrong, but Tomás Saraceno, did you happen to see his piece at the Shed?
No.
Oh, you got to climb on a web, but we can talk about that later. Thank you.
I would like that.
Thank you, Brad. Wonderful job. All right, we're at our last team. Please come on up. CCA Architecture. So you all can advance with the green, and then you can go back with red if needed. Try and stay facing this way and as close to the mic as possible. And there's a confidence monitor right up front, so you don't have to look up. Good. Whenever you're ready.
Should we say their name? Yeah. So, hi, my name is Kimia. I'm Claire.
I'm Frederick. And my name is Conrad.
Okay. Two towering structures, one man-made, the other found in nature. At the left side, we have the Marina Tower in Chicago, a concrete residential building. Then at the right side, on a much different scale, we have a macroscopic image of a sea urchin. Both of them hold key insights for the pressing issue of carbon emission. One contributes significantly to the production of carbon dioxide, while the other one provides a naturally sustainable solution for it, as it not only does not produce carbon dioxide, but actually stores it. For millions of years, nature has been using a process called biomineralization to store carbon dioxide. And for centuries, humans have been creating earthen structures. Yazd, a city in my home country, where almost half of it is made from earth material and is still inhabited. In comparison to this millennia of experience, only recently have we started using concrete. Over the years, concrete has become the most consumed material on Earth after water. And in opposite to earthen materials, its production process released a significant amount of carbon dioxide, made it a major contributor to environmental degradation. We, as architects, are actually in love with these materials. We have a deep appreciation for it. We imagine it as different architectural elements. It is inexpensive, it is durable, it is versatile. And with the growing demand for housing and infrastructures, it is expected that the usage of it will only increase in the upcoming years. Even in its application, it is flexible, and it can be used in a variety of ways, from low-tech to high-tech techniques like 3D printing. Therefore, if we want to find alternatives to reduce its usage, we have to find materials that can replicate these properties. Now, with taking advantage of fields such as computational design, additive manufacturing, and material engineering, here is our biodesign material called BacTerra, a self-hardening earthen material.
Click through that. So can the microscopic world provide an alternative to the massive carbon footprint of concrete buildings? So here we have the shell of a sea urchin, and so the shell is built out of calcium carbonate, the same material that we find in concrete. And as we zoom in on the shell, you can start to appreciate some of the intricate details of the structure that they're able to build. And what's exciting about this is built through the cooperation of millions of cells working together. And as we look at this zoom in of the sea urchin spine, you can see that this looks similar to the concrete towers that we saw earlier. And so this got us curious, thinking about how can single cells create complex structures? And so this is something that scientists have actually observed for a really long time. And you can see by this drawing by Ernst Haeckel from the early 1900s of a diatom. And so diatoms are single-celled marine organisms, and they actually absorb 10 to 20 billion metric tons of carbon every single year. And so cells that do this aren't biological rarities, but actually underlying bases of our global ecology. Other single-celled organisms can do this too, like this coccolithophore. And with increasing complexity, they can build different structures that protect them from predation, block light, or even magnify it. But we were interested in working with even smaller cells and something that would actually be easier to work with. And so we looked towards bacteria. And bacteria are able to build these biofilms. It's a multicellular community composed of just bacteria. And what some species can do, like Bacillus subtilis, is actually precipitate calcium carbonate, as you can see in those kind of orange granules. And if we look at the individual bacteria, you can appreciate the matrix that they're able to build around each other, this net-like structure and hairs surrounding the bacteria, but also the actual crystal structure of the calcium carbonate that they're precipitating. And these crystals actually add rigidity to their biofilms. So because of this, we were interested in working with Bacillus subtilis. And what's important about Bacillus subtilis is that it is both in our food, like fermented items like kimchi, but it's already part of our microbiome, and it's also safe for the environments where it's found around the globe, both in marine and soil ecosystems. So to create BacTerra, what we created was, get that to play? No, it's not going to. Okay, so what we created was this liquid media broth to grow up the bacteria, and it included special chemicals like urea and calcium chloride to help the precipitation of calcium carbonate mediated by the bacteria. And what's important about the recipe that we made is that all the components, both the bacteria and the chemicals, can actually be sourced from local environments and don't have to be acquired from some central entity. And so when we look at nature, we can see these really beautiful complex structures that are built through the cooperation by both biological systems and the mineral world. And we as humans do something similar where we use the mineral world around us, but we don't integrate the biological diversity that's found around us.
How can we partner with bacteria to produce building materials for humans? BacTerra utilizes a biological process to mineralize calcium carbonate in an earthen material. We begun with the recipe from Dr. Atchell, an engineer and research expert who has been looking to strengthen materials through the use of bacteria. The aim was to modify this recipe with the goal of creating a biomaterial with a consistency that could be easily extruded on a potter bot and could harden without the need to be fired. Our two main ingredients are clay powder, which can be substituted for many fine earthen materials found locally, and the bacteria media, which consists of a nutrient broth and B. subtilis. When mixed together, the bacteria will produce calcium carbonate crystals which bind to the clay and in return strengthen it. Our first round of testing consisted of mixing in small cups and experimenting with other additives. Next, we made small discs and patties, and soon we started printing samples on the PotterBot. Here are a few of our initial tests where we experimented with adding things like crushed sea urchin, sodium alginate, eggshells, and we even tried to modify the liquid media, all with varying outcomes. We found that adding crushed sea urchins could enhance our mix, and we were able to use this because it's a waste product found in California where we were working. Additionally, we did several rounds of testing, experimenting with textures and exploring different geometries that can be applied to different architectural scales. We observed shrinkage, cracking, and many failures. However, after refinement and several rounds of strength testing, we concluded that the bacteria was able to strengthen our materials by about 3 times as much when compared to just clay and water. And the addition of crushed sea urchin shells was able to further enhance this strength as well. This is some SEM imaging taken of our samples at UCSF that inspired us. Our proposal suggests earth can be used from almost any local site, and the introduction of this bacteria, which is also found almost anywhere, can enhance its strength. 3D printing can be used to explore different modular systems and architectural scales. At the time of demolition, when not maintained, this material will gracefully and safely break down and return to its natural environment. Our final recipe is open source and accessible to everyone. We created a biomaterial that is 3 times harder than just the traditional clay and water that can be extruded through various applications and has scalable architectural applications.
So what are the implications of BacTerra in design? To explore this question, we considered the benefits and challenges to scaling and integrating BacTerra into existing building practices. And its ability to self-harden and self-heal allowed us to explore a multiplicity of applications from low-tech hand extrusion and molding, all the way up to advanced robotic manufacturing. However, it's important to note that BacTerra is not meant to replace traditional clay and earth architecture, but rather to complement it by using it to heal cracks and fissures in existing structures. However, if we leverage current advances in 3D printing technology, we're able to realize complex forms inspired by morphological features found in nature. And so we experimented with design parameters such as porosity and surface area, and then measured its effects on strength. Furthermore, mechanical variances such as scaling, twisting, and rotating observed in the growth of mollusk shells add additional material benefits such as reduced weight, increased insulation, improved material efficiency, and the ability to print without formwork. We're not only inspired by these biological forms for their functional performance, but also their creative potential. And if we consider rapid advances in 3D printing technology, we can imagine a future where the manufacturing of building components and materials are not confined to highly controlled laboratory environments and factories, but rather integrated into sited processes that respond to climatic conditions as well as biological conditions. And it has been found that inhabiting Earth architecture has benefits for human well-being as well. But these future potentials are only possible with ongoing collaboration across disciplines and with active public engagement. And we feel that BacTerra's key contribution to the field of biodesign is that it enables us to address challenges of human habitation and habitat creation by integrating living communities, human and otherwise. And with the potential of decentralizing and democratizing current industrial building standards and harnessing nature's power of self-assembly, we can imagine a future where BacTerra can incorporate the living world into the constructed world and produce a dynamic future architecture that emerges across scales. Thank you.
Judges? Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation, and it was great to talk to you yesterday and actually handle the materials and things as well. This is what you don't get from this presentation, of course, but it was good. I've got two questions that are sort of context and technical, really. So the first thing is that there are quite a lot of studies of using microbial cements in different contexts, including companies that have been developed to do self-healing materials, and Biomason probably most famously to do tiles. So I wondered if you could talk to your method as compared to the existing methods and what you think you bring to that domain. And the second question was just, you mentioned the availability of waste sources for your process, and urea and calcium chloride. I'd be interested to know where those waste sources would be for those key components.
Yeah, so to answer your first question, we feel that by integrating the living bacteria into earthen or clay material and the addition of the aggregate that we use, particularly the sea urchin, which is a form of calcium carbonate, provides sort of a scaffolding for the process of biomineralization to take place. And so as we are printing these materials or extruding these materials, it precipitates this creation of a lattice-like network that binds the particles together. And then over the course of about 2 weeks, including additional spraying of a nutrient broth, it hardens. And as compared to a lot of other studies that we looked at that uses pelletized forms of bacteria that would be activated within inert material, this takes sort of a different approach where the living bacteria is integrated into the production process.
A lot of the companies we looked at that were looking into this already, many of them do incorporate a little bit of concrete and cement into their product, and most of it is a biological reaction, so they emphasize that, but they are still using cement in some way. So we are trying to completely eliminate that, which has several implications, and also a lot of their recipes are not open source, so we're making ours available to everyone so it can be continued.
And then to the second question about kind of alternative sources for some of the chemicals we were using. So urea is actually a component found in human urine at exactly the concentration we were using. And so we were interested in maybe being able to divert some of the human waste streams into the production of this. And it's partially important because urine by itself isn't considered a disease-vectoring body fluid. And then some of the other components like the calcium. Calcium is present at pretty reasonable concentrations in salt water. And so we were also thinking that you could supplement some of our media with just straight salt water, which would be really great in the production of our material. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for a great presentation. I'm wondering about your use of the living bacteria, and especially when you're talking about self-healing materials, and how you plan to basically control the growth of the bacteria, check its overgrowth and, stop it when you want to.
So we grow up the bacteria beforehand when we add it in, but once it's in the clay, because it's a relatively inhospitable environment, most of the bacteria are actually going to lie dormant, and so they won't be actively dividing and reproducing in the clay once it's set and dry. But when a microfissure does form, if the introduction of water or some additional nutrients might be able to activate the spores, they could then fill in those cracks. But this isn't a material that we expect to be able to grow past the confines of what was printed, so it wouldn't be, growing like a tree in that sense.
Thank you, y'all. We're running out of time, so we have to cut it short, but congratulations. Wonderful job. I don't really need to come up, but that's okay. Okay, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, so feel free to stand up, stretch your legs. The restrooms, again, are just outside to the left when you leave. We'll see you all back very soon.
So the team is Brio-Kit or yes?
Brio-Kit, yeah.
Brio-Kit. Okay. So you have a monitor over there behind them, so you can look at your presentation over there. I love it. You have so much support.
I know, and they're very nervous.
You guys are gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm actually not that nervous.
Okay. Did you want a handheld?
Yes, because we do ask questions in between of the presentation.
Okay. So are you both gonna help him?
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna need one of them back so I can give them right to the judges. Is that okay?
Yeah,
So I'm giving this to you now. Ready? Yeah, if you guys just hang out here.
Great, okay.
And here's the clicker. Okay. Hi, y'all. We're about to get started. So please take your seats. Is that better? Hi, y'all. We're about to get started, so please take your seats. All. I love that you're talking and have enthusiasm for each other. We're going to get started. Are we going to do the clap? Okay. I am very, very excited for the next session of 4 teams. Thank you all for coming back and taking your seats. It is with great pleasure and honor that I'm going to introduce the Tec de Monterrey team. Tec de Monterrey, come on up.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes? Great. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. My name is Jennifer, and my teammate name is Elizabeth. And we're here representing Tec de Monterrey from Querétaro. And let's start. Okay, we want to talk to you about a big problem. Have you ever used this? Well, I'm pretty sure you have. Polyester is widely known and used all around the world. Actually, if you ever go to Mexico, it's very likely that if you go to street tacos, they will serve them to you in one of these ones. But what happens to it after it gets thrown away? Well, this is what happens. Polyester is not a recycled material, so it simply gets discarded. And it takes over 500 years to be degraded. And not only that, this material alone occupies 1/3 of the total landfill. And because it takes so long to degrade, it only accumulates as garbage on Earth. Okay, I love this part. Matter is not created nor destroyed. It is only transformed. So as you know, everything starts with a question. So our question was, can we transform polyester faster? Well, I'm very happy to announce you that we can transform it faster. We can reduce its time of degradation from 500 years to 32 years. But how are we going to do it? Well, we are Brio-Kit, and this project started at the beginning of our careers at biotechnologists, when one of us, with the concern of the accumulation of polyester in the world, heard about this amazing larva that could eat plastic. And out of curiosity, she started raising them, kind of like 3 years ago, a little bit more, in her house, feeding them only with polyester and carrots as water source. But it wasn't until we came across the Biodesign competition that inspired the whole team to come together and try to find a way to apply this project and escalate it. Because we as a team believe that biotechnology is only functional when it's applied. Okay, so this is a demonstration what this larva can do to styrofoam with a rate of biodegradation of 5.47% in only 15 days. And not only that, this larva, it's also considered a plague. So imagine being able to use a plague to contribute to the planet. Okay, so let me talk to you a little bit more about this larva. This is called Tenebra mollitor, and it's capable of digesting the plastic due to its microbial activity in its gut. So it has some bacteria that are capable of cutting the long chains of polymers adding functional groups to the molecule, so changing it completely, and creating a phrase that could be later used. Okay, so let's take it to the lab. We carry out some aromatology assays to measure the concentration of protein, fat, and humidity, comparing two types of larvae. One larva that had a normal diet for its whole life, and one larva that came from a generation of eating plastic family, all along 3 years. And here we carry out the protein concentration with the method of Kendall, and here the fat concentration with the help of a goldfish machine.
So here we can find our results, and as you can see, there is no significant difference between the composition of the plastic-eating larva and the normal diet larva. Something important to mention here, just take a quick look at the protein content here. Almost 50% of this larva composition is protein. So this could be really, really useful, and we will talk about it in a minute. But we made some phytotoxicity assay to prove that the frass of this little worm is useful as fertilizer. We are still working on the results since we are waiting for the plants to grow a little bit more, and then we will measure and compare the growth of the plants that received the treatment versus the ones that did not. These photos were taken 2 weeks ago, but overall, last time we checked, they were growing better, and the results are really promising.
Okay. Enough about science. I know we're biotechnologist engineers, but this is a design competition.
Yeah, that's right, and we're actually prepared for that. Actually, the aim of this project is to generate a circular design model.
Okay, but what is a circular design?
It is a system in which the material is used and transformed so that it can be reused as a product at each stage, thus generating a minimum amount of waste. So here is our circular design. We have human consuming natural resources to produce polystyrene, and then our little friend comes and eats the polystyrene and produces a frass with nutritional value for plants. And you may say like, oh, but the circular is kind of incomplete. We will get there soon, I promise. So as we said first, we want you to be part of this project. So let's raise larvae together. This is the life cycle of the Nacre molitor, which is, fun fact, the larva of the black beetle. So the beetle has beautiful larva babies that will become pupa, and the pupa becomes beetle. Once I said this, we designed this prototype so you can be part of this project, taking biotechnology to your home and applying it on a daily basis. So here is our prototype. I will explain it to you really quickly. From top to bottom, we have in the first level the pupas and the beetles. They will live there. In the second level, we have the larvae. It is important to note that it is covered because they are photosensitive. This means that they don't like light. They are here, our little friends, but I don't think you can see them all. Okay, they are there. They eat the plastic. And in the third level, we have the frass of these larvae that will finally go to the last level where you can find the plant. So you can see the circular design model that you will be taking to your home and apply it on a daily basis. We designed, it was specifically designed for you, from people from all ages, from children to senior, to apply it on their homes. But I know it's sometimes a little bit difficult to how to take care of living organisms. So we make this flyer, so here you can find detailed information of how to take care of the Nacre molitor, how to feed them, its life stage, its life cycle, and other important things, like for example, they don't like light. This comes in the flyer. So we are taking one step further. Do you remember that the high content protein of this larva? So we were wondering, can humans eat polystyrene, like indirectly? Well, the actual real question is, can we humans eat them? We wanted to know if the composition, if the diet of the plastic-eating larvae would change their composition and make them toxic for human consumption, or if they were safe to eat as flour. So here you can see the complete circular design of our project. So we have to prove it, that they are not toxic, like we are eating plastic. So we made a cytotoxicity assay. in which we use a HepG2 colon cancer cells to simulate a digestive environment, and we have to analyze the results. We have two possible options here. That the extract of the Tenebrio molitor that we applied to the cancer cells were toxic. This means the cells would die. Or if the Tenebrio molitor is not toxic for them and the cells would live.
And what were the results?
They lived. This means that Tenebrio was not toxic for them.
Oh, so that means that I can already eat a larva that eats plastic?
Although the results we already have are promising, it is important to conduct more tests to ensure that these little larvae are safe to eat. However, it is very, very certain that you and I can begin to raise awareness and take action. With Brio-Kit, we can all be part of the solution, taking this to our homes and applying it day after day and helping the planet.
So we wanted to add something extra at the end because we wanted to share with you how science feels like. So we came here all the way from Mexico. We didn't bring our tenebrios, obviously. I think it's illegal. So we went to Petco and we bought some. We didn't find exactly the ones we used, so we bought a different type of larva we didn't know. It's called Sophoba. We left it overnight with some polystyrene, and at the next day, it was very surprising for us to see that they ate the polystyrene. So we just wanted to share that excitement for science of realizing something that brings joy, and it's on our everyday. It's every day happening. It's happening to you right now. It's happening all the time. And then we looked it up and we found out they're pretty famous and they've been eating plastic a lot before. But I mean, the excitement, nobody will take it away from us. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, questions from judges. Tracy.
Thanks, that's a really awesome presentation. So presumably at the end of all this, you're gonna have a box full of beetles. So what's like the impact of having, all these larvae go through the whole life cycle, become beetles in, your system here? So like kind of what's the end goal with the beetles?
Yeah, well, first of all, they do have a life cycle, so at the end the beetle will eventually die. And sorry, I didn't want to sound mean, but also we were asked this question yesterday. We came out with a very different answer now. We believe that now you can start sharing this with your friends. So if you begin having a lot of worms, you can give it to a friend and give its own Brio-Kit to it and explain how it works. So you can start spreading out. So this green science could work as an educational kit for other people. And also you can feed them to bigger animals like chicken. Actually, one option for our project was to give the worms to a chicken, and then the chicken will have eggs, and then we could eat the eggs. So yeah, there's two good options.
And we actually did it. We actually have our kitchen in our house, and she's eating the beetles.
Yeah.
Yes. And she's happy. She's alive.
Thanks. That's a good answer. Thank you.
Other questions? Judges?
Yeah, so my question is about the sort of dietary preferences of the larvae. So do they love polystyrene? Do they think it's the most delicious thing ever? Do they prefer it to other food sources? Are there other waste materials that you could imagine feeding them optionally? Also, what might happen in a kind of a mixed environment where there's polystyrene, but it's mixed in with other types of refuse? How do you think they would behave in that kind of situation?
Yeah, we actually did some experiments with that too. So I don't think they find it as good as a candy. I mean, they do prefer other things. But this larva is very amazing because they eat everything. There's a study that they even ate some bones. So they can eat a lot of things. We keep them only with polystyrene and carrots. If you do mix a lot of things like they don't eat plants, they live underground, so they eat seeds and they eat like ground components. So they would prefer seeds if you mix oats with polystyrene. Their eating rate will lower. They will still eat it, but not that much.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? I'll make my way to you, Carrie.
Hey, thank you for that presentation. So the system you have set up is for kind of an individual way of engaging. I'm wondering if you explored more systemic ways of engaging. So, for instance, the polystyrene, part of its problem in a landfill is how much air is in it and how much of the actual physical space of a landfill takes up. So conceivably, this operating on other scales could also address some of the things. And then along with that question, this is addressing a byproduct of a situation that will continue to be an increasing problem. And I'm wondering also if you're thinking about the larva of the beetles in a way that possibly creates an awareness to actually change the original problem as opposed to the Band-Aid of the problem that's come from the system of waste creation. Yeah. Thanks.
My colleague is going to answer the first question, and I'll answer the second.
So for the question of the escalation of this project, we were actually, we wanted to work with farms of Tenebrio monitor because they are already existing. And they have farms of these larvae, and we were trying to work together with them and that we would feed them with all this polystyrene in the world, and well, it will be in a great scale.
And to answer the second question, it makes me very happy because I could answer you one of my biggest beliefs. So as we know, there's a lot of smart people in the world, and there's been a lot of smart people in the world. So there's a lot of knowledge, and there's a lot of solutions already. The thing is that they're in a cloud owned by universities or few people. So I strongly believe that that cloud is finally coming to the ground, and biotechnology is being applied. So now focusing more in your question, the whole point of this kit, and as an individual kit, is to bring biotechnology to each home. So kind of what happened with computers, that now we all have a phone. The whole point of this is to bring it to your home so you can use it all the day, and all the day be reminded of what the problem is. So it's not basically, we're not going to solve the problem or nothing like that, but it's also a meaningful of like being conscious of the problem and actively doing something about it. And yeah, well, that's basically the whole idea.
Thank you, Brio-Bio. Thank you, Tec de Monterrey. Wow. All right. Next up, we have Aalto University. Aalto, are you in the house? Come on up.
Every day, we are confronted with various climate crises worldwide, including floods, earthquakes, and wildfires. Climate change has led to a significant increase in natural disasters with no signs of abating. Disasters linked to extreme weather conditions and climate have always been a part of our ecosystem, but due to the constant warming of our climate, they are becoming more and more frequent and intense. The United Nations even warns us that by just the end of the century, wildfires can increase by a daunting 50%. But before we get any further, please let me introduce our team to you. I'm Natasha, I'm a design student. This is Georgia, studying creative sustainability. Then we have Christian, studying computational engineering. And last but not least, we have Laurence, who is a chemical engineering student, but he unfortunately couldn't make it here today. We met during a unique course called Design Meets Biomaterials, which is a joint venture between the School of Chemical Engineering and the School of Art, Design and Architecture at Aalto University. In the past few months, we've been focusing on emergency situations and specifically how they could be better handled. Emergency camps are often set up, and one of the challenges faced there is to provide people with appropriate sleeping solutions in the fastest way possible. The current solutions include foam mattresses, exercise mats, air mattresses, and emergency cots. However, most of these solutions are primarily made of petroleum-based materials, which causes serious effect at the end of their life cycle. After their short-term usage, they are often discarded and end up in landfills, and even in certain cases, they are burned, intensifying the already existing waste management issue.
All right, and because of that, we set out to create a solution for this and adhere to these 3 principles of sustainability. So we wanted to make the solution as simple as possible to help with user friendliness and sort of help with worldwide accessibility. And in terms of the economical sustainability, the simplicity would also help keeping the product costs low. And we also wanted to create a lightweight design that can be easily transported and distributed into the emergency sites. So last but not least, we also wanted to keep the solution fully biodegradable and leaving behind no harmful residues on the environment. All right. And so we began our journey with these goals in mind. We set out and created our initial recipe, which was inspired by our course materials. It was sort of a crumbly mess that definitely did not have enough comfort. So we then began creating iteratively experimenting, incorporating an array of biomaterials, tweaking ratios. And then at the end of our month-long course, we finally found our best recipe and also explored some alternative materials to help with the worldwide accessibility. So we present to you BioMAT Matters. BioMAT Matters is a fully biodegradable mat that is made from wood-based materials and has all the features that one expects from a sleeping mat. It's made from only 4 ingredients: wood pulp, fibrillated wood pulp, water, and a bit of bio-based soap. Amazingly, from just 1 tree, we can get enough of the first 2 ingredients to create around 90 mattresses, biomats. So it isn't just our ingredients list that is simple. Our production process is just as, if not more simple. You basically mix all the ingredients together with a hand blender, for example, and then you pour the foamy mixture into a mold to set and dry for around 2 days on air. So next thing we looked at was using alternative ingredients to enable on-site production where individuals in the emergency situation could create these mats and sort of help with their own relief efforts. So we looked at using various wood pulps, agricultural residues like straw, or even recycled books and newspapers. And that's what you can see here, this sample from newspapers. And so another thing we looked at related to the on-site production was making DIY molds from makeshift materials like scrap wood, or as you can see here, shirt, One can also use like a bed sheet, for example, and then once the mattress is dry, you can just wrap it and sort of use it without having to take it out of the mold. And so there were some challenges that we ran into while creating this. So one of them is water resistant. Our product is not water resistant, but we think that adding water resistancy it brings unnecessary complexity and increases costs by quite a lot. And also, most importantly, it compromises the biodegradability of the product. And so the next issue we're looking at is the drying times. Since we aim for the on-site production, we were testing air drying the samples. And since ambient air or temperatures can vary quite a bit, then it depends on where it's drying. And so we also looked at maybe a more industrial process where one could use ovens to speed up the process and create more of them in a faster time. And of course, our product uses water, and water is a precious resource. So we're looking to minimize the water usage as much as we can. And also we're looking to sort of reuse the water from the drying process into creating new mattresses.
All right. So going back to our main goals, what are the values of this project? As Christian said before, we designed BioMAT matters to enable on-site production and to empower communities to create their own sustainable solution using local available ingredients and makeshift materials for building the mold. In addition, by making our solution fully open source, we aim to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing, ensuring that the best and quickest solutions is provided to those in need. Secondly, regarding the economic aspect of this project, we imagined two scenarios. The first one is the industrial production, and thanks to the lightweight of our project, it could facilitate the cost-effective transportation and distribution, while regarding the on-site production, the cost could be reduced by using makeshift materials and local ingredients. Lastly, unlike the non-biodegradable options currently available, our product breaks down naturally after use, minimizing the waste management issue and reducing the accumulation of harmful residues in the environment. So, to conclude, BioMAT Matters embodies our commitment in addressing one of the many challenges related to emergency situations. Through the collaboration, the knowledge sharing, and sustainable practices, we aim to provide a comfortable solution for temporary sleeping needs, but also to foster resilience and self-sufficiency within communities. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I wonder, have you tested the longevity of the material? And you say it's more for emergency situations, so it would be hopefully short term, but do you have any data on the longevity?
So yeah, we did a lot of load-bearing tests where we put load on the material, so even like bending it in a certain way, and then sort of recording how many hours it takes, and then we sort of looked at the material and saw no decrease in cushion, and also it was still quite flexible. Sort of the end life, or like when it starts to biodegrade, about that. So that really depends on the humidity and the bacteria around, but from what we've sort of researched, it can take from around 4 weeks to 2 months. So yeah, but it varies quite a lot depending on the.
Thank you.
I just had a similar question about the water resistance. Have you thought about how you're going to sort of deal with that, as these are going to be in emergency situations and they're most likely going to be on the ground where there's water? So can you talk about kind of your thought process on how to potentially deal with that?
So the water resistance, it is certainly an issue, and we have like confronting viewpoints about it due to like we want to keep it very simple and biodegradable. So far we stuck with this recipe, and when we try to put it into water, we put it into like a box filled with water. We left it there for a day, and when it's like soaked in water, you can see it like a bit like falling apart, but when you take it out, it actually reformed quite nicely, so it can adhere a certain level of like water, but it's definitely something that we would have to still work on if we wanted to make it truly like water resistant. But again, we thought that for now it was more important to keep it fully biodegradable, but if there was a solution to obviously keep both of these qualities, or like add additionally the water resistance to a bigger extent, that would be obviously ideal.
Maybe I can add to a bit. So yeah, we aim to use it indoors, and it's best with use like a bed sheet on top of it, because it is not fully water resistant, but if you have like a little spillage or something, it doesn't really affect it that much. Like it can still dry and keep its shape and keep its function quite well. But yeah,
Thank you for your presentation and doing work in a really, really important space. So I'm really super curious about your processes as a team and how you came to this situation of, climate crisis, refugees, an emergency disaster, preparedness and response. And I'm also wondering if you all either have a connection to that work, or if you started to interview people from the organizations that actually do disaster relief and response and management to get a better sense of the systems that this material would be operating in.
So we started off as sort of in materials research. It was started off as like a general foam. And then we looked at how we can impact society, and this is what we sort of came up with. That wasn't any particular sort of inspiration. I am from Slovakia, which borders Ukraine, and it's a lot of you know, there were a lot of refugees, especially at the start of the war, coming to Slovakia. So maybe that sort of started the inspiration, but I can't pinpoint it really. We've tried reaching out to the humanitarian organization and governmental help, governmental institutions, but unfortunately we did not get a response in time we tried to set up an interview, but we unfortunately couldn't get it in time for this presentation here.
Other questions from the judges? Okay, thank you, Team Aalto. Next, I'd like to call Micah up to the stage. Hi, team. Ready for this? Great. Clicker. Confidence monitor. So you don't have to look backwards. You can use these tools, and there's another icon. Both of them work. And this one works too.
You just want to do 3 items. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here today. I'm Riley.
I'm Finn.
I'm Lily. I'm Starling. I'm Maddie.
And I'm Sarah and Oren, who is not on stage with us today.
And we are presenting Mother Nacre. So how do we redefine what we value and protect in a world where worthless objects refuse to disappear? We seek to answer this question through nacre, a material that we view as protective, strong, and beautiful.
So what is nacre? Nacre is mother of pearl, a biomineralized secretion naturally produced by mollusks. It is made up of alternating layers of calcium carbonate laminated with a biopolymer. Bacterial nacre, unlike natural nacre, lacks iridescence because the layers of calcium carbonate are thicker and less even. However, it still maintains its material properties and strengths.
Mollusks form nacre around an irritant that has entered its shell. These layers build up over time into what we call pearls. This protects the mollusk from harmful objects and organisms, but it also protects the irritant at the pearl's core. A pearl is a byproduct of the mollusk's defense system. In one view, it is bodily waste, but humanity has chosen time and time again to value its beauty.
So why nacre? We are attracted to nacre as artists due to its long history in use in precious objects. As artists, bacterial nacre presents new possibilities for interspecies collaboration, not extraction. Our team also views nacre as a symbol and function of nonviolence, protection, and care. Here we have some different examples of nacre being used throughout history, ranging from Nepal to Thailand, Japan, and the Americas, both pre- and post-colonization.
Our team member Oren was born in the Philippines. He was once told that his home was the Pearl of the Orient. Yet he has never owned a pearl, despite being surrounded by the laborers who practice dangerous pearl diving in their sacred waters to provide for their families. How do we recontextualize and reevaluate our relationship to a material and the labor that makes it a luxury available to some, but not all? Pearls are farmed and also wild caught through diving. Pearl farmers put plastic beads or pieces of shell into mollusks and cause the pearls to form. Pearl farming gear has been linked to local microplastic pollution, and the process of culturing pearls began in Japan in the 1890s.
So much of the current research surrounding artificial nacre is executed by and for industries like the defense industry, using chemical processes, not biological ones. We wanted to change this approach and make it more applicable to artists and everyday people while establishing an ethical framework.
Joan Toronto, in An Ethic of Care, states, caring is by its very nature a challenge to the notion that individuals are entirely autonomous and self-supporting. Through an ongoing practice of attentiveness, responsibility, competence, and responsiveness, Mother Nacre embodies these core values through interspecies collaboration, harm reduction, and protection.
Our process began responding to these two research papers on bacterial nacre and communicating directly with the principal investigator, Ann Meyer. Mother Nacre's approach to bacterial nacre looks at the oyster as a role model and uses bacteria to develop both a coating and a bulk material. This process happens outside of the ocean in collaboration with, not inside of an organism, and outside of industrial environments.
So I'd like to introduce you guys to our collaborators. S. pasteuri precipitates calcium carbonate, B. lichen produces gamma polyglutamic acid, and G. hansenii grown in a liquid media, produces our bacterial cellulose.
Using our collaborators, we looked at two different methods to achieve a bacterial nacre-like material. Our first is a layered coating that uses layers of crystal and biopolymer around a plastic core, and this can be used with PMMA, PLA, and other recycled plastics. It's protective and long-lasting. The plastic heirloom inside becomes a relic and a tender reminder of the past and future. On the other hand, our bulk material uses mineralized bacterial cellulose as a matrix with PGA, and it is sculptable and remoldable and reusable. Mother Nacre bulk responds to our concern about materials that are available to artists not often being biodegradable or reusable in our time of rapid trend cycles.
For our generation, our childhoods are saturated with loved plastic objects, but it can seem alien to feel sentimental towards objects that are deemed temporary and cheap. Cultured pearls often grow around plastic beads introduced by farmers. Here we parallel this process using plastic items with sentimental value as the irritant at the core of our growth. Encasing it in nacre protects it from degrading into microplastics.
Bacterially producing nacre begins with finding or creating a substrate and pretreating it so that the calcium adheres to the surface. The pretreatment process involves soaking the substrate in various solutions, sonicating, desiccating, and incubating it. This is a 100 times magnification of a crystal formation. The rod shapes you can see are S-pasteurized cells, and the spherical shapes are calcium carbonate. Once a plastic core is prepared, it is dipped between two bacterially produced substances to make the coating. The presence of the PGA encourages the calcium carbonate to form in flat layers, effectively recreating the structure and properties of mollusk nacre in this bacterial version. Each dip into the crystallization medium lasts 12 hours, and each dip into PGA lasts 2 hours.
This process is repeated 20 to 30 times in order to form the alternating layers of calcium carbonate and PGA that make up our nacre-like material. These images show PGA precipitated in ethanol prior to becoming a part of our dipping solution and the dipping of PMMA into a crystallization media.
So from following our initial research, we hope to develop a protocol that could expedite the growth of our bacterial nacre. So we built a DIY vapor deposition setup that pumps our polymer, bacteria, and calcium solution onto our substrates in thinner layers with faster processing times. This setup is a low-cost approach to vapor deposition, and we actually used aquarium supplies like air pumps and ultrasonic fogging machines to vaporize our liquid media. The processing times are quicker because the S-pasteurized cells do not have to mineralize while they are growing. Instead, they're exposed to calcium after they've already grown up. And this process is also automated with an Arduino so that we can complete more rounds of processing per day.
So these images from Spess and Schmaden and their co-researchers show the structural similarities between the bacterially produced and the natural nacre. As you can see, the bacterially produced nacre mimics the same layered structure as the natural nacre, but with slight differences in their thicknesses.
Our second method uses bacterial cellulose to biomineralize. The bacterial cellulose is grown using Gehensenii bacteria, which is then cleaned and blended into a slurry. And this is the pellicle here that's blended. The cellulose is combined with S-pasteurized, calcium, magnesium, and PGA solution to biomineralize.
These images show the cellulose slurry in the process of mineralization and also after it has been sterilized and put into vacuum form molds.
This biomineralized bacterial cellulose is a tough bulk material with reusable and moldable properties. These samples have just begun to dry and harden, and they can be blended with water in a regular kitchen blender and remolded or casted to be reused.
Using our ceramics experience, we created a new procedure where we were drying out and mixing the cellulose slurry on a plaster slab, and we were able to achieve a clay consistency that was easily moldable by hand. The original procedure we followed made a much wetter material that was difficult to handle. This experimental process improved the texture and the drying time. This clay dries into a strong, calcified material with a similar feel to fired clay despite it being air dried. This could be used in art making or building, and even to encase a plastic object. It can be broken down, rehydrated, and reused at home.
These are some in-progress PMMA sheets and objects that are going through the dipping process. As you can see, crystallization is already visible, and the PMMA sheets are now clouded with nacre formations. These layers continue to build as the dipping process is repeated.
The Lego charm shown above is a mock-up of what we imagined it to look like before starting the layered process, and below is a processed acrylic piece.
Potential uses for this material vary greatly. We imagine that this could allow a plastic object to become precious and long-lasting, honoring our relationships with objects and people. Accessible research and customizable design mean that this nacre process could be grown in abundance by a wider population.
These renderings explore a future where our bacterial heirlooms could be treated with chemical processes to achieve a similar surface to the pearl we know and love.
And this final image represents the intentions for our heirlooms to become objects, reminders, and relics to be cherished for generations to come. Thank y'all for listening, and I would like to give a special thanks to Ryan Hoover, Lorraine Park, and Aiden Lodge. Without all of their assistance and guidance, none of this would be possible. And if you would like to learn more and join in the discourse surrounding interspecies collaboration efforts in the development of non-extractive materials, check out our site, motherNacre.cargo.site, where we have made all of our findings open source.
Thank you, team. Judges, do you have questions? Yes.
Thanks for your presentation. I got to see it yesterday as well. I think one of the questions some of us had from yesterday we didn't get a chance to ask was, how durable is this material? How hard is it? Is it brittle? Does it withstand, like, say you're wearing it on a bracelet or a necklace? Does it withstand daily use? Have you tested that out?
Yeah, so our bulk material, I can answer to, is very similar to fired clay. So it is, I would say, about that consistency where it is not easily, it has a lot of compression strength and it's not easily breakable, but if you were trying very hard, you could break it down.
Oh, it has really good compression strength, but the tensile strength, where something might shatter, isn't as high yet. We're looking at maybe doing an alternative, like potential final PGA coat, which helps laminate the layers to further solidify it.
So for our dipping process, the procedures that we followed actually did tensile strength testing as well as compression strength testing. So we haven't been able to access the materials to do that testing ourselves, but we know based on those papers, the approximate strength of the dipping process. And it is quite strong. It's comparable to natural nacre.
Judges, you're so far away.
Thank you for a great presentation. I totally get conceptually why you're using plastic as your core of your coating, but have you tried other materials like fabric, for example? And if yes, what did you find and how did it look?
So we haven't tried with other materials yet, but we really wanted to focus on the plastic objects as our substrates because we all had some sort of sentimental association to something made out of plastic, which is like a really weird feeling we were all sitting with. So I think that the application of it towards synthetic fabrics could be really an interesting conceptual advancement. Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh my gosh, so many. we have room for what? Thank you. Who will it be? Will? Of course.
Thanks. Can you talk a little bit about the steps you think you'd have to take to bridge the gap that I noticed in the samples that you were able to make, which look quite rough, and the mock-ups that you envision that are actually quite elegant?
So our mock-ups are maybe a little bit more refined, but we do have more physical samples than the one image that was shown in the process, or in progress images that were shown as well at our display. I think one of the challenges we faced was making sure that this material adhered evenly to the plastic. And so keeping, or advancing how to get the material to adhere better would, I believe, make it into a more usable jewelry object.
Thank you, team. Okay, the last of our 8 teams. UC Davis, come on up. Very quickly. You have a confidence monitor. You all have a confidence monitor over here. Here's your clicker. You need an extra mic. You've got it. These are fine. Go for it. And good luck.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarika. I'm a designer and mechanical engineer.
Hi, I'm Yue. I'm a biological science student.
I'm Leslie, and I'm a design student.
I'm Daniel. I'm a math and design student.
And together we are SeaNails.
Oh, okay. There we go, sorry. Okay, so the nail industry is a huge global market. It's valued at $15.2 billion each year. And a market of this size produces an enormous amount of plastic waste, as you can imagine. And this plastic waste ends up in the environment, causing all kinds of long-term ecological damages. But more specifically, plastic waste items underneath the size of 5 centimeters, so like traditional nail products, inevitably end up in landfill because they're not commonly accepted into traditional recycling facilities. Additionally, all of these nail products contain lots and lots of toxic chemicals, as we all know. So toluene, dibutyl phthalate, formaldehyde, lots of methacrylates. But traditional nail products in general weren't always like this. In historic cultures, they were made from beeswax, egg whites, vegetable dyes, and kind of the idea with our product is we'd like to return back to these natural roots. So the fishing industry, on the other hand, we found out about it because of a startup in Sacramento called Aquaborn, and they make fish skin leather using waste products from the fishing industry. So their founder, Nick Nadar-Narcevidze, gave us some insight into just how much waste is produced each year in the fishing industry. So as you can see by this chart on the right here, of the processing waste, so I guess of the total catch of the fish, 75% is processing waste, and only 25% is actually consumed. So that's a lot of waste that's getting thrown into oceans and landfills, and that causes all kinds of damages. So water pollution, oxygen depletion, nutrient imbalances, disease transmissions. And what Aquaborn does is takes this waste and then turns it into their beautiful fish skin leather. And what SeaNails does is then takes Aquaborn's waste and turns that into our product development. And so not only are we trying to tackle the issues caused by the nail industry with all of their plastic pollution, we're also helping to solve the pollution caused by the fishing industry.
And that's where SeaNails comes in, the world's first all-natural, biodegradable, waste-based press-on nails, made from the sea or the earth. Our press-on nails consist of 6 layers. First, we have our sturgeon air bladder glue. Second, we have our barramundi fish scale base. Third is our beet waste dye. Fourth is a layer of shellac, followed by our fish skin guanine crystal reflective shimmer, and then that final coat of shellac. 4 out of 5 of our raw materials are waste byproducts from local California fish and agricultural industries, which leaves us with shellac, the resin secretion of the lac bug, which comes from Southeast Asia. And so the bottommost layer of our nails is our sturgeon air bladder glue. Sturgeon are farmed in Sacramento, California for caviar and harvested for food. We use these air bladders to create our nail glue that is actually naturally high in collagen, which is great for your nails. Sturgeon glue is also known as isinglass, which has been used for centuries as a natural glue in things like bookbinding. So to prepare our glue, the first thing we have to do is clean our bladders, or the fish bladders. Then we then we chop them up into pieces. We boil them for 30 minutes, and then the liquid waste, the remaining liquid is then reduced down until it's really thick, and then it's dehydrated and then once it's thick, it's applied to the underside of the nail, and then after that, it's dehydrated. The glue is simply reactivated with a drop of hot water upon the nail application.
So the second layer of our nail is actually just a fish scale. And this fish scale comes from the fish called barramundi, which has really, really large scales. So the process is actually quite simple. After Aquaborn goes through their descaling process to make their fish skin leather, we take their waste, which is essentially their scales, we wash them with water and then let them air dry. And that wastewater that happens in the process, you can see here on this video, it's really, really shiny and sparkly. And what that is guanine crystals, which is the shine and what causes fish skin to have that reflective shimmer.
Next, we dye our scale with the right bee waste using unsoluble round post-harvest. We just blend the bee pollen waste with water and lemon juice and soak the scale for different lengths of time to achieve different shades of magenta. With only 30 milliliters of the bee juice, we can fully dye 300 scales. Although now our natural dyes are waste byproduct, however, we have conducted successful experiments to achieve very other natural dyes, resulting up to 15 beautiful colors.
And if you hadn't seen our colors last night at our exhibition display, we've passed around a little model for you guys to see them today.
Fish scales, although intuitively waterproof, actually become flexible when they're in contact with any liquid. They flatten out, or if glued at one end, tend to curve inwards as they dry. In order to reinforce and waterproof our fish scales, we add a coat of shellac both before and after the guanine shimmer. Shellac flakes are mixed with a little bit of 90% isopropyl alcohol, which helps break down the flakes and become a liquid. Our shellac acts as both a base coat and a top coat, which helps protect the guanine shimmer.
To bring the beauty of the ocean to our fingertips, we have harvested iridescent guanine crystal, which make up our guanine shimmer layer. To make our guanine shimmer layer, we first centrifuge the waste liquid from scale washing and separate the guanine crystal from impurities, and then we purify, concentrate, and dehydrate the solution and grind it into a powder, which we could brush onto the dye scale and seal with a coat of shellac.
The sheer simplicity of our manufacturing process makes it easy for the scalability for the future of SeaNails. Our manufacturing process is free from complex procedures and harsh chemicals, setting us apart from traditional nail products. Next to each process on the diagram, you can see what manufacturing process we use. For the guanine shimmer, it's water and centrifuging. For the fish scale base, it's mechanical cutting and water. For the fish air bladder glue, it's water, heating, and dehydrating. For the beet waste dye, it's water, lemon, blending. And finally, for the shellac coating, it's transportation and isopropyl alcohol. For now, our nail shape is cut manually. However, in the future, we do plan to create custom hole punchers with varying nail shapes, and this will allow for easy scalability in the future, given that our fish scales easily penetrate using a standard hole punch.
So what we'd like to show you next is our life cycle. And we know it looks a little non-conventional, and that's for a reason. What we'd like you to focus on here is its simplicity and focus on the earth. So our products, like our slogan, are from the sea and for the earth. And 3 of our sources are actually based just in California, where we're from. From California fisheries are both the farmed sturgeon as well as the wild-caught fish. And both of those go through Aquaborn, which then come to us. And California fisheries are just an hour away, driving distance. Aquaborn is only a 30-minute drive. And then lastly, Cal Organic is located in Arvin, California, which is only a 5-hour drive from California. The most unsustainable part of our life cycle is the shellac that we import from Southeast Asia. So A couple things that I want to touch on here. One is that our product is a lot more sustainable for workers in manufacturing facilities than traditional nail products, as it doesn't expose the workers to unethical labor practices. They're not exposed to any kind of toxic chemicals. People who are working in nail salons don't have to deal with any kind of methacrylates during the filing process. And we struggled a bit here with like, who is our target market, right? First, we were like, well, we want to appeal to everybody. We want to be, something that's affordable and accessible. But then, we were stuck with this problem of, okay, then we're increasing fish consumption. And I think this is something that a lot of people are going to struggle with in this industry, where you're going to be using materials from waste streams. And as these waste streams become, more and more popular, it kind of becomes more of a precious commodity rather than something that's just thrown away. And so we're not necessarily at a conclusion yet with who we'd like to market, but we've moved towards saying that we'd like to target people who are we'd like to target those who go to higher-end nail salons, essentially at this price point of people who are getting these acrylic nail manicures. And we want to be like the gold standard in the industry for pushing more innovation and use of biomaterials in this space.
A primary risk is the fact that 1% of the world population has a fish allergy. Obviously, we will not be able to target these people as our consumers. Also, current market trends have pushed more people become vegetarian and vegan. The number of Americans who follow vegan diet increased from 600% from 2014 to 2018. Our products may not appeal to them because of its raw material. However, the similarity between SeaNails and vegans lies in our common pursuit of sustainability practice, so we don't foresee this to be a big issue. Our team member, Saraka, has been a lifelong vegetarian, and she has no problem with SeaNails.
So to touch on that as well, I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, but our products actually don't smell like fish. They are entirely odorless.
So typically, dual use is negative, but in our case, it's actually quite positive. Not only can our nails be used as fantastic SeaNails, with the help of fungi, they're also used as fertilizer. With the help of fungi, they degrade in soil. They degrade in soil. Not only, the only thing that can be a little dangerous is the small amounts of isopropyl alcohol in the shellac.
So obviously we still have a lot of work that we want to do, right? We'd like to improve just the overall aesthetic of the nail, our guanine shimmer layer. More importantly, we'd also like to increase the durability and testing of our fish-based glue. Our most recent prototype has lasted 6 days through showers, hand washing, biking to class, your day-to-day activities. And then we'd also like to do a test on how long it takes for our nails to biodegrade in soil.
And we also want to test our business model and marketing ideas to target high-end salons. We hope to use influencers on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram for publicity, to appeal to those successful professionals who have fun for SeaNails, and having positive feeling about their experience may also increase their contribution towards environmental stewardship.
Big thank you to Nick at Algoborn, as well as Christina and Andrew from our school at UC Davis. We're happy to take any and all of your questions.
Thank you, UC Davis. Judges, questions? I'll start with Orkan.
Great presentation. I was just wondering, if your most unsustainable product needs to travel for 18 hours, why doesn't your design travel 18 hours and try to think about an industry overseas? Like, did you do any research on how this could be applicable in somewhere else in the world?
That's a great question. We actually haven't necessarily considered that. I think we are mainly focused on keeping it US focused or based because all of our raw materials are in California currently. And sure, we could jump to another market and look at how it might work in another part of the world. It would also require understanding, what are the dynamics and economics of what materials and resources are available in that side of the world. So it's something that we could certainly look into in the future. But as of now, I think this is sort of our first step.
I'm coming. I'm on my way.
Thanks. That was a really great presentation. I kind of have another question about the shellac as well. I'm just curious if you explored alternates to the shellac, just because, again, it is, as you say, your most unsustainable part of the project. You know, are there other types of technologies that could perhaps produce shellac that don't involve, you know, bringing in these things from Southeast Asia?
Yeah, so we did a lot of testing in the beginning to see like what could we use to waterproof our nails, and it's pretty difficult to find something, as I'm sure everybody in this room knows, to find something that's a bio-based material that is waterproof. We messed around a lot with chitin to begin with and tried to create a couple of different various chitin bioplastics to coat our nails, but it wasn't super successful because of the jelly-like consistency of our chitin bioplastic. But we haven't, to your question, necessarily found other ways of like creating shellac synthetically.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Hey, so my question is about the sort of inhomogeneous or non-uniform appearance of the nails, the irregular staining, the irregular surface. Is that a property that comes from the materials or from the production process? And do you consider that, is that a fault that you'd like to correct? Are you hoping to achieve that sort of that perfectly uniform appearance that I associate with cosmetic nails, or is that something that you embrace, that you want to lean into?
Yeah, definitely. So as Arka mentioned earlier, I think the aesthetics is like one of our biggest problems. We do want to work on making them look more like regular acrylic nails and press-on nails. So definitely we're trying to make it look prettier than what we have. This is just our first prototype, which looks pretty good, but it can be better, of course.
But to answer your question more specifically about the manufacturing process, those are natural in the scales themselves. They're not through our manufacturing process. And we found through our natural dyes that the scales seem to hold on to the natural dyes really, really well without the use of any kind of mordant, pretty uniformly. So hopefully you can see that on our demo here, our exhibition last night. So that's exciting, but we haven't done any testing, I guess, to see if we can get rid of like the lines that you see or the patterns in the scales themselves.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, team. Thank you, top 8 finalists. Okay, it is lunchtime, so there should be packages of food and silverware outside these doors. Top of the stairs? Top of the stairs. However, MoMA does not allow lunch on the premises, so we've put together a little map of all the atriums around the neighborhood where you can hang out. You can also use the QR code to get to the Google Maps to lead you there. We'll be back in an hour and 15 minutes. We'll be joined by Kim Stanley Robinson, the celebrated science fiction author, personal hero to many of us, and all-around wonderful guy. So please be back before then. We will see you in an hour and 15. Thanks, everyone.
there's so much awe and mystery in the way that life is formed. It's an intelligence beyond our understanding for all these parts to come together in perfect union. I created this as a piece of artwork, but in the future, we could potentially use this same method to make bone grafts that are implantable into the body. And if we're going to be implanting back into the body, what does that mean? How would we redesign our bodies, and what would we make ourselves into? As an artist and designer, it's also really interesting to consider what would we make if we no longer need to use inanimate objects like metal and fibers. If we can now use the building blocks of life, actual cells and tissue, what would we make?
This is Martha and George, who are soon to be mother and father. They made the choice to fulfill their pregnancy with parturience. Parturience, which provides artificial wombs for anyone for the period of 9 months. This is the parturience pod. The baby is nurtured through this object. It is similar to a pregnancy, but without the physical restrictions. Throughout this period, the family can live and work as they would normally do, whilst also being able to bond with their child. George A. Award, 29, is a journalist who is engaged with several interesting projects, due 2051. This is a communication device, which is connected with the parturience pod. The device can record desired moments of the daily life of the family. With its integrated microphone, it can record music or any other sounds desired. This is how the baby gets used to the voices of its future parents. Martha Aylward, 30, CEO of a company she started, works to ensure that the company meets their goals. It is almost time to go home. This is a portable communication device used when not at home. In between her meetings and lunch breaks, she can communicate with the baby. By simply switching it on, you can feel the baby kicking and moving. Carefully touching and rocking the device will send movements to the pod, which the baby can also feel. George is setting the table for dinner. There's Martha, home from work. George has chosen a wine to go with their dinner, and that's alright because Martha isn't carrying a child. Martha is cutting some ingredients for a special recipe that will set the preference of taste for their future child. The most important part of the growth process is the nutrition intake and the future preference of taste for the baby. The pod keeps track on what the baby has eaten and what it needs to stay healthy. After the food is prepared, it is placed in a capsule and placed in the parturience pod for the baby. At night, the pod goes through the updates made by the hospital with the information obtained during the day. This ensures the baby is healthy and the pod's program works without errors. The day is almost there. This is the final moment in which the pod's lock is lifted and the baby finally meets the family. George, Martha, and newly born Robin, one big happy family. Look how happy they are.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Willett. I'm an artist. I am a professor in the School of Creative Arts here at the University of Windsor. I'm a Canada Research Chair in Art, Science, and Ecology, and I'm the Director of Incubator Art Lab. I'm here to talk to you today about a new project called When Microbes Dream, an exhibition at Kapelica Gallery in Ljubljana, Slovenia in October 2021. Since then, the exhibition has been presented twice in Portugal at Ectopia Experimental Art Lab in Lisbon and I3S at the University of Porto, each involving a different version of the title artwork, When Microbes Dream. When Microbes Dream is an art installation that includes performative human and non-human interactions and hands-on biotechnological protocols. Together, it presents a feminist science fiction where biotechnology manifests interspecies collaboration, reproduction, theater, and storytelling as a means to reimagine our shared biotech future. The exhibition consists of 4 works. The first being the Biosafety Puppet Playhouse, which is a puppet theater that is also a biological safety cabinet. And it is decorated with this sort of Baroque Rococo patterns that are also based on the local ecology here in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. The next piece is called Baroque Biology Paper Theater. This is a series of digital prints that are photographs of GMO bacteria in petri dish environments, laid and displayed on backgrounds of theater settings and designs. They're intended to create this image of the bacteria performing for us, sharing for us their information, their knowledge of biotech processes. Laboratory Ecologies is a complex installation that involves a sort of tent camping aesthetic for a lab that involves large animals, small animals, and microbes all working together in a cacophony towards a biotech research project. There are no humans in this installation. The humans are only the observers, the learners. And the final piece, called When Microbes Dream, the title piece for the exhibition, is a wall mural of microbial ecologies layered with a liquid spiral installation on top, giving this dream world, thinking about what it might be like for the microbes to live and cohabitate with other organisms in our lab. With this project and many others, I perform an alter ego character, the gentleman scientist, the epitome of the colonial traditional scientist who becomes absurd and defunct and self-deprecating as he or she moves through this biotechnological space, sharing with audiences access and discussion to biotech projects. Each artwork presents a complex vision of organisms large and small, mammals, microbes, plants, and insects, working in collaboration to communicate biotech processes to human audiences. This strategy deprioritizes the human scientist as the dominant organism in a robust laboratory ecology, rather presents the perspective of non-human organisms living, reproducing, performing, and dying. Of course, this is an absurdist and impossible task to ever imagine what biotechnology is like from the perspective of our microbial collaborators. It can only ever be a vision of what humans might think that microbes might dream. When Microbes Dream is produced with the support of the University of Windsor, the Incubator Art Lab team members, and the microbes and organisms that we share our lab with.
I'm Leslie Ruckman. Hi, I'm Gal Nissim. I'm an artist and a scientist. Birds come to visit the city while they migrate, and they don't see glass, and they collide into glass. Through the animations, we're exploring this idea of the collision with the glass. So you'll see birds flying, hitting the window, and this is because they don't see glass. It's a concept that makes sense to us. It doesn't exist in nature. And zooming out from that on the other glass windows, these UV murals that are invisible to our eyes, you're bringing to life what birds can see with their own eyes because they do see the UV spectrum. So these murals make the window visible to birds and hopefully helps them avoid collisions in the future.
contaminated soils, communities saddled with lack of employment. These are the legacies left behind by the decline of the mining industry in South Wales. However, this contaminated soil can now be used for the production of something called a quantum dot, with the help from a very familiar garden friend. So, what exactly is a quantum dot? It is an incredibly small semiconductive particle. It emits different coloured light in different sizes when excited by light or electricity. They have been used in a range of different applications such as biological imaging, improved LED screens and solar cells. The industry is set to be worth over $11 billion by 2026. In 2013, researchers at King's College found that they can be biosynthesized using the earthworm through a process called mutual antagonism. When earthworms eat soils containing metals, they produce enzymes called metallothionein in its gut. The metallothionein grabs hold of the metals and stores it away in special cavities inside the cells. It reacts with another toxic element to make a safer compound. This is the quantum dot. Professor Mark Green of King's College explained,
"Extracting a quantum dot made in a worm is a cheaper, more sustainable process than making quantum dots in the laboratory."
Quantum Industries is one company striving to exploit this phenomenon. Working with a disused coal mine, they have biologically engineered a giant hybrid earthworm optimised for high-yield production of quantum dots. These earthworms are hatched in secure wormeries inside the mine. To attract the wormer runs a light electric current into the soil. The worm is then tickled to release the fluid containing the dots. This mine uses its cadmium and selenium contamination to create a cadmium selenide quantum dot. The BBC interviewed Margaret Howell, CEO of Quantum Industries.
Though we intend to sell quantum dots on as a green and cheaper alternative, our real aim is to generate clean energy using the quantum dots in our solar flags.
Quantum Industries are now fabricating innovative solar flags using spray-on solar cell technology. The flags are raised around the mine, powering itself and the nearby community. Quantum Industries hopes this would re-establish mines as a source of energy, bioremediating the coal industry's pollution and revitalising the industry in the area. Olivia Bargeman, BBC News, Blenheim.
「いつか出会い愛し合う二人は運命の赤い糸で結ばれている」そんな神話のような糸を紡ぐ蚕が2016年この世に誕生した。アートと科学の創造で新しい神話が生まれる時代始まったのかもしれない。 オキシトシンを作る遺伝子をこの卵に注射すれば恋に落ちる運命の赤い糸生み出せるはず。カイコの目が光れば成功のサインなんだけど。折れちゃったベイビー好きだってtell me運命のレイディー私海のようにザナビみたいに。私ももう大人だし、オキシトシンくらいで恋が叶うなんて、恋はそんな簡単な話じゃないだなんて、そりゃ分かってるんですけど、でもそんなことやってみないと分かんないじゃないですか。失敗は成功のもとだって施術教授も言ってたじゃないですか。だから私作っちゃったんです。ねえ、新しい神話一緒に作ろうよ。そうしそう愛ないとは言わないで高鳴る野望は止まんない。ゴールド点なんても言わないで運命なんて結果オーライ。
Rhapsody for an Expanded Biotechnological Apparatus is a tactile sound installation located in the elevator of the Tang Teaching Museum that connects hidden artifacts of science to familiar domains of the everyday. I'm Laura Splan, and I'm an interdisciplinary artist. My work explores the intersections of science, technology, and culture through embodied interactions and sensory engagement. The installation re-envisions the elevator as a biological cell and its visitors as proteins as they're prompted to engage with a haptic textile sculpture while listening to a sonic tour of a biotech laboratory. The soundscape is a wandering journey created from recordings made during my artist residency at the Science Center in Philadelphia. Robotic movements of machines, gurgling dish drains, and conversations among scientists come together to create a soundscape entitled chaperone. In biology, a chaperone is a type of protein that helps other proteins fold properly inside the lumen of a cell. The accompanying textile sculpture, entitled Lumen, prompts visitors to embody the biological process of protein folding when sitting on the rug made from the fiber of laboratory llamas and alpacas who are used to produce antibodies for human drugs, including vaccines. Instructions guide visitors to remove shoes and sit cross-legged as a choreographed gesture that embodies the folding of proteins inside a cell's lumen. Tactile transducers beneath the rug vibrate with the bumps, clicks, and bangs of laboratory machines in the soundscape. The fiber for the sculpture was donated by a vivarium at a laboratory that produces biological products for biotech research and pharmaceutical industry. I hand wash, card, and spin the fiber into yarn for my textile sculptures and installations. The work questions notions of the presence and absence of bodies, evoking the mutability of categories that delineate their status, and renders the elevator as a space for contemplation of the unseen labor of both humans and non-humans within an often invisible system.
Hi there. Welcome to the SBA BioArt Lab, where we've been designing the future of food for over 30 years. Good. This laboratory, the first of its kind, is where biologists and artists work together tackling some of the world's biggest biological concerns. Over the years, we've spawned some unique results, but nothing as successful, impactful, and delicious as this. Meet the Mayo tomato, the amazing protein-packed fruit that started it all, a biological breakthrough that changed the way we think about protein. I have something amazing to show you. Randy, get the thing.
As you wish.
Before the Mayo tomato, humans relied heavily on animals for their daily source of protein. With a growing global population and a strained agricultural system, we recognized animal protein was not an ecologically sustainable source. There had to be an alternative method. We put together some of the brightest scientific and artistic minds we could find, and the result was impressive. Take a look.
This will only hurt a little bit, JK.
In 2016, the BioArt team at the School of Visual Arts engineered the world's first fruit to produce the same protein, myoglobin, found in animals, the Mayo tomato. They found plants to be deficient in megadoses of protein necessary for a nutritional human diet. So they translated a DNA sequence found in beef and inserted it into a tomato's genome. The result? One little tomato possessed the same amount of protein found in an 8-ounce steak. This breakthrough creation caused quite the stir. It seems not everyone was a fan of this amazing scientific achievement.
GMOs are dumb and stupid and poison.
Of course we're not happy.
However, in the year 2030, mad cow disease almost completely wiped out the cattle industry, creating an urgent need for the Mayo tomato's amazing protein power. And soon, hearts, minds, and mouths were open. The Mayo tomato ushered in a global movement that ultimately ended our need for animal consumption, Not bad for a group of art students, if you ask me.
We like to define things by what belongs and what doesn't, because change means uncertainty, and uncertainty can be daunting. But stopping change is as impossible as stopping time, and focusing on the impossible is a distraction. What if instead of exclusion, we strove for balance? What if instead of eradication, we focused on utility? What if we embraced our environment the way it is, and we kept embracing it as it continued to change? And what if, when we stepped in to help, we did it not to destroy what doesn't belong, but to put what's out of balance to good use? We need to make invasive species material sourcing as commonplace as organic, post-consumer recycled, grass-fed, free-range, biodegradable, free trade, VOC, and hormone-free. It needs to be policy. But first, it needs to be designed. In our region, the Great Lakes region, the introduction and proliferation of zebra and quagga mussels have overwhelmed native species, their habitat, and our infrastructure. Efforts to remove them have been ineffective and in some instances, even more harmful to the environment. As color and material designers, we wondered, what might happen if we treat them not as a biological threat, but as an overabundant material? We asked, what are they made of, and what can we make from them? Mussel shells are 95% calcium carbonate. Take them up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, and you get calcium oxide. Calcium oxide, lime. Sodium oxide, soda. and silicon dioxide, silica, make glass. As bioaccumulators, zebra mussels filter the water. They filter out pollutants and plankton, minerals and trace metals, some of which give glass its color. A glass derived from zebra and quagga mussels will express the color of their ecosystem. Invasion, to region, to chemistry, to color, to identity, to belonging. We collected the first batch of mussels from Lake St. Clair, where zebra and quagga mussels were first introduced in the 1980s. Hitching a ride on ballast tanks of cargo ships from Russia and Ukraine. We boiled them, cleaned them, ground them up, and sifted them into a coarse powder. We worked out the chemistry, the molar calculations for mass and batch recipes. We designed the kiln program to pause on the way up to control the release of CO2 and H2O as sodium bicarbonate transforms into sodium carbonate, which transforms into soda, and as calcium carbonate transforms into lime. And as we paused on the way down and modulated the rate of cooling to swiftly transition through the vitrification range and to slowly drift through the anneal. It turns out the color of Lake Michigan glass is the color of icebergs and tropical atolls, the color of water. We're told it's a copper blue from the high copper content of Lake Michigan. It's beautiful, and we can't wait to see the color of Lake Superior or Lake Ontario. We can't wait to see each lake, comparing glass from the beach to the lake bottom, taking a biochromatic tour of the water column. We can't wait to rediscover our region through the brilliant blues or greens, or even yellows or rose pinks of what we keep calling an invasive species. And we can't wait to see what we can make out of zebra glass.
Lost all of me trying to find you, now I'm useless. Used all of me trying to find myself. Now to trade my entire being with the figure behind the screen. Much more than I've ever been. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Lost all of me trying to find you, now I'm useless. Used all of me trying to find myself. Now to trade my entire being with the figure that's behind the screen. Much more than I've ever been. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy.
Back2You is a service that enables its users to regularly sequence their gut microbiome in home, maintain a database of their own sequencing results, and regain their lost bacteria. Back2You brings your bacteria back to you. This is Mary, 26 years old, a resident of New York City. Today is February 24th, 2023. As always, Mary wakes up to her alarm and goes to bathroom. Today, when she enters the bathroom, she activates the Back to You sequencer by saying her name, Mary. After she poops and wipes her butt, she takes the backup pad that comes out of the slot and wipes again for sampling. She folds the pad and puts it back into the intake slot of the sequencer. She then flushes the toilet and starts her morning routines while the sequencer starts sequencing her sample. Later, the sequencer will send the result to Mary's personal Back to You cloud. Mary often sequences her stool sample at home to monitor her health conditions and has built her own gut microbiome database. 2 weeks later, Mary gets a bacterial infection and is prescribed with antibiotics. Over the course of her treatment, she gradually loses part of her bacteria community. At the end of the treatment, Mary opens up the Back to You app on her phone, where there is her personal time machine that has all her past reports. She scrolls back a few times and picks the February 24th report based on the app recommendation. Then she places an order of a 7-day bacterial supplement pills, customized to her gut microbiome condition as it was on February 24th. A few days later, Mary's Back to You order is delivered to her door. Mary starts to take her Back to You pills every day for 7 days. Over the course of taking the Back to You pills, Mary gradually regains her bacteria community. This is how Back to You works.
Invasive species are at our doors, barging in unannounced, causing nearly irreversible damage. Now it's our job to get rid of them, and we start with these. Carp, the bottom feeders. There are 3 main species: big head carp, silver carp, and black carp. They eat 120% of their weight in zooplankton and phytoplankton, a crucial food source of our walleye, bluegill, and smallmouth bass. Therefore, we need to eradicate these species of carp from our waters. Complete annihilation is necessary. These carp fight hard battles. We've already tried multiple ways of eradicating them. Now we are developing a new approach. Using the latest advancements in technology, we have designed a bioweapon to fight against the carp. After years of iteration, we are finally ready to release it to the public.
There is a looming threat to America and the Midwest. 139 invasive species currently inhabit the waterways of Indiana alone, causing a variety of negative ecological impacts. River Defenders arms fish that are native to the White River, such as walleye. With our help, they may have a fighting chance. Combining human advancements in weapons technology and the natural capabilities of aquatic life, this idea proposes that a military-grade tactical vest be attached to native fish. The vest is equipped with 2 items: a waterproof camera that provides a live feed to the River Defender's operator, and a remote-controlled firearm. This firearm follows in the steps of the Heckler & Koch P11, both in its construction and history. The P11 was one of the many products of weapons development during the Cold War and served as a direct competitor to the Soviet Union's SPP-1, which had been produced 5 years prior in 1971. At the time, frogmen could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with knives. The development of weapons like these expanded the possibilities of underwater combat. The P11 was designed with the knowledge that traditional bullets don't travel well through water. It features 5 barrels that hold flechettes, or metal darts that allow for better accuracy and range. When fired, the P11 is electrically ignited from a battery pack within the gun. River Defenders builds upon this design with increased ammunition capacity and remote operation via Bluetooth technology. With an official state-of-the-art app, any Muncie resident can connect their smartphone to a River Defender within a range of 800 feet. Once connected, the user can obtain a fisheye view of the White River from the camera attached to each fish. Using the invasive species identification software, the user can fire the weapon when a carp appears, taking an active role in combating ecological imbalance. As bizarre as this idea may seem, the U.S. military is no stranger to creating alliances with wildlife. For example, in World War II, engineers considered using bat bombs as a weapon against Japan. Once napalm was attached to Mexican free-tailed bats, they would be released to roost in buildings and hard-to-reach places. Another example is Project Pigeon, which utilized the cognitive abilities of pigeons to guide missiles. The pigeons were trained to recognize certain targets and then placed in front of a screen with sensors. The birds would peck at the screen when the target moved away from the center of it, maintaining the bomb's glide path. River Defenders is a testament to the new bonds we may forge with our natural environment in order to protect our traditions and values. In today's society, there is a disconnect between parents and their children due to the fact that most parents were raised without technology. Their children, however, are raised in the digital age and spend increasing amounts of time indoors on phones or tablets. River Defenders bridges this gap between parents and children, creating a new family bonding activity that both generations can enjoy. Over the past 2 decades, the cleanliness of the White River has also become a major cause for concern. As the river gradually becomes more saturated with heavy metals, PCBs, and other pollutants, recreational activities are becoming unsafe. In fact, River Defenders may replace the traditional American pastime of fishing trips. Gone are the days of old-school fishing. Now, with River Defenders, a new, exciting pastime exists. The future is now. The River Defenders must work together in order to form a more perfect union to ensure the peace of the White River. It is your time to take action.
River Defenders has a practical function to engage and mobilize the Muncie populace in protecting the ecology of the White River. It is also a band-aid solution that turns human conquest of the natural world into a violent, interactive spectacle. As an example of both biodesign and critical design, River Defenders tackles both environmental and social issues at once. Rooted in the Italian radical design movement of the 60s and 70s, critical design challenges an audience's preconceptions. It's meant to provoke new ways of thinking. Anthony Dunn and Fiona Raby define critical design goals as raising awareness, exposing assumptions, provoking action, sparking debate, and even entertaining. Oftentimes, these projects explore speculative futures, ranging from dystopian to utopian. River Defenders aims to do just that, using the topic of invasive species as a point of departure.
Stuart Hall, the cultural theorist, once said, "There is no understanding Englishness without understanding its imperial and colonial dimensions." The United States has used this idea for centuries to villainize the other. Under the guise of protection, the U.S. then resorts back to its usual methods of complete eradication and declarations of war. Time after time again, these methods prove wasteful and unsuccessful. Using these ideas in the previous video conveys how the saturation of xenophobia further warps any chance we have of enacting reasoned and positive change. If we continue to view every problem through these lenses of fear and hate, our needed solutions will be unreachable.
River Defenders was created to highlight issues with the war on invasives.
In the field of ecology, some experts are beginning to take issue with rhetoric surrounding invasive species. The militaristic idea of complete eradication ignores positive qualities that non-native species might bring to an ecosystem. One study showed that, quote, invasive species research uses significantly more militaristic language, end quote, than other subfields of conservation. The power of messaging like this shouldn't be understated. In the short term, rallying communities to declare war on certain species could be helpful. However, it may do more harm than good in the long term, distorting the public's understanding of ecology and reinforcing xenophobic tendencies. This conversation gets more complex as we realize that many of our beloved commonplace species were once considered alien or non-native. While not deemed invasive, the honeybee was imported to North America from Europe in the 17th century. We now depend on this poster child of conservation for billions of dollars worth of crops. However, it could be deemed invasive as soon as it begins outcompeting species of wild native bees. Examples like these show the blurry line between helpful and harmful. We then must add climate change into the equation. Climate change is rapidly redefining relationships between all organisms. Consider the tamarisk shrub, for example. Though it has outcompeted many native trees and uses large amounts of water, it has begun to provide habitats for endangered species like the southwestern willow flycatcher. It is also hardy and drought tolerant, addressing a problem that we will face in the near future. Invasives like these can withstand shifting temperatures and low resources, and may be the only way our ecosystems can survive. Some scientists even predict they could help us preserve a working ecology. The damage caused by invasive species like cane toads and bighead carp is irrefutable, and River Defenders doesn't aim to understate it. However, if we refuse to explore new roles they might play in this ever-changing environment, we will keep falling back into costly, unsuccessful methods time after time again. Let's work to build new solutions that look toward the future.
Open eyes, ears, get ready to feel, taste and smell the landscapes of your inner cellular sensorium, a flexing and porous space, alive with possibilities. Within this world, our living cellular kin, Alks, are guardians of the 5 human senses, and each connected to a kingdom of life. In this meeting between our sensory selves and the inner worlds of our cellular beings, futures unfold. Now they invite you to journey along into their cellular habitats, your body, to begin a sensory cellular ceremony. Enter one of the portals. Look at the screen. Focus on the Alk in the center, guardian of your human cellular sight sensorium, connecting you to other bodies across the animal kingdom. The image you see is being relayed to you through your soul windows. Watery gelatinous orbs, crystal balls, your eyes. The image you see travels through layers of cellular strata, through a film of watery gelatinous cornea, epithelial cells, keratocytes, and endothelial cells, past the colorful facade of your iris, a lacy meshwork of fibers and pigment granules, down the black hole of your pupil, a portal into a crystalline lens, refracting the image, focusing it into a sharp form. before it flows through a jelly-like pool, arriving at your retina. A thick forest of cells with long tentacular arms. Pigment cells, rods, cones, horizontal cells, bipolar cells. Reaching out to one another, holding on to one another to form a network, a community which can uphold your vision.
Live from New York, where the world's first Cas9 opened earlier today despite ongoing protests. The public backlash first started in 2051 when the Universal Genetic Screening Law was passed, requiring preventable genetic disorders to be removed from embryos in order for them to qualify for universal free healthcare. Since then, scientists and doctors have been inching closer to creating fully designed humans, what the public refers to as designer babies. The law states that parents are not allowed to handpick desired genes for their offspring, but Cas9 puts chance back into the equation. We spoke earlier to Cas9's first family unit to hear a little bit more about how it works.
All of our genes are in our 23 pairs of chromosomes. At the Cas9, our chromosomes will be copied and stored in the gene bank so they can later be recombined and synthesized to form the genome of a new baby. We play around with bébé roulette for each chromosome. The wheel ensures a randomized selection, but players can increase their odds by betting extra chips.
And what if you don't like a certain gene on a chromosome assigned to your baby?
CRISPR tokens, just CRISPR them right out.
This is Brianna, one of our parents playing at the Cas9 tonight.
I'm Brianna, daughter of the president and CEO of the gene bank in the Cas9. I'm paying first to have this baby, and I feel so blessed that the government has given us access to this sort of technology. It's a really great option for people like me. Yes, it's expensive, not everyone can afford it, but what I can afford is to have a baby that's just average.
I feel lucky to be chosen to be part of this group. I grew up before humans were screened for genetic diseases, and I've had really crippling medical bills because of it, so I know I can't afford my own baby. But Brianna hired me as the primary caretaker and genetic parent of our baby because I have blue eyes, so I guess I got lucky after all.
This is truly an amazing step in the scientific community. Genetic regulations have hindered mankind to push the limits of the human race, but Cas9 are a step in the right direction. Why should we keep settling for natural selection when we can select whatever we want?
Now let's check in to see how the game is going.
Alrighty, chromosome 9. Chromosome 9 may determine your child's eyebrow thickness, forehead freckles, lip width, blood type, and vulnerability to malignant melanoma. Place your bets.
Okay, the girls are placing their bets. Looks like Brianna's got a lot of chips on the board. Aaron has next to nothing. Now they're spinning the wheel. And Molly wins!
Oh no, not those eyebrows on my baby. CRISPR those out right now.
What? Are you really going to risk editing my chromosome? What if it messes something up? It doesn't work every time, you know.
You could replace her eyebrows with mine.
Oh, please.
How dare you?
Whatever. I still won the chromosome. And I choose Aaron's chromosome number 9 to complete the pair. Next we'll play for chromosome 17.
Looks like the karyotype is shaping up. We'll check back in with them a little later. Now let's hit the streets to hear from some of the protesters outside the Cas90. Protesters are gathering to voice their outrage towards what some are calling the next eugenics movement.
This Cas90 needs to be shut down now before we raise an entire generation of elitist superhumans. Our government should promote equality, but this government-run Cas90 is promoting rampant inequality.
Some say they fear being further stripped of their reproductive rights. Others are comparing this to the 2020 reversal of Roe v. Wade.
Cas90s are mining all of our genetic information and selling it to the highest bidder. They say they want to maintain diversity, make sure our kids are healthy, but they just want to control procreation. They want to decide who gets to be a human and who doesn't. Cas90s are promoting eugenics. They don't want impurities. They don't want my imperfections. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Ourselves for supper, we raid in search of lunch. First course is legs of cricket, leaf litter bugs for brunch. We rest and nest together in sheltered bivouac. When dawn shakes down upon us, we rouse for our attack. How do we do this mischief? How does our colony unfold? Chart a course through parts uncharted, seeking tasty treats untold. Pheromones, 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 pheromones show the way. Coordinate the core of our acid-on ballet. We delineate the root, twice the pheromones, twice the ants. Here we found a tasty food source. Now, sisters, to your dance. Pheromones, 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 pheromones show the way. Coordinate the core of our acid-on ballet. We spartan sisters move together without shield, without sight. A caterpillar treading column, three fighting left or swinging right. We ants, a chorus, a colony, a horde. We ants, a single song line. We ants, a humming chord. Our queen beloved above us. Our queen beloved above us. Our queen beloved above us. She appeared to her sister intercessor, all together, all as one. We're better off together. I and we get it done. We sisters, truly flagless crew, all together, all as one.
Can we have everyone slowly start settling down? We're going to start. Okay.
I'll just give everyone a second to get seated. Wonderful. Okay, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. You don't have to clap. Don't clap for lunch. It's fine. Thank you, Taim, though. We appreciate you all. Okay, cool. So we're going to go right into the second half of the day. I hope you all enjoyed the morning session with all the presentations. We're going to go into a few wonderful speakers and performers this afternoon that I'm extremely excited for. And we're starting off with Kim Stanley Robinson, who is who is joining us via Zoom. So I'm going to read his bio very, very quickly, and then we'll jump into Kim. Hi, Kim, you can hear me, right? Sorry, Stan.
Yes, both of us.
Wonderful. Okay, I'll project more. Okay, here we go. Kim Stanley Robinson is a best-selling author and winner of the Hugo, Nebula, and Locus Awards. He is the author of more than 20 books, including the best-selling Mars trilogy, I love them, and the critically acclaimed 40 Signs of Rain, The Years of Rice and Salt, and 2312. He was named a Hero of the Environment by Time magazine, and he works with the Sierra Nevada Research Institute. He lives in Davis, California. So thank you again, Stan. Please take it away whenever you're ready.
All right. Thanks very much for that kind introduction, and hi, everybody. Sorry to be talking to you through a screen, the big head on the wall by Zoom, but I know we're all used to it by now, and it's that or I wouldn't be talking to you at all. So here I am. And it's interesting to talk, first of all, at MoMA, but secondly, about biodesign, because it seems to me that it really has, it's a concept that has come to the center of our thinking about how to go forward into this century's climate emergency, that essentially we have to biodesign our way out of it. And I want to explain what I mean by that in the rest of my talk here. So at first I was thinking that this was all about biomimicry, which is great, but I believe that many of you there know more about biomimicry than I do. And also as a feature of my science fiction about a decade or even 2 decades ago, where in my novel 2312, for instance, I had biomimicry more or less being the construction method for occupying many moons and planets and asteroids in the solar system, that 300 years from now, humanity had outposts and small settlements scattered throughout the solar system as being more or less our cosmic neighborhood, quite close to us compared to anywhere else. And biomimicry was the way to build off planet, such that especially seashell design and materials itself, the stuff of the solar system has very little organic element to it, and therefore the mineral components of the other bodies in the solar system were more likely to become bricks and buildings by way of biomimicry techniques coming especially out of seashell designs. The strength and the design qualities of seashells, they look so beautiful, but it turns out that it's a case of form following function. And these seashells are beautiful, but it's because they have evolved to fulfill certain functions in the world that very much resemble what we need for basic infrastructure and housing. I think that's still true, and I think that an ecologically better cement and concrete and building material can be is in the process of being worked up by way of studying how seashells do it for their structural strength, their lightweight, and so on. And same in my novel New York 2140, where sea level being 50 feet higher, Manhattan was an ongoing experiment in biodesign and biomimicry to adapt to the intertidal, in particular, somewhere between, if you have 50-foot sea level, somewhere between 34th Street and 42nd Street is underwater at high tide, but exposed at low tide. And that is true all around the New York Bay, but particularly interesting and even fun to speculate about if you take Manhattan as the model, an adaptation would be a serious challenge, but it would also be a matter of turning the city into a reef of thinking like an intertidal creature, of thinking kelp and the various coral reefs, the other kinds of living creatures that exist in the intertidal already being our guide for civilization. So that's all very well. It was fun in its time, but now in our current moment, I want to pop to really the larger scale for the rest of my talk, that we are going to have to biodesign civilization itself, that 8 billion people alive at the same time on this planet is unprecedented and a technological accomplishment, an accidental byproduct of all kinds of successes in science and in social reality that have got us to this point of the 8 billion people, but also some failures in terms of thinking things through in advance and actually planning what we're doing. It doesn't matter at this point at 8 billion, and we will rise a little bit in population, possibly. It's an artificial accomplishment that is sort of unsustainable doing it the way we do it now. And yet you don't want to have a future where the human population has crashed and also started a mass extinction event. We've already started a mass extinction event. We need to stop that and create a sustainable civilization that will take care of all 8 billion of the humans at adequacy, and then all the rest of our fellow citizens as well. The wild mammals are in a particularly bad state. 90% of the vertebrates on the planet are human beings and they're domestic beasts. And the remaining 10% are all the rest of our cousin species. They're all in trouble. And we need to accommodate them as well in this biodesigned future. And indeed, we're designing for biology at this point, as well as with biology. So a few points along that line. We're going to need to feed ourselves. Really, the ethical imperative is that all 8 billion of us live at adequacy. And so that means raising up out of poverty and immiseration some 2 to 3 billion of us who live immiserated every day now. So it isn't a question of downsizing to the planet, because that would leave too many people hurting. We actually do have to expand the amount of energy that we have, and therefore our material sciences and the building of housing. And then crucially, what I'm leading to is food. We have to feed everybody adequately, and that isn't all that easy. It takes a lot of land, it takes a lot of technology. And so we have this biodesign, regenerative agriculture. And regenerative agriculture is, at this point, more of an idea than a reality. That's going to be true of much of what I talk about for the rest of my time here. But the plan is there, and the idea is that as we grow food, we also draw carbon out of the atmosphere and sequester it in the soil. That, it seems like it should work. The people actually doing agriculture are very worried about it. You can indeed sequester carbon in the soil, but can you grow as much food as you did before? If you do no-till agriculture, if you mix in different kinds of crops on the same patches of land. In other words, if you do biodesign of agriculture, the growing of food for humans, that's all very well. It's healthier over the long haul, but does it create enough of a quantity of food to feed everybody? And also sequester some carbon. There's a French program called 4 per 1,000 that every year you have 4 more parts per 1,000 of carbon in the soil than you did at the start of that year while getting a full food crop. It doesn't sound like much, but the capacity of the soil to uptake carbon is so vast. There's so much agricultural land that if we were able to sequester 4 parts per thousand of carbon year by year, in 10 years or so, we would have taken many gigatons of carbon out of the atmosphere, put it back into the soil, fed ourselves, and had less of a climate emergency by ratcheting back down from the approximately 420 parts per million of CO2 that's in the atmosphere right now. You all know the numbers here. It was 350 parts per million. That's why 350.org, really about 100 years ago, and at the start of the Industrial Revolution, 280 parts per million, but that was a cold period. So 350 is what really humanity is used to for the ordinary weather of civilization up till the last 30 years or so. We've shot back beyond that. We will add more CO2 to the atmosphere before we stop, and so we're going to have to draw some back. And if we can draw it back while also growing our food, this is biodesign in its best manifestations, and it needs to be studied. It is being studied. It's not the only part. There is no only part. It's not even the major part of the coping with what some people call the polycrisis. So you have, of course, the climate crisis, but this isn't even as severe a problem as the biosphere crash that it's partly implicated with. And the mass extinction event is one way to say it. The crash of the biosphere is a functioning space because it will be, as an organism, as a supraorganism of many, many thousands or even millions of species coexisting, living off of each other, and creating both the atmosphere, the soil, and the water qualities that we have. All this together has been thrown off and is going wrong. And so that we sometimes hear what the moment of history that we're in called the polycrisis, many crises at once that all have to be dealt with, and not sequentially, but all together as they're interrelated with each other. So this is very much biology in action. And the response to the problem, the polycrisis, the emergency that the biosphere could crash in a way that would hammer humanity. And you can put extinction of humanity off to the side as a near impossibility, extremely unlikely, but irrelevant, you might say, because just the crash of civilization itself is bad enough. You don't have to start invoking an extreme unlikeliness like human extinction to make it scary. If billions of people die, that's bad enough. And so you can be both realistic and frightening without going into any kind of apocalyptic extremes here. But what you can say is the crisis is so serious, so much in our face as a present danger, that the world is actually responding. And many things have happened in the last few years that are unusually positive pieces of news that are in the typical way of news. They tend to be underreported. They tend to be reported with always with the added corollary that it's not enough, that it likely won't happen, that it's just a plan, that it's just ideas of technocrats that aren't really in control of governments, etc. This is all kind of true, and yet until you have a plan, you can't act on it. So these plans are actually really big and important and positive pieces of news. And since we are in a polycrisis, good things like this need to be seized on and celebrated, and also understood as armatures for further action, for real work in the real world, and for hope for more beyond that. And a lot of this has to do with biodesign, which is why I can rehearse this to you now for your specific conference. First, just the Paris Agreement of 2015 at COP, in any case, the Paris Agreement that was at the COP 15 meeting, I think, in 2015, although I worry about my dates here, but let's just say in 2015, all the nations of the world signed the Paris Agreement to fight climate change together. And that has been the armature for further discussions, an annual meeting. Now everybody knows about them. They're kind of the biggest news when they're happening every fall, where they happen, who goes to them, what gets agreed. And the Paris Agreement has two features I want to rehearse for you. Maybe you know them. I didn't before I got involved. Everything that comes out of the Paris Agreement has to be a matter of true consensus. Every single nation has to sign off on it for it to be agreed upon by the group. That's 190 nations. Only a couple of small nations on Earth are not part of the Paris Agreement. And to get everybody to sign off on statements means that the statements are relatively conservative, and it's a slow-moving process. It's powerful, but it's slow and cautious, you might say, to get everybody on board. The one that I attended in Glasgow, and at the end of 2021, there was going to be part of the statement for that year. Well, wait a second. Let me add a second thing about the Paris Agreement. It's agreed in the agreement itself that every year they shall improve the agreement, make it harder, the aspirations higher, the goals tougher, and the methods more complete. Year by year, something has to be added on. So at the end of the Glasgow meeting, there was going to be part of a statement, we shall close down coal. And this was new and powerful. And both China and India said at the end, no, we can't sign off on that. The health of our people, our energy supply that brings so many of our people out of poverty, we need coal. So instead of saying we will close down coal, in an overtime hours meeting of all the diplomats involved, the language has changed to we will slow down coal. And that satisfied China and India, and the agreement was signed. Well, this happens every year, that kind of watering down to get everybody on board. So there's a power to that COP process, but there's also the weakness of concession that any one nation, and there are quite many nations on Earth that depends crucially on their fossil fuels. Selling and burning of their fossil fuels is the business of several major countries. I won't take the time to list them now, but you'd be surprised, or maybe you know already, those countries are both signing off on the Paris Agreement and also desperate to sell their fossil fuels to keep their governments running. And this is a classic double bind, and they need help to get out of it. Some of them have responded to this double bind that they're in, this dilemma, by becoming criminals like Russia and invading a country next door. Others are merely promising one thing and doing another and hoping that it won't be noticed or it can be reconciled later. Without actual help from the wide world to the petrostates, they are going to be failed states, and failed states are bad for the rest of the world. So the problems here are extreme, but at least the Paris Agreement exists. Again, last year, just at the end of last year, a different Congress of the Parties that is about biosphere protection. This was in Montreal. It was supposed to be in China, but with the pandemic, it was delayed a year. And when they held it in Canada, but China ran it. This is COP15. There was an agreement signed by all the nations, again, 190 or so, that we shall put aside 30% of the Earth's surface for the other creatures, and that humans will substantially leave that 30% of the land alone. And China pushed hard to get this signed by their African client states. Very interesting diplomacy going on there. Hard to explain, but interesting to work on explaining, because it shows that no matter what the public relations or diplomatic battles are between America and China, these are the two biggest economies on Earth. They are conjoined twins economically. They have to get along. They are, first of all, China is one of every 8 persons on Earth and an immense cultural and human power, and then the United States as its own experimental country of countries and post-war economic superpower. These two nations need to cooperate in getting through this century. And when something like Montreal happens, China taking the lead on ecological protection, even if the explanations have to do with a certain amount of self-interest, like if you count 30% of China, including Tibet, Xinjiang, and Inner Mongolia, then they probably already have satisfied this particular treaty obligation to protect 30% of your land for the wild creatures. So maybe that's an easy win for them, and the rest of the world then has to follow. That doesn't even matter. The motivations don't matter. Well, not always. They're not the most important thing. The results are the most important thing. And in this case, the result is the whole world is promised 30-30. By the year 2030, we will have 30% of the land saved for all of our wild cousins in the biosphere as a gesture of biosphere repair and mutual solidarity and respect. This is biodesign. The biological design of civilization itself is really a spectacular and wonderful development, unprecedented, except for then it was quickly followed. So although there are very few precedents for something this positive in a development in 21st century history, very soon after it, the same kind of a treaty was signed under the guidance of the UN for the oceans of the world. And this is not at all trivial because in the international waters, some 60% of the ocean on the planet, there is no law that obtains except the law of the high seas, but countries tend to do what they want on the high seas. And now we have the UN's ocean treaty. Again, 30% of the oceans are to be no fishing zones, and nature is fecund and will reproduce itself at great speed anywhere we leave it alone, create spaces for it to repair itself, even with the chemical changes, even with the temperature changes of the atmosphere, which will both be very difficult. Nevertheless, life will sustain itself for the most part, especially in the oceans where mobility is extreme. So the Ocean Treaty is another huge accomplishment. So all these good things are happening, and I want to end by talking about essentially the biodesign of economics. Could we inject into our economic system the way that we rate the world, the way that we pay ourselves to work, more like a biological system, an input of energies, an output of productivities and products that is actually just and sustainable over the long haul? In other words, the reconciliation of economics and ecology so that the biosphere is not suffering from human activities which look to be profitable for the short term for a certain minority of humans only, while the rest of humanity and the biosphere itself suffers under the lash of that profit making. We have, in short, a unjust and short-sighted, you might say a stupid economic system. You could call it capitalism, or you could just say the way things are, because there are varieties of governance, of economic governance all around this planet. But the global system, whatever name you put to it, is poorly designed to take care of people or of the biosphere at large. We pay ourselves to do the wrong thing. There's too much extraction, exploitation, damage being done, poisoning of the earth for the short-term profit of very few people. You can say the 1%, and it's really more like 10%, but that's very few humans compared to the ones that are suffering the bad side effects. And even the richest people on this planet are sick with poisons that they cannot dodge even by going to some private island or headed for Mars. You can't dodge it. We're poisoning ourselves. Even the richest people suffer it. This is an economic issue if you biodesign economics, then you might get to a better space. And that's actually happening. We see the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the central banks of the world who have gathered together in a thing called Network for Greening the Financial System. We see Barbados's Bridgetown Plan and all kinds of proposals that have not yet been enacted to revise our system of paying ourselves, of economics itself, to reward ourselves for doing good work rather than bad work. So this is biodesign in its largest sense. And I think maybe I can leave you with that these are still only plans. There's enormous resistance. First of all, people who don't believe this story I've just told you or if they believe it, they don't like it and want to pretend it isn't true. There's enormous resistance to doing good work, to getting ourselves in a balance with the biosphere. We know who they are, and they have a lot of power, which means also a lot of money to pay to get their stories into people's heads rather than the story I've just told you. The biosphere doesn't care about that. It will crash or it will heal according to what we do, despite the stories that we tell ourselves. So the story of repair, of biodesign, of civilization needs to win, and enough people believe that now. The ferment that I see in the world of good plans, of people working hard to design a better, more appropriate economy and social reality, they're out there, they're working hard, coordinating them, getting political leverage to make all that work into law and into real money in the real world. This is the main story of our moment. It overarches all of the smaller stories of the day as the macro story of the history of our time. So I'm going to leave you with that. Biodesign is better, it's necessary, and it will be a struggle to put it to work in the world. But if that struggle succeeds, then I see a lot of you, and this is inevitable no matter who I talk to, a lot of you are a lot younger than I am. You're going to be living into this future, and I wish you the best of luck with it. And I want to be part of it for as long as I'm around, but many of you are going to be around for decades longer. And if you remember, you can say, oh yeah, I am part of this crucial moment in history, and some good work might result in a good result. So, thank you, and I hope everything goes well there. I wish I could be with you. Take a look at all of the work in MoMA while you're there, just for me, and I turn this back over to our organizers. Thank you very much.
Stan, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your patience with us while we had that time snafu. That was wonderful, beautifully stated as always. I am in the middle of Ministry for the Future right now. I highly recommend it. It is a wonderful book. So please do check that out. Thank you, Stan. We will move on. Have a wonderful day. One more round of applause, please. Okay, we are going to move right along and not be super starstruck. We're going to go into our sponsored prize winners. So each year, actually for the last 5 years, we had the Science Sandbox initiative from the Simons Foundation support Biodesign Challenge. They have supported fee waivers for our students to join the challenge for registrations. They have supported our BDC after school program. They have done quite a bit just making sure that we are operational, which they're a wonderful organization. They have also supported our Science Sandbox Prize for engagement, for community engagement the last 5 years as well. So we had 2 teams that were presenting yesterday for the specific prize. They were up against 30 other student teams that submitted to the prize. It was the Grace Church High School team and the NYU IDM team. We have decided the winner. I am stealing John's thunder. I'm sorry, John, but we will give them a trophy. We will have you up here giving them a trophy at some point as well. So the winner of the Science Sandbox Prize for Public Engagement is NYU IDM. And we are actually going to have them come up and present their project since not everyone got to see it. And you all can come on up right now. Project name is Thrive. Congratulations, you all. Okay, so this is your clicker. You can go forward with this, back with that. Try and stay as close to the mics as you can, and try not to move them. And there's a confidence monitor there, so you don't have to keep looking up. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Deidre, and together with Sheila, Tori, Andy, and Anshika, we are the Thrive team from the Henneth Laboratory for Living Interfaces at New York University. Sorry, I'm a little nervous now all of a sudden. Led by Dr. Elizabeth Henneth, who's right over there. Thank you. Based on the lab's research, Thrive explores the multitude of commensal impacts that microorganisms, bacteria, and fungi, and insects, both now and in our speculative 2073, have on multicellular life through continual exchange and symbiosis. So we start today in the present. Building on the centuries-long history of human honeybee collaboration, from their honey and their agricultural pollination, in 2015, the lab enlisted honeybees for a novel collaboration, microbial sensing. Partnering with researchers in Sydney, Melbourne, Venice, and Tokyo, we explored honeybee hives to sample environmental microbiomes at the neighborhood level. Analysis of these hives' bee debris, the detritus that falls to the bottom of the hive, revealed the highest concentration of environmental microbes. This suggested that honeybee hives could be relevant sensors for the environmental microbiome surrounding us, influencing everything from our health to local weather patterns. So you may be wondering, what is the relevance of this? Well, thanks to both anthropological and climate-related changes, the world is experiencing substantial biodiversity loss, which sadly has been a topic of public debate since the 1960s. While passing time has achieved a biodiversity protection goal in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, it's Goal 15 for anybody referencing, this and other global efforts focus on the macroscopic organisms, plants and animals. Less popular, but fundamental to every ecosystem, are sustainable efforts to support microbial and insect communities. We actually invest in maintaining regimes to eliminate them, as illustrated by these products. Insects and microbes are viewed as organisms to be controlled, eradicated, and sanitized. Why is this oversight a problem? Because the state of research proposes evidence that microbial diversity and human health are tightly related, more tightly related than previously understood, across a wider range of context, and emerging research draws connections between aerobiome, green space, human health, and microbial diversity.
It's 50 years from now, the year 2073. Something happened and the microbes have disappeared. Given the current trajectory of biodiversity loss, due to climate change, it is not hard to imagine that we will also face a time where we will lose all of our microbial diversity and macroscopic species that are already at the forefront of everyone's mind.
So humans, bees, and microbes are ancient collaborators. As early as 3100 BC, ancient Egyptian beekeepers raised honeybees for wax, honey, and migratory pollination along the Nile River. Food fermentation is another human microbe collaboration that brings us products like kefir, leavened bread, kimchi, and miso. And in our speculative future, scientists recall these collaborations of the past to adapt to their changing environment. So here, major biodiversity losses have made travel outside of safe biodiversity axes a threat to human health. We chose to develop a public transit solution because it is the underpinning of life in New York City as we know it. Many New Yorkers rely on safe and accessible public transit to facilitate the basic aspects of urban living. In 2073, the MTA develops the Hive Hopper program, which enlists honeybees as a microbial enrichment strategy to create a safe subway system aerobiome. Too quick. As honeybees forage for nectar and pollen, they return to the hive with microbes that they encounter in the environment. Introducing honeybee hives into the subway system populates the air with these beneficial microbes and facilitates safe travel throughout New York City without the use of probiotic PPE. Here we have reimagined how the MTA subway map would look in the year 2073. The pink hexagons identify the locations of honeybee hives along major travel routes, and the successful Hive Hopper program has restored all subway lines to full function. And then these renderings here depict how subway travel might look to future commuters.
These are some examples of personal protective equipment, also known as PPE, made from recycled materials necessary for one's survival when traveling outside the maintained transportation lines. Individuals need their own PPE with microbial populations, which is opposite to the use of PPE today. If we imagine the climate crisis progressing to the dystopian 2073 we describe, the primary purpose of urban design planning becomes maintaining the microbial diversity that we have lost.
So what do we do now for a more desirable future? Coming back to 2023, the research we're engaged in may prevent a dystopic future from being realized. We have collaborated with 5 NYC beekeepers with over 14 sites, with over 150 samples collected within a 6-week period. The sampling protocol is one of the first and most important steps to ensure uniformity. Each beekeeper used this specific folding procedure. They placed the foil covered sheet under the beehive to collect the bee debris. The picture on the left is me collecting the bee debris from one of the foils. We used a optimized DNA extraction protocol, focusing on optimizing DNA lysis, cell lysis. We also used 16S metagenomic studies to assess our optimization. Our lysis methods that we focused on were enzymatic, chemical, and physical. This was our current workflow, going from extraction to sequencing to metagenomic studies. The goal was to analyze, assess, and evaluate our lysis methods. We did use commercially available extraction kits based on our interpretation.
For public engagement goals, we design physical and digital artifacts for multisensory interaction. In our Data Through Design exhibition at New York City Open Data Week, We published a zine and physical installation that you can see at our exhibition last night. We hope you stopped by. These works augment traditional scientific outcomes like data sets and manuscripts. Reaching a new generation, this summer, Sheila will lead a collaboration with the NYU Tandon K-12 A-Rise program that explores ethical topics in science and technology. And she will mentor 2 high school students in our research methodologies. Our annual zine will also be featured at the Wignall Museum in Rancho Cucamonga, California, along with work connecting climate science and contemporary art. Reflecting on our experiences and ideas, we hope to build further on previous academic cultural institutional partnerships with the Brooklyn Museum to create an immersive learning experience or workshop series that illustrates the symbiotic connections between humans, insects, microbes at scale. And we aspire to partner with the MTA Arts to create works highlighting this symbiotic relationship within the urban microbiome.
Our project asserts that cities are interspecies assemblages despite modern design. Our research has shown that honeybees act as microbe buses by collecting microbes from their environment, and that analysis of the microbial communities found in bee debris can provide insight into the biological superstructure that is a city. In conclusion, multi-species urban design is a question of survival on our changing planet, which makes public engagement a critical component of our project. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. We're going to take a second to set up very quickly. Thank you again, students. Wonderful job and congratulations. We're going to set up for an exciting talk from a few of the artists and designers in our community. I'm really excited for this. We're going to have a panel conversation, which is why there are chairs coming on to stage behind me. Could I have the panelists start making your way up? Oh, you're already up here. Oh, badass. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Okay. So as you all know, we have an incredible community of, I'll wait till everyone settles. Okay, awesome. As you all know, we have an incredible community of artists, designers, scientists, ethicists, philosophers within our community, and we try and give a voice to each group, and we try and give voices to people who work across these groups. As you hopefully have seen from all of the speakers that we have represented throughout the last couple of days. So today we have a wonderful group of practitioners who work across multiple fields, who will be talking about, our panel is titled Art and Design as Social Critique. So I'm going to hand it over to our moderator, Andy Scarpelli. Yeah, please take it away, Andy.
Does this work? You know what, I'm loud. It works either way.
No,
it works.
use the mic.
It works. Can you guys hear me? Is it loud? Yeah, all right, cool. Hi, everybody.
Wait, let's clap for you guys real quick.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, okay, good.
You can't clap holding a microphone. So thanks everyone for coming to our panel, and thanks everyone for agreeing to do this. I'm Andy Scarpelli. I'm gonna be the moderator for today's panel. I am an instructor at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and I believe I was brought on just because my background is as a molecular biologist. I kind of stumbled into the community of biodesign, and I have loved it and appreciated every interaction that I've had here. But what we're going to have today is we're going to have a panel of some really amazing bioartists and biodesigners who are going to talk a little bit about their practice. We're going to have 3-minute introductions from each of them, which is not a lot of time, to give us a little crash course on their practice. And then we're going to have a conversation about what you can get as a takeaway from all of this, and then just talk about what does it mean to be a practitioner in the world of bioart and biodesign, and also how we can use works of bioart and biodesign, like what you guys just created, all of the students here, to be tools of critique and commentary on the world around us. So with that, I'm going to hand things over to the individual panelists. I think you're starting us off, so I'll let everyone introduce themselves, but go for it whenever you're ready.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Can you hear me well? Okay, I'm Jiabao. I'm an artist, designer, creative technologist, and assistant professor. My work addresses climate change, interspecies co-creation, and how technology mediates the way we perceive reality. The next slide. While I work in a marine biology lab in Hawaii, I noticed the squid. Okay.
All right. I'll get to you.
Yeah. Okay. While I work in the marine biology lab in Hawaii, I noticed the squid just sitting in this white boring tanks all day long. So I made a playground for them. I collect the white and black sand from Hawaiian Islands, make them into the shape of China and US, and while the squid living there, he carried the sands around and completely reinterpret this landscape. He traversed the borders and countries without a visa or passport. And he used these cute little tentacles to push the sand on his face as a camouflage. And over the period of 1 month, he completely reinterpreted these human-made maps and borders. These maps that we have repeatedly fought wars for in the eyes of the squid is drawn on their own terms. I also work with mouse. In Mouse Coach, I enlisted mouse as my running coach. So I have this pet mouse and they run a lot. And mouse has been used a lot in science study, like they get fat, depressed, or athletic, so that we can learn our human behavior and health. So now I enlist them as my health coach, and I give the agency of my health to them. So whenever they run, I receive a notification. And if I run, we both get a reward if my running distance match their running distance. So for them, it's a cheat. And then for me, I can scroll on social media. And the distance I can scroll on social media is the same distance that we run together. So if I want to scroll more, I need to run more. And Q action reward, this follows the habit loop. And I also learned that mouse run a half marathon every day. So basically, to match their running, I need to run a half marathon every day. So I keep running, and to testify their training on me, I will run a half marathon next year. And that's Squeaker. And then the last one is Menstrual Garden. I collaborate with biologist, actually Cooper over there, to try to understand what are the throat proteome in menstruation blood over a long period of time. And surprisingly, this is like the first time we get to do this. We actually don't know much about menstruation blood. So I've been collecting my menstruation blood for half a year, and we put it under spectrometry and discovered a lot of unique protein that only exists in menstruation blood, that doesn't exist in venous blood. And this can be potential biomarkers to understand a lot of information about female health. Also, meanwhile, I get to smell a lot of menstruation and made an olfactory piece here, where you can smell the scent of fresh menstruation, stagnant menstruation, and menstrual pain. And we also found out there are stem cells in menstruation that can potentially grow into organs. So we are imagining this world where menstruating people can just pull out their menstrual cup and grow organs. If you have a bad uterus, you can replace it with that. And what kind of new body politics this could bring with this superpower. Thank you.
Yeah. I have power.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Yes. All right, welcome. My name is Devon Ward. I'm assistant professor of graphic design at Auburn University. The project that I'd like to present today is called Bloom. And in many ways, Bloom is a very personal work for me. It's a work about where I grew up in Southwest Florida. And so in some ways, it's a work about my childhood home. But as you can see from this image, this is an image of red tide. And so this is also work about home being polluted by climate change effects, which I think is something that we can all relate to. This just happens to be one potential case study. So in 2018, you can leave it. I'm getting a little help over here. In 2018, there was a harmful algal bloom of red tide that came all throughout the Gulf, and it lasted for 15 months. And during that time, according to news outlets, the bloom caused the death of over 2,000 tons of sea life. So let me just say that again, 2,000 tons of sea life over the course of 15 months. And this included 452 sea turtles and nearly 100 manatee. And in economic terms, it caused the loss of $184 million to Florida's tourism sector, which is one of its major economies there. And so if you look in the bottom right corner, you can see that there's this small dinoflagellate called Carenia brevis, and this is the main driver of red tide. And so red tide is a bloom of Carenia brevis, and it's caused by climate change. It has existed for millennia, but in the past 20 years, 30 years, it's been exacerbated because of the effects of climate change. So what do we do about climate change? And what do we do about these existential risks? This is the question that this artwork tries to deal with. So during the research phase of this project, I went looking for past examples of how we've, as different cultures, have processed cultural and existential risk. And I found this term, this concept called the memento mori. So if you look in the top right corner, this is one painting of a memento mori. Literally translated, it means remember that you will die. And it was kind of like carpe diem, right? Live today, now, to the fullest, seize the day, right? So historically, memento moris were little trinkets. They're little objects, maybe a lock of hair, maybe a bone fragment, something that you would keep with you as a remembrance of the finitude of life. So you live to the fullest. So I created Bloom as a contemporary memento mori. And it's a memento mori that focuses on the environment. So I call it an eco-mori, a remembrance that the environment will die. Next slide. So what Bloom proposes is that we should microdose red tide daily in order to stem the effects of climate change. And yes, you heard that right. We should microdose, we should inhale red tide in order to stop the effects of climate change. So we don't forget that every single day, the majority of our actions are harming the environment. So no matter where you go, if you're suffering from climate anxiety, if you feel like you're not taking climate change seriously enough, all you have to do is take a teaspoon of red tide, drop it in the nebulizer, inhale, hold it for 3 seconds, and then cough, right? You have a good old yak. Yeah. But I'm just kidding, right? Like, in some ways, I don't want anyone to inhale red tide. I grew up in Southwest Florida. I've felt the effects of red tide. It is not pretty. But what this artwork is it's a type of thought experiment, and a specific type of thought experiment. It's called a reductio ad absurdum. You reduce something to its most absurd but still logical conclusion. And so the idea here is that we're too far from the experience of climate change. We're too removed from the experience of pollution. And so if we're going to act, we need to bring it closer to our body. We need to have a bodily experience of climate change if we're going to do something about it. Next slide. And that brings us to this image here. And I love this image. This is also a very absurd image. Some of you may have seen it before. It's called the cortical homunculus. And essentially, it's an anatomical representation of humans, but certain sensory organs have been proportionally adjusted based on the number of neurons dedicated to those sensory organs, right? So if you think of humans based on the homunculus, we are mainly eyes, mouths, tongues, thumbs, hands. And so the idea here is that if you really want to affect change and get people to act in order to do something about climate change, you have to understand the homunculus. You have to understand how we perceive and experience the world around us. So in other words, the homunculus has to feel climate change. And you need to do this often, which is why I've got this diagram on the right-hand side. And this is called the trans-theoretical model of change. If you took a psychology class, chances are you came across this. Essentially, it shows kind of the pathway to move from an addicted state to being free from that addiction. And there are many things as a culture, as a society, that we are addicted to at the moment. You know, fossil fuels being one of them, right? And so if we're going to actually do something about it, we need to not only create new solutions or new objects or new products, right? That may be less important than the maintenance and the remembrance of, you know, everyday activities. And so I've highlighted here maintenance because that's one of the key themes for Bloom. And so in conclusion, Bloom is an absurd, critical project. It's a call to action, and it's a future scenario that we don't want. We don't want to be ingesting pollutants on a daily basis, although 2 weeks ago, that was kind of inevitable here. So if we're going to do something about climate change, if we're going to meet our climate goals, we need real eco-mories. We don't necessarily need Bloom, but this idea of an eco-moria is extremely valuable. And that's how we may be able to fix our homes. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pearlyn. I'm really glad I worked out for this, given I have to compete with a mouse and maybe potentially sniff some Bloom. And so I would love to talk a little bit about my practice, and I will keep it quite simple. In my work, I investigate personhood, neo-mythology, and the divine feminine. And most of the time, I embody the personas of a female character to revisit harmful archetypes in order to draw a regenerative bridge to matrilineage. And you can see my work unfolds through embodied performances, video art, installation, and video games. So Reverb, a genetic opera, is a project that I've been working on for a few years now and is heavily supported by Biodesign Challenge. And it is an opera that essentially transposes mitochondrial DNA into a live aria sung back to the participant. And today I'm seeing Annie Liu in the audience, who will be our wonderful guest, incredible part of the biodesign community. And so essentially this project is a way for us to draw a bridge through lore and song to explore new ways of kin making. You can see this coif, which you'll see actually after this, is actually made up of 28 individually printed 3D parts and then draped and braided in hair. And originally we had people donate their hair to us. But then we realized that we had to retain the follicle for DNA, so I just have a bunch of hair sitting at home in my closet. We do swabs now. So essentially, this piece is very deeply connected to my grandmother, which I will actually talk more about after this. I won't give the whole performance away, but this is a project that is born out of my time at New Ink, the incubator of the new museum, and is very personal to me. So my upcoming project is called Infinite Mother. It is a video game film, or what you call a Mac Anima, that is dedicated to a generation of children who looked to devices as surrogates for kinship and the guidance that mothers offer. So the project serves as this kind of otherworldly space, a safe digital haven for these children to process generational trauma. And especially we've moved from Reverb on the stage tonight into this video game realm where the deity in the game, Ama, is inspired by mitochondrial Eve, who I'll talk about more later, and as well as Shi Wangmu, who is the mother of all mothers in Chinese lore. The two are inspired, the deity, Ama, is inspired by these two characters, and she, in the finale, sings a genetic opera in order to soothe the inner child. And so I am crossing video game, traversing different realms between video game and biodesign in my practice these days. So One last thing about this project is that the video game is inspired by the 18 Circles of Hell in Chinese lore. Although the game only has 8 levels, as you get more intense into the game, it is a way to unpack the mother wound, let's say. So very excited to be here amongst esteemed practitioners on this panel and before you all.
I highly recommend that everyone take the time to look up the practice of each of the artists on stage. I spent a lot of time on everyone's website, and I recommend you do the same. It's a great use of a rainy day, just to put that in mind. But one of the things I want to just start off a conversation on that we talked about a little bit previous was that how each of your pieces have a little bit of speculation in them and a little bit of really hard and meaningful science in them. And these are often really contrasting concepts. Science really likes to be careful, and a lot of times speculation is very full of imagination and trying to come up with things that aren't real but are potentially possible. And so I'm curious how each of you work that balance, especially in pieces that are trying to drive a message home to the audience. So let's go in opposite order of how we just introduced ourselves. So Pearlyn, I'm going to ask you to start this, but how do you balance the hard science aspect of trying to make sure that you're very careful and very particular and specific with the speculative aspects that are very broad and hopefully capturing new worlds?
Yeah, I really believe that scientists and artists, we are rooted in a practice of experimentation and truth-seeking. And I think that for artists, it's really about an emotional truth-seeking, and for scientists, it's an empirical one. And both are the necessary components, I think, for deep investigation and active collaboration. So with Reverb, by the way, my science knowledge ends at AP Biology in high school. So really why it was so beautiful for Reverb to come together is because when I was at New Inc., I sat across from Biodesign Challenge, and we needed a space to sequence DNA. And we wanted to do it properly. I wanted to get back into the lab. And then, Daniel was like, well, actually, I founded a lab, down where you live in Park Slope. Why don't you go to GenSpace? So, I think it's really important because I think art and science, the overlap in that space is where a lot of the interesting thinking and the work come from. And I will say that you want to have this due diligence, right? Because for artists, we can benefit from the deep research in which science brings. And for scientists, it's this idea of the boundlessness in which art brings. And we have to experiment outside of reality in order to better function within it. And so I think those two components come together in a very necessary way.
I'm just going to keep with this conversation. Is that the way that you see it, Devon? Is that overlap being the potential for exploration in a way that is meaningful?
Yeah, I think in some ways scientists and artists, they have different cultural contracts. They're not like contracts that you sign, but they're sort of contracts that as a society we sort of expect. So, scientist is going to produce facts. But I would actually sort of refute the question a little bit. And I don't necessarily think that scientists are always careful with their sort of comments.
But we don't like being called out on that.
But so like if we back up a little bit, if you do like a visual discourse of some of the talks here, right? Visual media studies is very good at sort of unpacking the relationship between almost like showing one image and then seeing another image. Mm-hmm. And I think we've seen a few talks where we've seen examples of an experiment at a microscopic scale in the lab, and then right after that, we see this grand speculation. But there's no sort of warning sign in between. There's no sort of symbol that pops up. There's no slide that sort of says speculation coming. We're going directly from a lab experiment with empirical evidence, which is like, some of these experiments are phenomenal, but then we just jump immediately to the speculation. And I would say that, that maybe is breaking that cultural contract because we're moving from fact-based to, a what-if scenario. And so on the opposite end, I would say like artists, they have this cultural contract to present narratives, to present stories, to present new phenomenological experiences or first-person experiences of the world around them. And so if they're not necessarily doing that, if they're like too stuck in certain fact-based presentations, then they maybe haven't fulfilled that end of the bargain. So I might refute the question because it poses it in like a dichotomy that I don't necessarily see.
I get that. There is that bit of a spectrum between all of them. I would say that there is always going to be this representation that has that little bit of speculation in it, but I feel like there are some strict rules that we really like in the sciences that, I think having the background in engineering, like, do you run into that when you switch worlds back and forth between how you're building your pieces and how you are experiencing the artistic visions in that? Is that something that you feel also is more of a continuum, or do you feel like there is that boundary that you push against between the two?
I think it's like very porous.
Okay.
Like often we say the science and engineering ask the question of how, and art and design ask the question of why. But I think a lot of the science also you ask why and what if. Like for example, menstrual garden created from, like I just hold a tampon in front of my partner who's a scientist and asking why I menstruate, why it's so painful every time, and what's inside. Maybe we can discover something that this can actually be useful. So it starts from kind of like can we make this like annoyance become a superpower for us? Like start with that and then get into the deeper science, like then get into like day-to-day patting the blood, and it become more like detail and really try to eliminate all the factor. But then we also have to jump back to the question of why we are doing this, jumping back to the bigger picture and think about the speculative world around it. Just like there's that kind of push and pull in between.
That's kind of interesting just because it sounds like there's a chance where you can approach the same piece from different angles, trying to think of it as coming from the more scientific or engineering end, and more coming from it from the perspective of an artist or a designer. And do you guys feel that in any of your pieces that you want to talk about in particular, or any of the pieces that you see from any of the other panelists, that you see this very differently as when you think about it as a scientist or as an engineer, or when you think of it as an artist or a designer, that there's just different viewpoints, you can see your own pieces or the pieces that we've talked about in this? I know I went a little off script. I have a little bit of problems staying on one message sometimes.
I will say, with like Jiabao's work, where there's a lot of this use of XR and robotics to tackle things like climate change and interspecies, and with Devon's work, it's really about like having the graphic design background to inform like a deep and rich biodesign practice and professorship, right? I think you can see kind of on the stage that we are not treading down a very traditional path, and I suspect that's the same with everyone in this room. And I think that is the beauty of it. I think a previous generation has said you need to work on a specific skill or craft for 30 years, and that is going to be what you do for the rest of your life. But today, I think the pressures in which we feel is that we are multi-hyphenate, that we use different media to tackle things, like science, like biodesign. And for me, like in the worlds of gaming and in Web3, I would say like for Infinite Mother, the video game film, it's about world building, but also it's a host for biodesign, for a genetic opera to be sung to soothe the inner child, right? So I would say that it is really up to us to write the next chapter, and I feel like I'm looking at the future that will be responsible for that ultimately.
I think discipline is a human construct, and the more we get to it, the more it gets blurred. And we have that discipline because we want to say it as efficiently and put people in the box efficiently. I kind of like the idea of be a stem cell where there's so many possibilities that you can become. And I actually just learned this word from Elizabeth yesterday, quiescence. You're quietly sitting there and think about what you want to become. That's stem cell. And I feel that's different kinds of discipline you can believe you can tap into.
We're all a little omnipotent. It's just the way to think of ourselves. I want to make sure that you have a chance to chime in too.
I think in some ways we are definitely blurring boundaries. I think it's good to know what the strengths of each boundary are and to more sort of like break them consciously as opposed to, you know, it's kind of this general thing of like, okay, if everything is the same, then there's no clear distinction between things. And I do think there are sort of distinctions that we can sort of draw, and I think that it's beneficial to understand those, right? So a scientific method of practice to produce factual results versus a narrative that's a call to action to like stir the soul or something like that, right? And so this gets back to maybe more presentations of arguments, and we can go very far back to, okay, you know, logos, pathos, or ethos, and figure out, okay, when somebody is presenting something, are they drawing on their sort of scientific background to then leap into something else? Or are they drawing on their artistic background to reframe something? Or you can talk about the logos, which is, are they presenting the facts in order to sort of showcase an idea? Or how are they using, you know, empathy or emotion to sort of stir the soul? I think we could probably add to that, like mesos or the stage, in terms of mediation, right? And that's generally not talked about, but I think at this point, you know, I showed you that image of the homunculus, and I think that's going to become more and more important. We have, you know, just a few weeks ago, the introduction of, you know, the Vision Pro, and so I would sort of like think about, okay, what is that going to do to the homunculus, or what new technologies that people are proposing, how are they going to affect our sensations? What is sort of AI going to do to the prefrontal cortex and sort of the decision-making parts of our brain? So, I mean, I think in some ways, like, I'm getting beyond your question, but I would say, like, there are maybe conscious ways that we can sort of be a little bit more reflective about what we're presenting in order to sort of go into the future a little bit more cognizant of the implications and the unintended consequences.
No, I spent 4 years working on the Vision Pro, and we discussed a lot about that.
So what do you think?
Like,
there was an ooh on stage. I liked it.
Like my earlier work, Transvision, also tap on that. Like when the technology is entirely able to mediate how we see the world, what that world would be like. It's literally a thing in front of our face and mediate whatever we see. We are already living in a world where it's like we are sitting in the same space, but we perceive this reality super differently because of our ideology and our internal bias. And when there's another layer on top of that, like what I see is also not real anymore.
Well, that's a cool statement, but I want to make sure that we're still trying to stay on topic a little bit. One of the things that I think we had talked about before, and I think really comes from this conversation, is this idea of different perspectives and the idea of us coming from this at different angles and having different roles. A lot of people, a lot of the students who have been competing in the Biodesign Challenge are going to be leaving universities and going to spaces where they feel like they have very specific roles and are going to have roles in the sciences or in economics or in different business worlds or as artists or designers. And this might be the last time to really be in this space that we were talking about, that is this place to explore in an artistic sense or to be rooted in these realities of science that are a little bit more rigid. So what are the things that, for the people who are leaving this collaborative middle space, that you want them to kind of think about, with, especially coming from your practice, to walk away with and to be thinking about in their practice, whatever that might be in the future?
I would say when I was a student, there was no real sort of area for biodesign or bioart or, you know, integration. And I think that, you know, now it's quite normal, and I think that's very, very exciting. But I would say, like, you can take that into your, you know, daily life outside of this, right? So just because you're, you know, in one particular job doesn't mean you have to just do that one particular thing. And I think the idea of the generalist is, you know, you can say that's maybe coming back a little bit more, and it's more vital because we do have to be adaptive and technology shifts. So if you have a generalist outlook, I think that's going to be more applicable to something in 10 years, something in 20 years, something in 30 years. When you guys are 50, I know it's weird to think about that, but it's like, if you have a generalist mindset, you can be adaptable through all of that.
Yeah, I would say that I'm inspired by plants as a metaphor for my practice, and that's why I love the Thrive presentation, being inspired by bees as well. You know, this idea of veritas is something that I've been exploring. It's a 12th century concept by a German Benedictine abbess, who talks about this green lifeblood that lives within all of us, that connects plants to humans, to animals, and connects all living things. But when a plant grows, it grows upward despite gravity pushing down upon it. And there are a lot of these natural paradoxes in this world. And I look at that and I slow down and I compare that to my journey to date, which is me traversing all these different realms, you know, roots taking hold in Web3, again in gaming, in biodesign, and in art and design. And I do feel this external pressure of why not keep in one place? So why not stand still? And I think that a plant grows in its own trajectory, and it takes root in multiple things that inform your personal subjectivity. So I think that at the core of it, there is something that I slow down and look at plants, and technology is something else that I think that is so inspiring by the work of the Vision Pro, and these are always going to be the forces at play, and it depends on what you truly care about and what you want to where you want to plant your roots in.
I think cultivating curiosity, no matter which field you enter, and make world that can create the wow moment. And if you're engineer or designer or science or whichever, and you want to collaborate with like engineering, science, want to collaborate with on the creative side, I kind of formed this theory about 5 elements of a successful science-art collaboration. Remember it as OTPCC, one-time password, Creative Commons. O for open, keep open-minded of both sides, and then P for process-driven. This whole thing is a process-driven. The collaboration itself is a process, it's part of the work. It's not just the end result. And then T is time. It takes time, maybe 1 to 10 years. It takes a long time to form this collaboration and to understand all the research on both sides. And then C, one is curiosity. Curious, the science needs to be curious about the art world, and the art world needs to be curious about the science back there. And then credit, share credit. That's important to keep the collaboration long.
I love that, and I have not heard that before, and so I'm glad that this is being recorded, so I'm probably going to go back and watch it and write it down. But I think one of the things that I think is the most exciting of that is that aspect of curiosity, because I feel that so many of your pieces ask the person who's experiencing it to become curious about something that clearly is a passion of yours or something you're interested in. And so I'm curious from the perspective as an artist who has a clear viewpoint that you're trying to express, and that's part of the whole panel with the critique. Using science as that tool, as part of your communication of this thing that you're passionate about. How do you get that curiosity out of the person that you want to experience your work? Just because there are things that are clearly important to each of you in these pieces. How do you get people to get interested in that? And because it seems really, it's clear that it's easy to fall into that as soon as we see your pieces. So how do you capitalize on that? It's a tough question. Sorry if that's...
I can start.
Yeah.
I think this is like cooking. You know, if you want somebody to enjoy your food, it starts like, okay, you invite them over, you sort of have a party, you sort of set the stage, you sort of spend time on the food, so you have to sort of use your craft to develop something. You have to care about it, you have to nurture it, you have to bring it into being, you have to sort of revise it and edit it and develop that recipe and sort of rework it. I mean, the first time you cook a recipe, it's going to be terrible, right? Like,
maybe first couple.
Like when you're, I mean, maybe I'm talking about myself here, but you know, and then over time you make this really good food, and then people enjoy it and they share it, and I think that's what we're doing in maybe a different medium and a different sort of sensorial range, really. But I think it goes back to just care and thinking about the person and bringing them in with you?
I think my work, there's a sense of humor there. A humor make people laugh and then think about, okay, wow, it can be like that. And that opens up the curiosity side. And we have this idea of animal influencers as a way out of climate fatigue. So when we talk about climate change, there's so much doom and gloom. But if you shift the lens, talking about the animals and their amazing world, their amazing womb wealth, and so much things they can do, and you change perspectives, and then you tap into their perspective, and you shift your position, get to know more about them, and then you interrogate yourself back, and then you change your action afterwards. Yeah, so it's that humor, curiosity, and shifting perspective.
Mine is my grandmother. I mean, that is really a lot of inspiration. She is the source of a lot of inspiration for my projects. Her story is one that is often untold, and she was one of 9 wives in a fishing country. She was born in 1914, and she's seen like both world wars, like Tiananmen Square massacre, Vietnam War, like everything. But she, was in a position of in a community within the south of China, taking care of so many different people, and that is a story that is untold. And there are a lot of stories around the world and all the nooks and crannies of the world that are untold, especially about female narratives. So she is my main source of inspiration, and my family's watching this live stream, so they're probably very proud of it. They're like, oh shit. But it's true. And there are many, many lives untold. And so it is really up to the new generation to immortalize these stories so that we might learn something from them.
I just want to make sure about how much time we have left, because I don't want to be going too far. 10 minutes? Okay, cool. I distracted myself with that, because I had a follow-up question, and I lost it with that. Blur. Sorry, go for it.
I've got one. So,
sure.
One thing that's always kind of exciting is to hear what other people are really excited about.
Yeah.
So I know we talked about this a little bit before, but it's like, what are those artworks or those ideas or those things in science that are like really exciting you guys?
No, that's a great question. Thank you for that.
I'll go. Yeah,
go for it.
Mine's not from the field of science, so I will say that I am a bit of a black sheep up here because I love being in the realm of biodesign, but also traverse other realms. And so actually, when writing the script for Infinite Mother, I actually looked a lot to Ocean Vuong's work. He published a series of poems called Time is a Mother. And so it's a lot about his queer immigrant experience in this world, and also his complex relationship to his dying mother. And I think that these stories are the stories I think are worth telling, especially in the social political climate in which we are today. It is important to have these narratives highlighted within our work, because we have a responsibility, I think, as practitioners, as artists, as designers, to extend the legacies of these stories.
Devon, I feel like that was a question that I could ask you too, and I want to make sure we get back.
Sure. So I recently, this is a bit of a shameless plug, but I recently wrote an article called The Art of Environmental Personhood. And this is actually something that's really sort of influenced me. And there, in 2017, there was a legal decision in New Zealand in which the New Zealand government granted the Wanganui River legal personhood. So they gave it the rights and responsibilities of a person. It's not the same as natural personhood. It's a bit of a legal distinction, but they did give it funding. So if somebody polluted that river, there were guardians, one from the New Zealand government, one from the Maori people, who could sue on behalf of the river. And since then, there have been a number of artworks that have been sort of created from that. And one of them is called the Embassy of the North Sea, and it's in The Hague. And so this is a group of artists, a group of activists who are, since, I believe, 2018 or 2019, they've been producing artworks and sort of design works and sort of just cultural works around the idea that the North Sea owns itself. And so what they're doing is really, really fascinating. They've got 3 stages. It's a listening stage, and that just finished up. So for the past 3 years, they've been sort of collecting data with scientists and sort of making artworks. And then, they have this speaking phase for the next 3 years. And then after that, they have this negotiation phase. And so they're building towards legal personhood for the North Sea. And I think it's a different framework for thinking about environmental entities and giving them, more voice within our legal frameworks, which is, I think that goes back to Kim Stanley Robinson and the idea of biodesign ethics or biodesign legal systems, which would be very, interesting to see next year.
This is such a big question. I have so many thoughts here inspiring me, starting from the new book, Karen Baker, Sound of Life, that she talked a lot about all the sound around us in the environment, among the animal world, and new AI technology, how they interpret them and decipher and try to communicate with other species, non-human species. Like, for example, bats. Bats, I live in Austin, there are 2 million bats coming out of Austin Congress Bridge every night. So in Israel, there's this group, they recorded the sound of bats over a long time and use algorithm to try to understand what they're talking about. And they found that the mom bats, similar to human mom to baby, they have this kind of baby talk, oh, you're so cute. And bat have the same thing. And then the baby bat may babble back something that's a bit like babbling, kids babbling. I'm also excited about the stem cell, where now Bio3D print a clitoris and grow stem cell derived from menstruation blood on top of the clitoris, and try to experiment with outside body orgasm and talk about what does it mean and what is the consent order, things like that.
That's a great answer. I want to hear that bat babbling right now so badly. After this conference is over, I'm YouTubing, Googling, and looking at it right away. But because I know our time is wrapping up relatively soon, one of the things I want to make sure that we're talking about, because this is a panel on critique a bit, one of the things that I think has been a theme throughout all of this entire summit has been a little bit about how the cross-contamination of different fields has really been beneficial for everyone. And so because this is critique, what are the things that you guys are finding really fascinating about the power of artists and designers to come in and critique in the sciences? And what's your ideal vision of how science would respond to that? Or just what's the thing you really want to make sure that you are commenting on that draws people's attention or draws people in to really think about something in a way that you're bringing in this perspective as an artist or a designer to this world of science that might not be the most receptive all the time, although science is pretty cool. But what's the thing that would be, from your perspective, really exciting in this moment to critique?
Because I work a lot with interspecies co-creation, and there's discussion of what are the ethics of using animal in science versus in art. Instead of treating the animals as the science experiment model species, maybe they could be our teacher. And if we treat them like that, maybe that change the way that we do experiment on them. And then, thank you. And then at the same time, in the female, in the menstruation, this part, I think there's not enough female in the science world. That's why so much about motherhood, about menstruation is not well studied. So more people on that.
Yeah, I would say that from the art world perspective is to really dismantle the walls of the white cube in order to allow all of these other disciplines, especially science, to enter within those walls. And when it comes to, you were saying critique, well, we've had years of critique around arts. And after that, we actually barely have any critique about science, or science and design, the overlap of those two. And so we actually are kind of on the tip of the iceberg when it actually comes to the critical thinking and of the overlap of these two disciplines. And there is something to say about, you know, matrilineage, plants and animals being the teachers for us to then reflect back on the page what that means to future generations, that we didn't just learn from each other, but we learned from the life around us.
I would say there's quite a good history and lineage of critical discourse and media theory, and I think bringing that into other disciplines is maybe beneficial and helpful, and I would just suggest maybe looking at what's already there and maybe thinking about today, you know, maybe the most critical thing is just the idea of maintenance. So instead of presenting something new and novel and just, you know, revelatory, it's like almost more critical and extreme to just say, hey, this thing already exists. I'm going to take care of it for the next 20 or 30 years. So instead of like a new facade on a building that's like got some algae growing on it, it's like, well, who's going to take care of that in 2 years or 10 years? Like, what's the budget for that, right? Like, how do you maintain this novel product that you just created over the long term? So it's like maintenance for 20, 30, 50, 100 years is probably the most critical concept that I can think of.
That's a great answer. And I think that we're getting to the point where we're going to have to wrap things up, even though I have more questions. But I want to thank everyone who is on this panel. Thank you guys so much for talking with us all today. This was great. I hope that everyone listened really carefully to what everyone was saying and then gets to rewatch this later. Thank you to the BDC for letting us all be part of this. This was amazing. And I think at this point, we're going to hand things back over so that we can switch back to your project at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Let's do it.
We're trained by the
We're a
masters.
community.
Hello. Oh, wow. Didn't expect that. All right, everybody. We're plugging away here. I keep thinking about the phrase cross-contamination of disciplines, and I'm a fan. I'm going to get it tattooed on me. Okay, we're going to go into this was supposed to be a 15-minute break, but just to like keep on as much on time as we can, we're just going to do a quick 5-minute break. I know that everyone needs to at least stretch your legs and stand up for a second and maybe like do one of these. So we'll be back, I think it's like 3:25 right now. We'll be back at 3:30. Is that what time it is? Okay, cool. So yeah, give us a little bit of time to set up for our performance. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone. Everyone, hello. Hi, everyone. Take your seats, please. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm so glad that you're here. Please have a seat. We're going to get started. Thank you. All right. Well, this is a very special pleasure for me. I get to call Pearlyn Lee onto the stage for her project and her performance. Pearl is a designer and creative director with a decade of experience whose work examines narratives through experience and graphics. She crafts surreal stories and investigates archetypes, often merging physical and sensory experience with digital, typographic, and code-based media. Pearl is also BDC's Biodesign's art director and has been working with us for over 2 years on creating really the image and identity of our written material. Pearl has been extremely generous with her time and her effort, And it is an extreme pleasure for Biodesign Challenge, our team, and I hope the community, to have you on stage and talk about your work. So come on back up to Pearl.
Hello again. Let's pull. A mother sings to her child, nestled in her womb. This is us. When we are first introduced into the world, we are often sung to. But oftentimes, we do not recall such an early memory. In the same way, song does not reach us. As we forge our own paths, ancestry can feel lost on us. Accessing our ancestry nowadays means logging into a portal, analyzing a diagram that resembles a tree, branching to a sea of faces. Reverb, a genetic opera, is a performance in which mitochondrial DNA is transposed into song as a regenerative bridge to our matrilineage. My grandmother raised me in my mother's stead. My grandmother is 109 this year. However, only about a few years ago, my sister broke to me the news that we are not biologically related to our grandmother. Turns out she raised a village of orphans in Hamun, in the south of China, where my mother was one of many orphans. The question stands, how could I be so close to a person I am not biologically related to? This led me to further seek a genetic connection to my grandmother by sending my DNA to a lab, specifically to locate HRV1, the site that pertains to matrilineage. My team transposed the nucleotides into a genetic opera that would be sung live back to me in a womb-like environment. We recorded a library of 60 sounds from the human body. Based on the sequence of the nucleotides, we are able to construct an 8-minute aria. Somewhere along the way, while looking at the results from the genomics lab, I found that we are all connected. Scientists theorize that we all hold the genetic data of mitochondrial Eve, our recent common matrilineal ancestor from Africa. Through the biological, I found that we're all connected. But modern kin-making opens up the possibility for us to choose our family and forge new ancestries. Experience kin-making in the way that feels right to us. My connection to my grandmother is valid despite not sharing the same blood. This is an interesting revelation, but how can this connection not only be known, but be felt? Through the same way we've always connected since days of old, through lore and song. Yes, ancestry can feel fragmented or even cold when scanning a family tree, but we can reunite under the banner that is our shared song. If our sense of ancestry has waned over the years, let this performance galvanize a new form of kin-making. I'd like to acknowledge that this project extends beyond today's stage. My team and I extended the invitation to curator of MFA Boston, Michelle Millar-Fisher, who bravely told us the story of her mother, who was once child-free. When the decision came to have Michelle anyway, her mother said to her, "Shell, you are my miracle." We performed Michelle's opera live back to her in Bushwick, where she grew up. This body of work celebrates the work of fellow artists who also process the various depths and facets of matrilineage and its implications. This means Reverb touches other bodies of work that also touch on matrilineage, in its own way creating a path to supporting an artistic lineage within the realm of biodesign. And certainly, Michelle and her work on designing motherhood is an incredible part of this legacy. Today, we have a special guest for this showing of Reverb. It is my pleasure to introduce Annie Liu. a celebrated research-based artist working at the intersection of art and science. Her most recent work examines the biopolitics of care work and motherhood. As many of you know, Annie is an active member in the biodesign community. In the most DIY biodesign fashion, we got together in the lab to sequence her DNA at GenSpace. Well, Annie sequenced her own DNA at GenSpace. Though Annie was in the lab with us, today will be her first time hearing her genetic opera on the stage before all of you. So, without further ado, please help me welcome soprano Emma Goldberg-Liu and Annie Liu.
You, Mother, Amma, grounded. Me, present before you. As the earth weeps, the many moons swirl within me, a pain that you know, that permeates through time. Known to all generations, steeped in blood. Though I am sanguine, I am not divination. I am not your quiet rage. You are a version I cannot ever be, for you are infinite. are me. I am you. You are me. I am you.
You.
I am you. You are. I am you. You are me. You are.
You are me.
You. I am you. I am you. I am you. You are me.
That was so good.
That was amazing. Wow. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to do our award ceremony. So come back shortly. We're going to set up. That was amazing, Pearl. Annie, that was just lovely. Oh, my gosh. Emma, amazing. Thank you. All right, be back in 15. Thanks, everyone.
Rhapsody for an Expanded Biotechnological Apparatus is a tactile sound installation located in the elevator of the Tang Teaching Museum that connects hidden artifacts of science to familiar domains of the everyday. I'm Laura Splan, and I'm an interdisciplinary artist. My work explores the intersections of science, technology, and culture through embodied interactions and sensory engagement. The installation re-envisions the elevator as a biological cell and its visitors as proteins as they're prompted to engage with a haptic textile sculpture while listening to a sonic tour of a biotech laboratory. The soundscape is a wandering journey created from recordings made during my artist residency at the Science Center in Philadelphia. Robotic movements of machines, gurgling dish drains, and conversations among scientists come together to create a soundscape entitled chaperone. In biology, a chaperone is a type of protein that helps other proteins fold properly inside the lumen of a cell. The accompanying textile sculpture, entitled Lumen, prompts visitors to embody the biological process of protein folding when sitting on the rug made from the fiber of laboratory llamas and alpacas who are used to produce antibodies for human drugs, including vaccines. Instructions guide visitors to remove shoes and sit cross-legged as a choreographed gesture that embodies the folding of proteins inside a cell's lumen. Tactile transducers beneath the rug vibrate with the bumps, clicks, and bangs of laboratory machines in the soundscape. The fiber for the sculpture was donated by a vivarium at a laboratory that produces biological products for biotech research and pharmaceutical industry. I hand wash, card, and spin the fiber into yarn for my textile sculptures and installations. The work questions notions of the presence and absence of bodies, evoking the mutability of categories that delineate their status, and renders the elevator as a space for contemplation of the unseen labor of both humans and non-humans within an often invisible system.
Let's adjust it.
couldn't find myself. Now I trade my entire being with the figure that's behind the screen. Much more than I've ever been. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy. Allowing to my body to accept is easy. It's easy.
I want to hide it. It's so orange. You see it? Oh, okay.
We are the Biopods team, Ivantika Velo, Varun Mehta, Manini Banerjee, led by Dr. Katia Zolotovsky. Historically, our rivers have been polluted by countless anthropogenic causes, and as a team, we're committed to help realize their rehabilitation. We are mesmerized by wetlands, filled with diverse plants with root structures and microbiomes that have evolved to purify the planet's environment through a process called biodesign. We are creating human scales embodies the well-established indigenous knowledge and technologies of fluid wetlands, knitting together a fabric that revitalizes fringe marshes and enhances water purification. Each biopod module, a part of the overall biopod system, consists of a buoyant mass of mycelium embedded with biogenic matter and material like semi-aquatic marsh grass and seaweeds. The pods start as a smaller, sparser population which aggregate into floating fringe marshes. The porosity of the mycelial mat fosters root interconnections. So, when the mycelial mat degrades, larger swaths of fringe marshes are created. In addition to the biopod itself, we are developing a framework for participatory design and co-creation to empower community members to claim agency over their water and their health. The modular biopod system is designed for participatory events where community members fabricate and deploy biopods while enhancing their understanding of important wetland ecosystems. These workshops and events are held in collaboration with community-focused organizations, including Roger Williams Park Research Centers, local marketplaces, and makerspaces, as well as the Providence Waterfire Festival. The biopods use local materials and open source design to equip community members with citizen science tools. The Biopod project aims to enhance both human and environmental health in Providence, Rhode Island, with plans to scale these benefits regionally and globally.
Are you ready? Are you coming up? Why don't you tell everyone to shush with me?
Hello. I'll take it. Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay, let's wait till everyone settles, and then we'll jump into what everyone's been waiting for.
So, wow, 2 days. Pretty awesome. Um, 2 days and 8 years and an entire year and so much hummus later. I am just very, very pleased to be on stage with you, Vina.
Oh, thanks.
To announce our winners of this year's Biodesign Challenge. All right.
I'm gonna go Vanna White it by the trophies.
I'm jealous. Well done. All right. Well, I'm going to start with our Outstanding Instructor Award. I'm going to call Jean Fordresher up to the stage to announce it alongside of me. Jean's been an instructor since, oh my gosh, year 2, 2017, and has been a judge and has been an inspiration and a practitioner and just part of the community for as long as I can remember. So thank you, Jean, for doing this with me.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Well, thanks for the opportunity.
The floor is yours.
All right. I'm here, as it was said, to give the award for the Outstanding Professor. I just want to thank all professors here today. You are all wonderful. I know how hard it is to do this work and to guide your students. So we had some letters sent from the students to Dan and Vina, and they picked the one that was the most powerful to them. And I'm just going to read a short sentence from this letter, because I think it just sums up so much. Under her guidance, I have learned to envision my projects with limitless potential, leading me to surpass my previous achievements. And that is such a beautiful statement for an instructor. So I'm pleased to say this prize goes to Jiabao Lee from the University of Texas.
Let's go over here and do it. Okay, next up, I'd like to call Michael Belange to the stage. Michael is our newest member of our team. Michael's been in the booth almost the entire day, making sure that things have gone smoothly with the AV team. He's been a champion since day one on our team in terms of just making things happen. So I am deeply appreciative for you to announce the Community Choice Prize. So Michael, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So the Community Choice Prize was started a few years ago to give more of a voice to our attendees and to have community input from you all. And none of this could have happened without the support of you all as a community, so thank you all so much. This year, I'm proud to announce the winner of this year's Community Choice Prize is Universidad del Desarrollo for Strong Gum. Is the team here? They may have had to dip out early for travel reasons, but do I take a picture with it?
Do it, yes. Thank you, Michael. Congratulations on your award.
I'm honored.
Okay, next up, I'd like to call John Tracy onto the stage. John, I'm going to say sappy things. I'm sorry. John's been a supporter of BDC since, has it been 2018? And has brought Science Sandbox on board, this wild, ridiculous, crazy ride. And come on up, John. So John's going to announce the Science Sandbox Prize. Let's switch for...
Okay, yeah, hi everyone. Okay.
Do it.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Miss Biodesign Challenge. I love this change of role for you, Vina. It suits you. Yeah, so Dan said I'm Program Director of Science, Society, and Culture at the Simons Foundation, which of course includes Science Sandbox. And our mission is to engage everyone with the process of science. So when we're thinking about things like biodesign or AI or these technologies that will have implications for humanity moving forward for X amount of years, we believe that everyone has a role to play in that process. Everyone should have a voice in developing these technologies, realizing the implications of these technologies. And in order to engage everyone with these technologies and science in general, we have to do so in creative ways. And those ways involve the other things that we associate with culture as culture. And we believe that science is part of culture. So art, design, performance, theater, all of these are tools that we use to engage the public with science. And with that, I'm pleased to announce the Public Engagement with Science Award winners. Goes to the team at NYU IDM, Thrive. Congratulations.
Well done. Well done. Do it. Where are we? Okay, now we're going to announce outstanding field research. Laura Forlano, I saw you in the audience. There you are. Laura also has been a mentor since day one, and we're extremely privileged to have Laura up here, who's been just an amazing member of our community. Laura, the floor is yours.
Okay. So I'm really pleased to announce the Outstanding Field Research Award. This prize goes to the team that uses sociological and anthropological research methods to go out and talk to people and learn from the field. And this award goes to BMCC, my ecological decomposition.
BMCC.
BMCC.
Come on down. Come on up, Betsy, come on.
All right, fine, since there's only one of us left.
Okay. Thanks for coming up. Wow. All right. Next up, we have Outstanding Narrative, Ann Newman, also a huge contributor to this community from MIT Museum. Should I plug the museum, or are you going to do it?
I'm not plugging.
Come on up.
All right, so it's my incredible pleasure to have spent the last 2 days listening to the stories you told and the narratives about your projects. They really helped us understand the work you were doing, the effort you put out, but also who you are behind the stories. So this team that we wanted to award tonight took us on a very personal journey. It really touched so many of the judges because they were incredibly honest about their process, transparent about what worked, what was incredibly messy, what they didn't like at all, and weren't even going to try again, which was really quite refreshing. But most of all, they were incredibly joyful about the entire process, about their own team, and kind of their willingness to go out into the community and try it again. So it's my great pleasure to award Outstanding Narrative to DreamYard. Come on up.
DreamYard, Biodesign team. So sweet.
It's the New York home team.
Come on out. Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay.
There we go. Okay, next up is Outstanding Science. I'm going to call Chaz Childers to the stage. Chaz, come on down. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So science permeates everything around us, and I think that was really exemplified by the breadth of projects we've seen throughout this Biodesign Challenge. Given this, we do want to highlight a team that really put an emphasis on the scientific aspects of their project through thoughtfully designed experiments and investigation. So with that being said, I'm honored to announce the winner of the Outstanding Science Award. There was one team that really impressed the judges with their design of experiments, data collected and presented, and mastery of scientific techniques. That team is CCA Architecture, BacTerra, Designing Across Scales.
I don't know why I'm here now. I'm here now. Okay. If you haven't noticed, the judges that we're calling up are people that have been within our community for a very, very long time. So we have asked them to do this just as like a thank you to them. We try and do that every single year. So I don't think we prefaced that. So just want to say that. We're going to move on to Outstanding Social Critique now. We're almost there. I'd like to call up to the stage Charlotte McCurdy. I was also, speaking of starstruck, when I was talking about starstruck before, I was starstruck by Charlotte when I first met her at New Ink several years back. I was like, this girl is really cool. And she has been a mentor in our community. She has been a supporter. She has been wonderful throughout the years. So thank you, Charlotte. Please do help me announce this.
Absolutely. Poetic, personal, hard questions. These were some of the words that stood out to me as the judges reflected on the project that is this year's winner of the Outstanding Social Critique Prize. In particular, the project impressed with its clear motivation by human and ecological impacts of the application of incumbent biotechnology systems at massive scale, and how through insight, humility, and self-reflection, the project drew out fundamental dilemmas that permeate biodesign, questions of power, information, and unintended consequences. The 2023 winner of the Outstanding Social Critique Prize is CCA Design Color del Rio.
Don't cry, you're gonna make me cry. Okay.
We're switching.
Congratulations.
Are you doing it on our own?
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to go back.
Okay. Unless you want to do it together. Okay, cool. We have two more left. We are now at runner-up. Again, before we announce these last two prizes, I want to say congratulations to all of you again. Like, you have done so much over the last semester. Michael and I Michael, Dan, and I have had the pleasure of coming into each of your classrooms, many of your classrooms, and just seeing where you started off at the beginning of the year and just seeing where you ended in just like 16 weeks is impressive every single year. And you guys keep stepping up. So just so many congratulations to all of you, whether or not you walk away with the trophy, right? You're all impressive in my heart. So I'm trying to also not say things so you guys keep clapping. So I'm gonna, okay, no. All right, runner up for BDC Summit 2023 is UT Austin Orbweaver.
All right, in this box is my lunch. That was so lame. In this box is the glass microbe. It's been sitting in under wraps for quite some time now. I am so happy to be able to give this to someone in person after many, many years, since 2019. It's always a little scary to open up. So this is a glass sculpture by an artist named Luke Jerem, who makes glass microbes from hand. It is also our trophy. The name of the work is Future Unknown Microbe, and I think there's something actually very, very prescient and smart about that. It's unfortunate that it kind of looks like COVID, but whatever. We'll let that go.
It doesn't. It's too spiky.
It's too spiky. Anyway, I'm just stalling. So, it's always incredibly difficult to pick the winner of the glass microbe every year. It's pretty rough in the judges' arena. I don't know what to call it. It's like a little bit of a gladiatorial battle there. But what's amazing is that the judges come together and they review all the projects and really find enormous merit in both the conversation and then, of course, your projects. So this year, the glass microbe, it's kind of, ouch. This year, the glass microbe goes to Micah, Mother Nacre.
Special thanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right, before I let you all go and enjoy the rest of your beautiful days, I just want to thank our sponsors one more time, Science Sandbox, National Endowment for the Arts, New York State Council for the Arts, BASF Foundation, Mars, Lanzatech, IndieBio, Cambridge University Press, Hub for Biotech, and the Built Environment. I have to say, give our thanks to MoMA. What an amazing, beautiful theater. What an amazing place to have this ceremony and have this competition held every year. So let's just give one round of applause for MoMA and the AV team. I need to thank the staff. Sabrina's been out there. Sabrina, just wave to everyone. Thank you, Sabrina, for all your help. Jess has been running. Jess, give us a wave. Michael, and of course, Vina. So, you know, every year this is an incredible lift for all of us, but I think the person who lifts the hardest every year is Vina. Vina, come on up. We're very proud of you. I just, you know, so we have a year to wait for this, to do this again. But I just want to thank you all for participating in our program, believing in the dream with us, searching for a better future, whatever that might mean, looking for new relationships with the living environment, whatever that might mean, and of course with each other. Again, thank you everyone for being here with us. We really very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have anything else to say. Mostly just logistics at this point. So if you're a winning team, we're going to be taking photos in the sculpture garden. So please, I mean, Valerie, what's the easiest thing? Should we have them just meet you there? Okay, so go up the 2 escalators and hang out just by the sculpture garden, and we will orient you into the space that we're going to take photos of you with, okay? Everyone else, thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you for being with us.
We'll see you next year.
Woo.
Go. No. That
Bye.
actually goes outside. You can go out that way. Oh, I'm so sorry. I had this stack out here because I thought.
All right, let's go. How are you doing? All right.